right, wonderful. So I do apologize. I know, actually, I have no idea how many people are here. I don't know how to tell that. I was not planning on running this stream today, but Ketura is not feeling well, and so I am trying to frantically set up a streaming environment. I have never done this before. Please bear with me, and if anybody has advice, please feel free to throw it in chat or to jump into the commentary channel on Discord. I think I am streaming there. I see one person in audience. It is dstaley. dstaley, I don't know how to add you. Do I need to do something so you can join me? I don't know why I'm talking like you are going to respond. You're listed as an audience member. Invite to speak. I don't know if you want to or if
Hello, hello.
Hey, how you doing, my
friend? Am I here? Hey, I'm good, I'm here.
So I was busy this morning with my children and was not paying attention to anything and did not see Ketura's messages about me needing to do this until about 20 minutes ago. So I am frantically downloading software, and I believe I'm streaming to Twitch. We've got some people posting and saying that I completely foobarred the audio for a minute there, but it is up now. So I think we are in okay shape. I'm going to move Twitch over so people watching it don't have something weird there on my other monitor. So I've got the initial tables set up in the game hall.
Did you see that we have a gate crasher already?
No, I did not. I don't know if I can leave the admin tab without losing what I've done here. And I don't know if clicking add tables, that was Ketura's last note on how to do this. I think it immediately will set those tables up, so I don't want to do that until we're ready.
Okay, well, hopefully this person will leave.
But yeah, let's...
all right, Ketura just responded in the private chat that the tables are made. Just have to make sure the right 8 people are in the queue.
All right.
Unless someone doesn't show up.
Awesome.
In which case I'll be dropping off the stream to play.
Right. I don't want to wish that somebody doesn't make it on you, but I would love to watch you play.
No, me neither. But I mean, I'll gladly take one for the team and play if someone doesn't show.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was in that boat last year. Everybody showed, but ready to go just in case. Looks like we've got 4 in the fellowship queue, 7 in the movie queue. Only one name that's not supposed to be there. I'm not sure who Farah Merkj is, but they are not in today's events unless that's an alt, in which case they probably want to switch to their main. And yep, sure enough, having 2 at the same time is no
alts
good.
Running around recently.
When you're practicing for an event like this, I get it. If you don't want to give it away, and somebody can know that deck's out there, but you don't want them to know ahead of time that they're about to sit down across from you and bid 5 because they know you were bidding 4 kind of thing.
Exactly.
All right. So I think we are pretty much good to go here. We have our initial event, just waiting for the last people to show up. We have our brackets set up here by Ketura. I don't think I have access to update these live, so they may just kind of have to come after the fact. But this is what we're looking at for today based on the seedings from last week's group stage. First place playing 8th, second playing 7th, etc. So we're going to have Basimelis versus Sempol PL, Axter versus BZ, Big N19 versus R Bronco, and Poek versus the Faker. These are all really, really good players, and I'm excited to watch all of these matches. I think as we get going, it's going to be easier and easier to watch in-depth matches. Only the first match has all 8 players. First and second rounds will have all 8 players playing, but after that, we will have 1 or 2 tables max at a time for us to switch back and forth between. I think that'll make it really nice to be able to kind of keep on top of everything that's happening. Ketura is messaging, just letting him know I think we're all set. otherwise, we're just waiting for everybody to get here. dstaley, is Balrog joining us as well? I know we were talking about having.
Yeah, she's gonna join in a bit. We'll probably be on the same audio device, but yeah, she's gonna join in a little bit, just wrapping up a little bit of house admin, and then we'll have a third commentator at least.
Amazing. Yeah, with the sudden update here that I wasn't expecting, I am no Ketura. I don't think any of us are. So there may be gaps where I need to go and try to figure this whole thing out. I'm very glad to have other people to do the chatting. We've got some people.
No problem.
In Twitch chat, saying hello. We got somebody from Italy here saying something good. Dylan Polk is asking who the speaker is. So I am Players Council. I'm on go by Mock on the tables, and dstaley is here with me. And we've got somebody cheering for Semple, one of the top 8 here. I don't know how to tell in Twitch if we have everything set up. I see the chat. Okay, I do see. Sorry, I have never done this before. I'm going to keep saying that. It's going to be my running apology today.
Calling card for the day.
Yeah. But all right, I do see my screen is being shared. It took me a minute to get the whole thing when I first started trying. It was a tiny little fragment, but it looks like it's all there. Set up to be able to. I'm hoping I can show a couple tables at a time, and maybe we can, pick and choose what we want to talk about. But we'll figure that out as we go. We've got 3 minutes here, and we're still missing somebody in the queues. So
yeah, I'm trying to process of elimination, figure out who it is.
Yeah, we've got top table is there with Basmelis and Semple. Second table, Axeter and Beezy are both present. Big N and our Bronco. We're missing Poek from the top one. All right, we are missing Poek.
He looks like he's online. I'll drop a message in the chat.
Thank you. I'll let you handle that. All right, had an opportunity to play as a partner for him in the Team Gala, monster of a player. I think the him in that is Semple, Yeah, he's a really, really great player. Everybody in this top 8 is... they're not all, I think, dedicated PC players, so there's a few of them I have had fewer matches against, but there's nobody in this list that I see across the table and expect that I'm going to win. These are absolutely some of the best players we've got. So we're just trying to get Poek in the queues so we can kick this off. For anyone who doesn't know what's going on, this is the Lord of the Rings trading card game by Decipher, hosted by the Players Council, a fan base that has kept this game going for I don't even know how many years since Decipher stopped supporting it, and continues to maintain what you see today, ability to play online, and a pretty active live events and tournament organization. This is the last stage of 2024's World Championship. Top 8 players in the world are going to be competing today. There are 2 brackets, as you can see here on the left-hand side of the screen here, where everyone is going to start in the top bracket. The top bracket is Movie PC, so it has all of the Players Council errata and Players Council created cards available in it. The losers of the first round will move to the bottom bracket, and they will be playing Fellowship PC. So once again, using all of the Players Council's cards, but we are set up for Fellowship of the Ring block. That will continue, where people from the top who drop their game will move to the bottom bracket playing Fellowship, and people in the bottom bracket who drop a game will be out. This is a double-elimination style event, where we will eventually find ourselves with just a top 2. And I don't have everything in front of me. dstaley, is the last round, and only the last round, best of 3 today? That's how it worked last year.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so we'll get down to the final two. The last round is best of three, with the loser of the first choosing the format of the second, and so on.
Right. So it will start with PC
There is a
movie,
third.
and whoever loses the first round will choose PC movie or PC Fellowship in the second round. Awesome. All right. So we are at time. DMAZ has joined us here. I don't know if you're jumping in for commentary or if I invited you prematurely.
No, that's fine. Yeah, thanks very much. I'm excited to see this. I haven't really been observing PC games very much, so I'm excited to see, even something as simple as what bidding's like. Yeah, it should be fun. Thanks very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right, I do see we have everybody in queue, plus the gate crasher. We are not worried about. Let's see if what I had in here before is still there. It is not. I'm going to have to manually add all of these tables again. If you give me just one moment to go pull up my notes from Ketura on exactly what goes where, and we will get that together. All right, so series name is going to be our tournament upper bracket round 1. Tournament is PC. Oh, no, all caps. Movie. Oh, I am hearing an echo. Is that my fault again, or is somebody in chat got?
Somebody in chat. Somebody in chat. Somebody in chat. Somebody.
Is it gone?
Yeah, I think dstaley was stuck in a little loop there. Hopefully he'll be right back.
All right. All right. So, movie block. We are looking at championship events, just 20 minutes per side, maximum of 10 minutes for any given decision. And we're gonna put in our tables. SMLS versus Simple. Oh. Simple PL. Baxter versus Easy. Big N Knight. Oh. 19, not 10. Versus R Bronco. And Hokak versus Faker. If I understand this ready, those tables are going to go up once I hit add tables. Nope, I got something wrong. Tournament PC movie not found. Tournament. The tournament code for the appropriate format. The PC movie queue for the upper bracket. The fellowship queue. Oh, okay. Do I just need a queue in there? Add tables? Nope. So, I don't know who else is in chat here at the moment. Can you go to the game hall and tell me what the queue is actually called? If I go over to it, I will lose everything here again.
Right, let me take a look real quick.
Thank you so much.
Movie block piece. So it was the movie block one.
Yep.
Format movie.
Just
Is that you're talking about the World Championship event queue here, and
Yeah.
you want the movie block one? All right, yeah, it's showing format movie block in parentheses PC, but I don't. Oh, I do have tournament admin. Let me see if I can. I thought all my admin privileges were temporarily turned off.
Yeah,
Format movie block PC. That should be correct.
All right.
Let me go back to see what you have.
Yeah, well, I just changed it to format movie block PC. Yeah, tournament. It says tournament for decks. So presumably.
Where they registered their decks.
Yeah, it should be those two queues. I just realized I could also.
It's 2024 Championship Tournament PC TAC movie deck registration.
Can you paste that in Discord?
Yeah,
somewhere?
let me show you what. Actually, I'm on my Yeah, I will. Let me get on my phone and get on
Yeah, I can
GEMP real
also.
quick. Yeah, I know when you jump over from change tabs on there, what it's going to do is just empty out everything that you've. So I'll show you what I've got
Yeah,
here.
I've got.
This is event. So this is what the event was called that you got nine players registered with decks,
I don't know where
but you can
you're
maybe.
showing. You. Sorry, are you posting this somewhere? Are you screen sharing
I'm
somewhere?
gonna I'm gonna put it in the. Oh, actually, I could just share my screen real quick.
Yeah, the other
Let me show
option
you.
here is I can.
See this right here?
Uh, yes,
Let me go back. Can you see that?
I can. So I wonder if it's that event that I need to place in here.
Could be. Let me go to. Oops. Oh wait, this is gonna goof my. It's gonna do that to me. Well, I'll keep it there, even though it's a little grayed out. I'm on my computer as well, looking in admin just to see. So like tournament.
So that was
Tournament
wrong.
ID.
I'm so sorry, folks. This is what we get for last minute not knowing what's going on.
Tournament 4 decks. Series name Tournament 4 decks. So that must be. Now if I go to previous tournaments.
Tournament code
Deck.
for the appropriate
Oh.
format.
Let me also show you this. I don't know if this helps. I wish I had gone through a dry run with Ketura to set this up. If I go the current tournaments. So here, check this out, deck registration. This is, I don't know if this is the code here, 2024.
Oh, maybe. Where did you find
This
that?
2024 TAC. So when you go to current tournaments and see we got the 2024 championship tournament PC movie deck registration, you've got this little code underneath it.
I'm not an admin on the account on the other window, so I don't see it. Let me just try to type it from yours. 2024. Let me see. Champ PC movie decks. Fingers crossed. All right. So that.
Ooh, I think it worked. All right. So if I go back to the hall, let me take a look.
Save that.
Oh, looks like it. Looks like we're in preparation mode right now.
If we go to the game hall, we've got tables up. All right. Whew.
Just a little teamwork. That's all it took.
Yep. Just a little teamwork. Thank you so much. I don't know that I would have found that in any meaningful time period, but we have tables. Is there any particular table here? We can get a handful of them on the screen at once if we want, or we can watch one at a time. I am very open to what you all would like to do.
Let me go back here. Yeah, we could just start with the top one, I guess, and do some watching. Try to hit on all of them probably in the first round. It's is it double elimination, right?
It is double elimination.
So we should be able to get some screen time with everybody.
All right. So if I do my full screen, I'm not on my normal computer. I'm on a different machine specifically to try to make this work. Oh, there we go. It does seem to be going wide enough. So we've got the whole thing here. So this is Basimelis versus Semple. Basimelis is running Path of the Fellowship compared to Journey of the King on Semple's side. It looks like Basimelis has gone first with potentially a massive bid. I did not join in time to see what the actual bid was, but I do see
added 1, 2,
9 burdens on him. Presumably added 1 to play Aragorn. Did he bid 8?
He also added a bunch of burdens to get those rings.
Yeah. 2 rings, okay. I'm thinking there? Is that right?
So he has bid not just for going first, which he did, but to fully go to his fellowship. He's got looks like an elf start with SDL coming out and Elrond.
Ooh.
It's the Tag 1
Bold
version.
move.
So this is the one at the start of each skirmish involving him. You can telepathy the top card of your deck. If it's an elf card, you can heal another elf.
And we've already got a dead Frodo passing the ring to Sam.
Well, he didn't last long.
No, we can argue all day long about the true hero, but he's going to be the hero of this game, potentially. We've got a few more people in Twitch chat. I'm just going to try to catch up with. Yeah,
That Sam's so great for cycling. I like that Sam quite a bit.
Yeah, he's going to keep himself healthy. He's going to cycle however much he needs, and you can see he's starting with a rather massive deck, over 100 cards total.
Yeah, movie block. I'm a fan of going a little bit higher on the card count for movie. I feel like I tend to not double move quite as much as you do like in Fellowship, for example, but I don't think I've ever gone over 80 cards, so that's definitely a big deck. It's planning on doing some cycling, maybe.
Yeah, you've got to think he's doing something here. He's got Echo of Luthien, which is a heavy cycling character, so he may well be tossing cards left and right, even if he has not stacked the bottom of his deck actively ahead of time. Using the Elrond we see on the table, you've got to think there's also some kind of telepathy, either a Gandalf or... dstaley, you play Elven telepathy a lot. What are the other options besides Gandalf?
Yeah, I feel like this deck probably isn't going to include Gandalf, and is actually, my hunch is it's more Elistel beatdown plus just some general Elven shenanigans. Interesting that he's already killed himself down to 5 to try and stay safe from Enkea as well.
Yep, we see a lot of Nazgûl
I think
on the table.
given this shadow side, it's not that surprising. I don't think you're going to see like too much like major conditions that would need Lady Redeemed, so she sort of served her road bump purpose there. And he's got a pretty well set up Last Alliance of Sam situation going on.
Yep, Sam's going to let himself stay healthy. His Frodo would not. Also, with that massive initial bid, he may well have been planning the whole time to ditch Frodo as fast as possible.
Yeah, certainly seems so.
Landing another wound, but leaving Basmelis alive and with 5 healthy companions. He'll be able to fully heal up at the Sanctuary. Sempol returning the Witch King to his hand. Those Nazgûl rings do clog your hand a little bit, but they let you play your most important minions turn after turn after turn. I think they're really kind of nicely designed.
Song of Durn will be interesting if Basmelis is playing the same shadow as he was prior.
Yes. I have no idea what his movie deck is. I didn't face him in the groups, and I didn't look, but it does look like it's Warrior Swarm, so that is a good deck card on Sempol's behalf. I wonder if that's specifically for this match. The decks from the group stage were posted, so while players could absolutely have changed them between weeks, if not, you did have some insight into what your opponent might be doing.
I really like the art on that cave troll. Zoom in for the people watching.
Yeah, it's a pretty.
That full image art is cool.
We've got a few Twitch comments in here. Kyle says that he's really glad dstaley's in this live stream, but he is sad you didn't make the top 8. So close. He says you worked really hard for it. Nice little shout out there. Solfrin is commenting about Czech players playing each other. These postings are based on their rankings from last week. So Basmelis came in 1st overall, and Sempol was 8th. And because of the way the matching is done, 1st and 8th play each other, 2nd and 7th, etc. It was not intentional based on any given nationality. And somebody's mentioned that the stream is only 720. Can that be improved? The answer is I don't know, but I will try. Can I edit my screen capture? I've never used this before, if I haven't said that enough times. I see what I'm streaming. If anybody has used OBS and knows how to quickly change what they're doing, please let me know. I am looking at my settings, and I'm not seeing a real obvious drop down for the quality. Oh, I've got my aspect ratio. That's not what I want to change. Stream is going to Twitch. It's going here. Ignore streaming service recommendations. I could change the video bit rate. I don't know if that would help. Output.
Aelin laying the smackdown on the cave troll.
So I'm attempting to increase my video bitrate here. Let me know if that helps at all. Thank you guys for keeping up with the match. I am not watching it while I try to figure out how to do this.
Yep. Yeah. Madar, Zu, HS, that's right. Sam, hero in different ways. Where Son of Handfast fulfilling his normal duty of taking those burdens away and straight to the dead pile singing. All right.
Axter and Beezy's game is somewhat interesting. Looks like
Yeah, we can over.
looks like Axter's already cycled about half of his deck with some combination of Ranger of Osgiliath, Tidings of Erebor, Careful Study, and similar. Wonder if he's trying to set up for some sort of like shadow bomb on that side.
Yeah, I think once I'm looking at it right now as well. This also interesting. You got a couple alternate ring bearers here for Axter and Beezy. Once we get stuff sorted out, streaming wise, maybe we can switch over and change things up.
Said for Axter and Beezy. Are they just starting? Or is mine going to catch up to watch this entire match?
Looks like it's catching up.
Yeah, you probably want to do a quick refresh,
Yep,
or
let's,
although it'll replay the whole game if you don't.
There we go.
Comment really fast. There we go.
Alright, I have, for the Twitch question about increasing everything in the video settings, I've increased my output. I've refreshed Twitch to see if it helped, and apparently have lost the stream chat. That's unfortunate. But I still don't see it. Soul Friend saying it's called video settings. Yeah, my video settings give me output, scaled resolution. Yeah, it's just asking my aspect ratio though. I actually don't have any drop down options here. Video output is currently active. Please. Oh, I might have to turn off the output if I'm going to change the setting. But it does appear to be a resolution question, which might help. I do have it set for 1920 by 1080, but that doesn't seem to be translating properly. I am very hesitant to turn it off and back on, but we can give it a good, honest shot. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. I don't want to stop streaming entirely. I just want to turn off video, right? Recording cannot be paused if the recording is at the same stream. So it's telling me that my output can't actually be changed. to figure out even how to
Well.
restart the video.
First character in the dead pile for BZ with Ranger up us Gileath. I was refreshing there. He must have used save from the fire.
Yeah, used Save from the Fire. He pulled one card with Denethor, then used Save from the Fire. Drops Narsil on Elendil to try and set up potentially a triple move.
Mm-hmm.
And Axter appears to be running Tentacles.
Ooh, fun.
We saw
Or sorry,
Tentacles
one
in-
of them appears to be running Tentacles.
Yeah, that is Axter on the bottom.
Yeah, Axter appears to be running Tentacles.
We did see
Or
Tentacles.
stack them on Out of Dark Waters, at least.
Yeah, we saw them during the group stage for Fellowship. Did we see them in movie during the group stage? I didn't run up.
I don't remember seeing the movie in the group stage.
Yeah, these are new to me. I knew they were working on updating Tentacles, but I hadn't gotten around to messing with it.
Interesting as well, seeing BZ with 2x of Betrayal of Isengard. That really kicks the teeth on Goblin Patrol Troop.
Right. Yeah,
And-
that's an interesting ad. Probably because I did hear Goblin Patrol Troop was a pretty popular card after it got its buff there.
Yeah.
It rightfully was tuned down a little bit, maybe a month or so ago. But
Yeah.
it is still in pretty good shape. It sees a lot of play for its card draw potential.
So Tentacle varying cards with Gimli too, which is neat. I like that Gimli. You know your opponent's up to something when you see that in the starting Fellowship. Dwarf of Erebor. Got a really big Elendil.
Don't mind the little blip there of the screen. That's me trying to figure out how to restart this, see if I can't fix that issue. Because, yeah, I really don't want you guys to have a blurry screen. That's not what anybody's looking for.
I mean, it was clear, clear for me for viewing purposes, but of course I'm assuming there's people who are like streaming it so they can see the commentary and watch it, but then might open the table themselves to spectate and zoom in on cards.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that people can do if what I've got going on here for you isn't sufficient. I am going to continue trying to fix it, but in the event that I am unable to figure this out in a timely fashion, if you go to GEMP yourself, you can spectate these. Can you, though? Do you need to be an admin to spectate these tables? I don't know the answer to that question.
No, you don't. I'm not an admin and I can spectate them.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think everyone can.
Oh, refresh.
Now I know there's a solo Bilbo movie deck from back in the day that someone had posted on the last Homely House, but this looks quite a bit different than that one. Or maybe it's just a take on it, using Bilbo, Bearer of Things Burgled.
I apologize to anyone who is watching only on Twitch, because I have just accidentally removed the video trying to get this fixed. That is 100% my fault. I am getting it back up as quickly as I am able.
No worries.
Alright, hopefully that is still there. If anybody is watching on Twitch that can confirm, I would appreciate that. Real question is, did that solve any of the quality issues? And it did not. So I am very sorry. I simply don't know what else to try here. Perhaps in between games, if somebody has done this before and they'd like to jump into the call, we can do a live debug session while not trying to watch a match. But I am solidly out of ideas here. Kind of just poking around it on my own.
No, thanks for trying. I think it's okay. Like you said, if you know, a lot of people like being in here to be able to chat and comment. You know, it's kind of like you're watching it together. But then I know a lot of people will be bouncing around from table to table. You could have multiple tables up in different tabs on your own desktop or phone to be keeping an eye out. So to that point, if anyone in the chat sees something really neat going on, or you know, say, hey, why don't you hop over to a different table? You know, feel free to chime in, and we can shift it up.
Absolutely. I think that's a good call for right now anyway. Thank you very much for the suggestion. I'm going to tune back into what's going on in the match. I have not been paying any attention, but I see that Semple's side here... Oh, we're back to the Best Malice table? Did I do that on purpose? Semple's Fellowship was hit pretty hard there, but it looks like he is rebuilding.
Yeah, I think he got Greemed. And
Oh,
I had to put those companions back.
Awen was on the table before, so that does make sense.
Mm-hmm. Fun.
Alright, Site 5
And here
could be the first bomb here for Best Malice.
Yeah, he's pretty well sorted to do it if he can get GPT from somewhere. He's got all the other conditions he needs.
Yep, they are coming. Might pull it from the discard pile there. Does he? Yep, he does have one in discard. He's got his conditions set up. I mean, 3 armories and they are coming is a good way to get moving here. No... Oh, he does have relics. He does have relics. Get these all together for the stream.
Oh, and he got the 4th armory. Very nice.
Oh, that's going to be big, though he's used all of his Twilight without using
Twilight,
relics.
yeah. I would have thought he would have done a relics first.
It's because he doesn't have any more scimitars in his discard pile.
Oh, that's it. There you go.
Relics can pull the Cave Troll's hammer, but with no Cave Troll in play, there's no target for it. So he's well set up on his conditions, but he needs to draw those scimitars before he can really make the engine go.
Yeah, that's frustrating when you can't get your scimitars.
It sure
That is
can be.
the key piece.
All right.
That said, though, he may just be biding his time here.
I'm going to see if we can't get a couple of other games up here so people can watch all together. It's going to be hard to talk about more than
Bigger and
one.
Poke game is on the basis that they're playing almost the exact same deck, which is interesting about them getting randomly seeded, not randomly, but seeded against each other. The two of the Czech players playing a Leader of Men plus Rohan deck.
Is that...
Oh my word! Did you guys see just what happened on Axter and Beezy's game?
Axter and Beezy are... That game is over. No,
It was lost to the Goblins.
Oh, hey.
Oh, he's doing Lost to the Goblins.
That is what he was doing with cycling, and then he was making use of that Gimli to bury cards. Wow.
Yep, I played a not terribly dissimilar deck in the movie Walk-Ons.
Yeah, really interesting. You know, with that Golem, it is that automatic trigger for you. Whereas initially Lost to the Goblins is just such a fringe card and Fellowship block that you can just avoid it entirely. If you're thinking your opponent's using that, just don't exert for Sting or whatnot. But in this case, you can force that with Golem.
I do worry that kind of as a bomb during the Shadow phase, it's a little bit unpleasant. I had a good run trying to figure it out, and then I almost immediately stopped playing it because I didn't want to give people an unhappy ending to their games. But for a tournament event,
Well-
that is not necessarily something you need to worry about. This is
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
this is why I think that discard is not, even though a lot of people hate discard decks, that's why I don't entirely discount it, because if you have this just like very, what I'll call it, toxic kind of bomb that's unavoidable, but if you have some ability to throw in a card that discards something randomly from your opponent's hand, you at least have a chance to maybe change things up
Oh,
before it
yeah.
shadow phase, you know?
Go back to the Basmelis game. He just Grima again,
oof.
and I think this is going to be game over.
That is a huge swarm on
Yep.
Gimli, and yes, he goes down.
Ugh.
Oh, Grima is for sure one of those characters that if you are not equipped to deal with, he can end games very, very fast. Spotting 4
Yeah.
sculptures and losing an entire 2 companions if getting rid of the first doesn't make it so you no longer spot 4 sculptures. It is very brutal against the right deck.
Yeah, that having Shadow between in the support areas would give him that additional spot.
Yep.
That's 2 down.
That is 2.
Big N19 is
Yeah,
at site 8.
Make
Is
the
that
remaining
right?
games a little bit bigger here. Take them full screen. Or half screen each, I suppose. Faker and Poic, is this the decks that you were saying were very, very similar? Their
Yeah.
fellowships do appear nearly identical. But they are from the same meta. It's entirely possible that they teched these decks
Yeah, exactly.
together.
I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with, like, mates working on decks together offline, you know? Just funny that they got paired against each other.
Yep. I mean, the number of Czech players we had going into the group stage, I think it was about a third of the participants were Czech. So it's not terribly surprising that they would end up facing off a little bit. But it does make it for a different game when your opponent absolutely knows what you're running.
Yeah.
Got some Twilight Nazgul and Orcs that trigger off of Wounds on the Ring Bearer. And some extra exerts from the Spearman there.
Yeah, coming in from not having played or watched really any of the newer PC games, it's really interesting and fun to see all the synergy from Wounds on Ring Bearer, just kind of really messing around with whoever the Ring Bearer is to, in some cases, trigger a potential bomb or just wounds, burdens, all kinds of stuff. Not necessarily beat down decks. They seem to have some kind of trick to them outside of those ones that are the Moria Swarm that we're seeing.
Yeah, I think the PC has a much larger variety of shadow cultures that are playable today. Or maybe not playable,
Yeah.
but competitive. Some of that is due to cards like this Ringwraith and Twilight, which is just a generic Nazgul that the PC has added. It gets
And
stronger.
Nice and Falls as well.
Oh,
So some
man.
Brownlands Rainbow Archery and his ring bearer being unable to take a wound. That
Yeah.
is of that ring everyone's running, the binding ring makes it very difficult if you don't
Yep.
put it up preemptively in the maneuver phase. You can get yourself in quite a bind.
And unlike the other rings, it requires an exertion, not burden add.
Yeah.
So if you're exhausted, you're stuck.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's just a response ring. You've got, the water ring potentially with answer to all riddles where, you could, hey, I'm exhausted, but I want to take a burden. I can, put on the ring and add a burden to do that. It's a powerful ring, but it's not without its drawbacks.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think with the exception of the ruling ring, kind of as the one that nobody runs almost ever, in a world where you're not collecting cards and might not have another option, I think they're all very
Sure.
well balanced. They have a place, throughout this game, absolutely. All right, so I should probably be recording who's winning what here, so I can make sure we've got our tables right for the next round.
Bronco beat Nelson. Looks like Axter beat BZ. And Basmelis beat Sempo.
All right. That leaves us with this one last table. There's no reason for me to have the outdated ones out there. Our mirror match moving all the way through. Seems they've both probably been single moving quite a bit, given that we're at site 6 compared to the 3 ended tables. But moving along nicely. Just while kind of on the topic of the various rings and exhausted ring bearers, that is probably the biggest problem with the Lost to the Goblins deck, is if your opponent figures it out, they can simply keep their ring bearer exhausted, and you will never be able to trigger your bomb.
Oh, yeah, didn't think of that.
Yeah, it's the thing that you need to watch out for. The Gimli that cycles for you, he's currently bugged in Gemp, where it does say what you've cycled. So you don't have the opportunity to do an early Lost to the Goblin cycle so that you can get your hand kind of going. You're kind of stuck holding on to those, because if your opponent notices that Gemp log, it will absolutely give them the opportunity to get their ring bearer exhausted as soon as possible. And you better hope that whatever shadow you've got that's supporting it can do something. So
damn, I get one more wound on the Witch King there.
Yeah, third Marshal is very strong against those multi-wound companions. If you can get just the 1 or 2 extra wounds out there, he goes a long way towards being able to deal with more than he looks like he should.
Cool to see 2 players playing Rohan at the top level.
I
don't think I really expected that.
I'm happy to see it. Like, it's so rare that we see Rohan at these kind of competitive events, but maybe they figured out something we don't know, or maybe they're just getting ready for V2.
Yeah, it's really fun. I don't know of any real, movie block Rohan decks in the traditional format that stands as extremely competitive. It is a solid fellowship. It always seems to perform, but there's just in regular movie, there's just so many other things with elves, telepathy, that are just so much stronger and almost a no-brainer as far as condition control.
Yep. No, absolutely.
Yeah, it seems like they both added Gandalf's bag of tricks.
Well, and Gandalf is going to be super important here in this case, he's going to Terrible and Evil and get rid of Toldea, but he can discard conditions, he can maneuver wound, though these decks don't look particularly specific about maneuver wounds, even though Gandalf did just...
Oh, that's interesting. He didn't kill Toldea all the way. Seemingly on purpose? Because he wants wounds for third Marshal?
I expect
that could very well be. Yeah, it heals him instead of giving him the whole wound.
Though, why do the extra exert to go back? My heart tells me
that is kind of random.
Once per turn. So I wonder if that was an oversight?
Because you could have done it right there with Aomer being damaged +1. Like, you just take the kill,
right?
Use the heal there, actually get a net healing.
Had one additional heal overall. Servant of the Sacred Fire lets Gandalf dispatch the Whelp.
Mm-hmm.
Frodo's gonna
let Frodo beat
Gollum.
Not kill
win
him.
one.
Though honestly, leaving him in play for the double move here is not necessarily a bad call. That Golem has been exerting from
exhausted.
So
an exhausted Golem in play for the double move, and third Marshal is not going to quite win here. Interesting.
Well, third Marshal is Defender +1 with Firefoot, unless that is a different Firefoot than I expect. So,
no, it's the Firefoot you expect. I'm surprised he didn't use the Defender +1 in the first round of the skirmishes to take down 2.
Yeah, getting those wounds on Golem, though he has reconciled here. I was expecting him to use that effectively as the guaranteed buff against Aemir, because 6 is
not to call it too early, but my gut is Faker's going to take this one, just based on the fact that Pokak has already used his Tail of the Great Ring, and Faker hasn't yet. Oh, but there goes Tail of the Great Ring!
Yeah.
Sorry to jinx you, Faker.
Yeah, Pokak has 4 cards left in his deck and only 6 in hand.
Yeah.
Depending on what those are, that could make it very easy for Faker to do a double here if he can get into some good shape.
Yeah, he's got Defender +1 Hailmer.
Yeah,
Aowen as well
see the
there
Black
to
trade.
prevent some wounds if needed.
Is he just in there for the condition removal and perhaps to exert First Orman's power? Is he actually running some
Yeah,
of
it
his staff?
must be. Because you'd think he'd have had the staff in his discard pile already if he was using the staff.
Right.
Unless he's just holding on to Saruman for like the next move and wants to leave a little bit of a threat there if Faker does go for the double.
Potentially.
It's interesting. He really, really wanted to hurt that whelp. Got him down to 0.
Yeah, really setting up here for... I don't know why he burned the card on the Whelp. It looks to me like he's setting up for the double, but I suppose we will see. How many Servants of the Sacred Fire is he playing? That was impressive.
That was 3, yeah.
Yep.
All right, Faker thinks he can get the kill apparently, or at least a stop.
Needs to stop.
It feels
be huge here.
Let's see.
Polak has 5 cards left in this game. I don't know if just not just confident in my own shadows, but I would have gone for that. I gotta think I would have moved. But we don't know what's in the Faker's hand. And he's in top 8,
I agree.
am
If I
not,
was the
so-
Faker, there would probably have been a guaranteed double. But this makes it interesting. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
These are great players.
Maybe.
I mean, it's hard to think that they're actively making too many mistakes that we're catching. Did I hear Balrog there?
Hi, I've just joined.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
We're waiting on Poek to... No, Poek has moved. We're waiting on the Faker to decide what he's dropping here.
So are they playing the exact same deck?
They appear
Seems
to be-
very similar.
Yeah, clearly they've worked on these together, whether they're identical or just close. Don't know. So Frodo took a wound from the Brute, fully exhausting him. Not enough burdens for NK to do anything here, but that is enough minions that Frodo will have to skirmish.
I think Frodo can survive the Brute.
Brute, removing the burden would be a 9. Yeah, if there's nothing else there, he probably can. Oh, but he's going to have to put on the ring to survive this. He might...
Yeah,
Burden only gets to 12, right?
Yeah, 12 to 7. If there's another boost... Yeah.
No.
Can survive the Brute. Nets 1 burden, but... is still alive. Leaves the Brute fully on the table. Unkea... only taking 1 wound.
Good on the well.
Did he use My Heart Tells Me to keep Unkea
Yeah, I think
healthy?
My Heart Tells Me to heal... Oh no, now he used My Heart Tells Me to heal Frodo.
Interesting.
I don't know why Unkea only took 1
I
wound.
didn't-
Oh, you're right. Thanks, Balrog. He didn't win.
Oh!
Third Marsh not beat Unkea.
He exerted for fire, but he did not win his skirmish, or did not lose his skirmish. Thank you so much. Now Unkea will lose that skirmish to Amir and leave the table.
Okay.
Old move with Bane of 8 legs. Adding the threat to get rid of him.
So yeah,
Wow,
it's
he
the
might
first
actually
skirmish.
the double.
It was not a bad move healing. So yeah, he healed Frodo there so that he could mitigate. Let's see. Actually, he's going to be taking burdens anyway. So that was
Didn't use
interesting.
Bane of 8 legs. That's really surprising.
Yeah, I would have expected
Went
him.
again anyway. All right.
All right.
I mean, I guess at this point you feel like you can't stop him with 2 cards, so you gotta give it a go.
That is a fair stance there.
Oh.
And there goes the
Ladyship coming
Marshall.
out. That feels like it might be game. Pokak I don't know how to say his name,
Oh,
is seeming to agree that that was the play that was needed here. Not sure if he's conceding or if we're going to play it out, but not having Amir skirmish this turn is massive. Yeah, remove those burdens to add some extra Twilight to get one more minion out there.
Yeah, someone with a good amount of
oh, and there goes the sword.
sword.
And yeah, there's the concession.
Yeah. I don't
Even if
see
his last 2 cards were paths, he's still not going to be doing one.
Well played, right there. Here's all of us saying he should have gone, and he clearly had it. So, what do we know?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to close up these extra windows. We've got about a 5-minute break, or 10-minute break. What was the call there?
I think we've been doing 10, yeah?
10-minute breaks? All right. Let me get to regular GEMP chat. All right.
Yeah, I agree. Good games. Those had some fun ones.
10 minutes. At what is 10 minutes from now in UTC? Is that 15:47?
15:47. 15:57.
15:57. Just going to give a friendly reminder to the players who lost. 1. I'm sure they know that they are the best in the world, but just in case, we're gonna get that off. I don't need Twitch on this screen. All right, those were some excellent games. Our table here. Do I have the ability to edit this? I don't think I do. Ketura set this up, and while he gave me passwords to lots of things to get our stream going today, I don't believe this was one of them. Or at least I don't know how this works. So, this might not be the most helpful visual, but Basmelis, Axter, Big N19, and the Faker are moving into round 2 in the top bracket, with the rest moving into the bottom bracket where they will play Fellowship. Those will take place simultaneously, so we're going to have a round 2 with all 8 players again. What did people think about having all the games up at the same time versus one focused on? Is that the right answer, or is that just too distracting?
I think flipping between them, I'm going back and forth between watching the stream and watching the games in GEMP. I think it's a little bit clearer when you just have one up.
All right. So we will do that for the remainder, unless the folk in Twitch tell us very loudly that that's the wrong answer. And we'll make that be the play. So we've got about 7 minutes here before the next round starts. I am going to go grab a beverage. I finished my coffee very early on that first round, and I need something to drink. But I'll be right back, and I'm going to leave this just up and going. Don't let it crash on me, all right?
Thanks so much. All right, see you in a bit.
I feel bad that we don't have anything exciting like Ketura's spinning wheel of prizes to do in the downtime here.
Yeah, I think there are many prizes to be handed out, but I do not have them here, nor do I have a clear list of what needs to go. But I bet I can track down, maybe, the form he uses for people to sign up for prizes, so that folk watching, if they would like to enter a raffle, can still be eligible for those once we figure out how to hand them off. I think that's in the Players Council Google Drive. So I'm going to look there. I found a list of responses to some form. There we go. So I don't think I have access to where all of the answers to this go, but I am sure Ketura, when he is feeling better, will host something. Maybe we'll do a post-event commentary and prize giveaway. But if anybody is interested in signing up, I'm going to give a link to... I don't think I want to give the Google Doc itself. Let me post this to you guys first, and you can tell me if it's the right thing. Just posted in the Players Council channel. Would one of you be kind enough to take a look at that and tell me if that... I, like Twitch, have never used Google Forms. I don't know if I give this link or if this is the link to, like, seeing the responses and editing the settings.
2024. Let me take a look. I might not... Oh, this looks correct.
Yeah, I think
email, your screen name, and then your address if you want to. I think that this is right, even though I have not looked at this before, but it seems to be the same type of form that Ketura has used previously for things, and it's the house prize raffle. So.
All right, so for anyone watching, I'm going to post... Nope, I'm not going to post a docs link. It's not going to let me. Why? Because I'm not logged in? Because I'm apparently not logged into Twitch. But I am through OBS. Can I safely log in as myself? Or will that cause problems?
I'm going to try to log into Twitch. I don't remember. It's been so long since I used my Twitch. I don't know if... See if I can log in here. I'll post it there if I can get in.
Greatly appreciate it. I'm going to try to get logged in as the Players Council account as well, because I think that's less likely to cause issues than if I log in as myself, while also streaming as the Players Council. We have 24 viewers. That is incredible. All right.
Yeah, nice to have
So,
lots of people in here. Fresh dude clapping. Oh, you already got it. Okay, cool. I was about to do that, but looks like you.
All right, so anyone who is in chat or on stream is eligible to win some of these prizes, as is everybody playing today and everybody I believe who played last week. But I don't know how Ketura does his wheel of giveaways, nor do I have the prize list in front of me to be able to actually do that piece of this stream. So we will.
So it'll be a surprise.
Yeah, either it will be spun with no recording and some prizes will be handed out, or it will not surprise me if we try to set something up maybe for next week to talk about what's coming up for the next year and what we're looking at for the World Championship 2025. So, all right, we are coming up on time here. Let me start getting that tournament table set up. Make sure I've got
right, because you're going to be making some fellowship block tables, right?
Yep, I'm going to have to do a little bit of both.
Yeah, an event. So it's Fellowship deck registration.
I did somewhere. I apologize to all the streamers who keep seeing my screen jump. I'm logged in an incognito browser with my test account, so I think I can grab those. Oh no, I can't. You had to give them to me. That's right.
Yeah, let me just copy paste in the Players Council chat the Fellowship one, and then the movie one that you did before is it's the exact same thing, but it's movie instead of FOTR. So let me get that into the Players Council chat for you.
All right. I'm going
Just
to
copy
get...
paste. So there's the one for Fellowship, and movie is the same. It's just movie instead of FOTR.
All right. So just trying to keep things consistent. Update this to upper bracket round 2. I have entirely too many tabs going on. I'm going to grab that from you. Thank you very much. So our tournament code, this is the upper bracket, so this will be movie. We are playing Players Council movie format. And screen's going to jump one more time as I pull up the roster. Alright, so we're going to have Basmelis versus Axter. Please confirm for me that they were the two that won. Basmelis and Axter, yep. And we will have Big N19 and the Faker. Alright. Would one of you be kind enough to post in GEMP that we are starting off in 1 minute here? Or we are actually already behind? Just post that we are starting off. There will be a very short delay while I get the second set of Fellowship tables up.
Okay, I'll say in just a couple minutes here.
Malformed input. I thought that's what we did before. 2024 WC Champ PC movie decks.
For movie.
Movie has an eye in it.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, I wasn't. Yeah, I couldn't see. It was a little blurry. Yep, there you go.
So we should have our movie games up.
Those are the movie games.
Now we're going to do our lower bracket with FOTR, Fellowship block, and here we've got Simple versus...
Oh, wait. Big N19 saying he thinks the matchup is wrong.
Oh, no.
Is Big N19 supposed to be playing Easy?
No. He should be playing the Faker.
Yeah, he is playing the Faker. Yeah, that seems right.
Sorry about that. I wasn't. He made me question it for a second. Okay, I lost him.
BZ is going to be facing Sempol, and our Bronco is going to be facing Pokak.
Well, already this is going to be really interesting when you've got Basmelis versus Axter. Basmelis is off to the races already, going after doing his... Oh, this time he removed a lot of burdens. Interesting.
Alright. All of those games should be up now.
But now he's adding his burdens to get his rings. Be interesting to see if Basmelis is able to survive or see coming the loss to the Goblins.
So Basmelis did... he and I have played a few games using Lost to the Goblins during an earlier championship and then a test match getting ready for groups. So he might see it coming, though Axter's deck is quite different than the one I played. I was not using Tentacles, so it could be a complete surprise as well.
Let me go to spectate. I don't know if Big N19 is starting the game. I'm going to talk to him. He's just typing in the GEMP chat right now. He said, I lost to R Bronco and should be using Fellowship deck. But do I just respond? He was in the upper bracket. I didn't really look closely at the bracket.
You're right. Nelson lost, didn't he?
I thought
You lost to our Bronco.
Oh no! Oh no! Yep, that is wrong. I have some of these wrong.
It might just
No.
be
I've
Pokek and Bronco.
got that wrong. All right. So
Yeah, you should go. Someone who's an admin should go chime in and can chat in the chat. Should go chime in those games.
yes.
I cannot talk in the game, but you might be able to just let.
All right. So I got Big N's game and Poek's game wrong. So okay, Big N has not started correctly.
I'm just gonna say.
Can I post that?
Okay, I just let them know we're gonna fix that. So, so it is just those two games, and it doesn't look like they've. Well, it looked like Pokek and our Bronco started. However, Big N19 and the Faker did not yet.
So the game that's correct is the BZ Sempo game and the Basmelis Axter game.
So Basmelis and Axter and BZ and Semple are correct. I was wrong about who won the Big N BZ game. Or the Big N our Bronco game. I thought Big N won that one, so I set it up badly, and I will fix that now.
For the folks on the stream, are you able to put up a different window for me to commentate on while you're fixing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here is the Basmelis Axter game. That one is correct.
Okay.
And I'll get the other tables done right, because that is my fault. Alright, so going movie. Apologies to our players here.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what happens here. Like, I don't know if even with like Lady Redeemed, if there's anything that like he can really do to slow down the loss from the goblins. So do you just go for like Shadow Wind first yourself? Seems to just be happy to go all out dumping his fellowship cards here.
Alright, for those of you on the stream, before I get this wrong again, top bracket should be our Bronco and the Faker, correct?
Yes.
Those were the two that won. Yep, that would be upper bracket, and lower bracket would be... Okay, good, you canceled that one as well. So, Big N19 and Pokek.
Alright, and they're playing Fellowship. Alright. Those should be up now. Sorry about that.
It's alright.
Actually, I'm not sure what these are.
Basmelis racing to the finish line.
You gotta run.
I mean, yeah, it's an interesting try to outrun becoming lost to the goblins is somewhat of it's a decent approach.
It's a very me move. It got me to the bottom of the last tournament.
Yeah, the fellowship that he's running here, which is I recognize deeply, does not move very fast. It is pretty survivable, but it is really there to set up your Lost to the Goblins run. But Basmelis has 0 wounds on Frodo, maybe because there has been no ability to skirmish yet.
Yeah, there's been no shadow phases yet.
Yeah, so
which
This version of
Yeah.
Lost to the Goblins, you really do just need to sprint and get to the end before. In this case, before Axter has
Right.
3 Lost to the Goblins in hand, with 9 burdens
Yeah.
needed to be added.
Unless you can like self-exert, but I don't know how you do that with this build.
Right.
Yeah, you need some kind of possession to do that during, like, Sting, I guess.
If you've got
Yeah,
he had
Sting, you could
the
absolutely
original
exhaust
thing to
yourself.
do it.
But that is an interesting part of this play. Yeah, I wonder if Basmalis knows what's going on. You can see what Axter is putting on the bottom of his deck, but I don't think he's put any Lost to the Goblins yet. He has not.
Yeah, that is kind of a bug that we want to fix in the future, because technically you shouldn't be able to see it, and we should, it should be a surprise for him. I mean, because it's not like an event where Decipher used to run them where the person's physically at the table. Of course, they can walk around and observe other games in their free time, but now doing this digitally, the only drawbacks are, it's like someone could have a bunch of all the other games up in front of him. Nothing stops him from doing that.
Right. And by the rules, kind of not. This is a bug in GAMP. It is not an actual rules issue. If you are playing, if you have to draw a card, take a card in the hand, put a card in your deck that is of any given type, you do need to display it to your opponent so that they can confirm it's the right type. But Gimli, the Dwarf of Erebor, does not care what type of card it is. And if
Correct,
you do not
yeah.
need to validate that it is legal, and only show that it is a single card, you are not required to display that to your opponent. So that is a bug in GAMP. It is known about, and I don't know if it's just been lower priority or if there is some complexity to how to fix that.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, it was neat to see, even though, was it BZ who was playing Axter before, Axter still pulled it off, in spite of the bug.
Yep. No, you just have to be careful about what you're cycling through. It means that if you draw your Lost to the Goblins very early, you might be stuck playing with 4 cards worth of cycle in your hand. It does not mean that those 4 cards are not your endgame strategy. So, I mean, it's kind of whatever works best. And Axter is already down to 17 cards in deck, so he's probably pretty well set up here.
Yeah, getting there.
Yeah, Basmalis is removing some burdens. He's down to 2, but you need to be at over 12 to survive a Lost to the Goblins bomb.
Yeah, Resolute Hobbit, seen him a couple times. This is a different image. I had to zoom in on that one. I forgot about that promo version. That extra 2 resistance can be important.
Yep. If Basmalis is running a File of Galadriel and can remove 1 more burden, that might be enough to fully shut Axter down. But when you're running a 12 resistance Frodo, you usually aren't worried about getting to 14. There are very few decks where that's a better strategy than, say, removing a couple of burdens. Either with... He's got not a lot of Aragorn signets, but he does have elves, and elves have a few burden removal options, as well as, of course, hobbits. With all of their...
Yeah, it's been neat to see Elf Song being used. That kind of has made a comeback. I think early on in one of my original PC decks, like last year when I was trying my PC movie deck that was Galadriel Ringbearer, just dropped the Sam and threw in a couple Elf Songs because it feeds into Círdan. So it's neat to see that card being used again.
Yeah, also feeds into the Estelle Lady Redeemed dynamic there, although that also is the critique of Estelle, that it makes these otherwise middling elf events useful.
Yep,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Axter running Let Folly Be Their Cloak. This is a card that I have never seen played, I don't think, ever. But in order to reduce his Twilight output to keep his Fellowship alive as he moves to Site 4, he does worry...
And it's cool that it doesn't have a spotting requirement.
It does not. It exerts some number of companions. It is one of those Gandalf cards that is not really a Gandalf card other than by the chosen picture.
He's there in spirit.
Yeah, the Bilbo Ring Bearer with consorting with wizards is very good, especially with Pippin, the Players' Council Pippin here of Tuxborough, who allows you to bounder over and over again with a +1 boost if you've got enough Frodo Signets. He's very good at keeping Bilbo alive, but a heavy swarm can be one of those things that does wreck this option. This Bilbo is, I think, a bit better trying to face off against the Cave Troll than against too many goblins, because they will kill Merry and Pippin first.
True, although with that Let Folly Be Your Cloak and general chokiness, doesn't seem to be, even with like Moria Twilight Generation, doesn't seem to be giving him enough to work with.
Yeah, he's definitely not set up here for that. Pippin using his ability to keep himself alive against the Troll's keyword.
Mm.
We all know Axter's not going for a Fellowship win here, but his Fellowship is in a little bit of a rough shape against what Best Malice is running. If Best Malice has figured this out and can avoid the bomb at Site 7, he might actually be able to try to pull off a Shadow win here.
Confluence.
And here we go.
Boy.
So Golem Darkest Darkness is coming out. Presumably those last 12 cards in Axeter's deck are all Shadow, which is going to allow him to get 3 tentacles, exert the Ring Bearer, and add 12 burdens. Using tentacles, he did need to play his Vile Tentacle first, and he discarded... What did he discard? He had discarded something from hand in order to add Marsh to the current site.
And here it goes.
Yep, he only needs 3.
2.
Is he 1 shy? Let's see.
4. Oh, he's 1 shy.
Oh.
1.
Alright, well, that's Malice.
There it is.
And Axter recognized it right away. That was his only shot there. Of the 12 cards he had left, it looks like one of them was consorting with wizards. He probably miscounted.
He didn't quite calculate it right.
Yeah, it can be very hard to keep track of there when running that. How do I get
1 shy?
I need to get back to the game hall. Where's my tab that has the game hall? Yeah, the one
that was a
shy
close
there is
one.
hard.
There was 1 burden removed at one point, right? I can't recall what it was, but he Basilisk was able to remove a burden, so he effectively saved himself.
Yeah, he used an elf
Yeah,
song.
he removed a couple burdens at the very beginning as well with Elf Song.
Okay, it was Elf Song. Nice.
Yeah, that
Saving him.
you can get 12 out of the Lost Bomb, but keeping track of what's in your deck. On Gemp, you might have a separate window open and just be clicking to get rid of the list as you go. I know I had a bunch of beads sitting next to me when I was running Lost to the Goblins deck during an earlier tournament to try to track how many Fellowship cards were left in my deck. That's the only thing I tracked. But keeping track of
nice.
something,
Yeah. And once all the Fellowship cards are gone, then you know you're set.
I just know I need 12. I'll keep putting cards on the bottom till I'm there. But here we are with the Faker and our Bronco, our actual winners of the first round. It's finally set up, and looks like they are already at Site 5 and 6 respectively. The Faker... Oh, it is our Bronco's turn. Our Bronco is at the Bridge of Khazad-dûm, but he's not facing off against a Balrog. And Kea, however, spots 6 companions and is wrecking some havoc here. Looks like he was able to keep Legolas alive. I'm not sure what he did to prevent a wound somewhere, or perhaps
It was Nenya.
It was Nenya?
He has it was the discard to heal Nenya.
Thank you. But Canteo
Which is
will
one of the
eat
better...
Galadriel, which is maybe exactly what our Bronco wants if she's served her purpose, no longer wants 6 companions in the Fellowship.
Yeah, exactly. Get it down to 5 and try and be safe from NK.
His Fellowship fairly well wounded here. I'm guessing he's not moving to Site 6 this turn.
Although he does have that Archer homie.
He does
Who can
have
just
the
be a
Archer.
nice little bump.
Yep, that is true. But
Yeah,
he
you can
has
vent
right
him
side.
fodder.
Faker is going to heal up here. Looks like making sure Gandalf can cancel at least one skirmish, and then getting his fighters ready to go. We saw the tail end of this game with Rohirrim last time, and I'm really curious how the setup works. I don't think we watched enough of that. I'm not sure if he's behind on setup, or if our Bronco has simply been decimating his support area. We've got a little bit of chatter going on in the Twitch chat here. Loving the tentacles, excited to see Grima. Somebody's mentioning that they have never won a game against Besmelis. If there's one player that you will never win a game against, it probably is going to be Besmelis. He is absolutely just such a good opponent. But keep trying. He will drop a game eventually. Whether or not it is today, or if he will be our world champion 2 years in a row, we will find out.
The best day of my life was when I accidentally won against Besmalis one time.
It can be
Been one of
done.
the all-time, right?
He was probably trying out something a bit silly, but, you know, made me feel good.
Yeah, never let that get in your way from enjoying the win. He's the kind of player that you could hand a starter deck and would still do very well against a proper constructed one. Oh, I'm trying to keep up a little bit with chat here. Yep, chat is all about the mess up we had at the beginning of this round. I think we're all set.
Players are best cancel. Yep. Yeah, most chats going on in the stream.
Alerts.
Well, if Bronco has a good hand here, it's going to be an interesting match when we hit brown lands.
It sure is. Yeah, those are
Yeah.
There's a lot left there, vitality-wise, for the
He
Faker.
could play his site with what's the there's a Gandalf event that lets you.
Oh yeah, if he had Speak Friend and Enter, that could be game-changing, but
Yep.
shy of that, like, unless the Bronco has a terrible hand, I don't see how you survive against brown lands.
That is a
I know, it's
great
brutal.
question. That ring cannot be worn until the skirmish phase. Anyone can only
Yeah.
take one more wound. Brownlands presumably is going to drop 4 from the site itself, and then all of the archers that go with that. The Faker also
even
has
like
2 threats.
I think 3 archers is enough to wipe it out. That'd be sick.
You may honestly only need the one. One from the
Oh,
archer,
he
one
said
from Brownlands.
Simple IPL is running hard in chat here, so I'm just
Let's-
looking at that one real quick.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Got Simple IPL at site 7. I'm assuming it might have been maybe a double from 5 to 7. We'll see.
Yeah, facing off against
Easy.
here. That swarm of the troll, it's a lot of big minions, but it's might be enough to get 2 on Frodo.
Not with Ranger in the north, if he's willing to let Ranger in the north go this time.
That's it's an excellent point.
Mm.
Ranger could take 2 of them, could potentially even survive 2 of them, depending on. Yep. He will.
There we go.
But that sure is going to stack the Goblin Swarms for any future move quite heavily.
Yeah, definitely.
That troll is fearsome damage +1, but Gimli wearing a helm can probably tank it. Though he may
Yeah,
lose his
just
helm.
take the first wound and then prevent all wounds the second time.
Yep. Looks like everyone is going to survive here.
But that is quite the stack on Goblin Swarm.
It
If
sure
he's
is.
not sitting on a sleep Caradras, I don't know if you can survive that twice.
I don't know that he can. Gandalf does have the 1 wound left in order to play asleep, but he needs something.
Looks like it's Faker's turn to move, possibly to, as we were speculating,
This is
brown
the
lands.
behind.
Do with brown land.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull that one back up here.
Just the start of the fellowship phase now.
But that's
Will he get any more companions and/or vitality and/or healing?
right.
That's the question.
Oh, did he get screwed by that site?
Oh,
Man, the site doing a lot of work there. Yeah, did they all exert from that site because he didn't have a ranger?
yes,
They must have.
they
yeah.
did. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody exerted plus the handful of wounds.
Ooh, Leo went.
A little
Clutch.
bit of healing here.
From Leo.
Whether it is enough is
Yeah, that's brown lands can be scary. So
yeah, looks
well,
like
let's see.
looks like he
8
can
does him in at the moment.
What was that?
8 is the number that wipes the board at this point. Unless, I don't think he can heal anymore. Yeah, because he's lost initiative now.
Yeah, it's actually 6 because there are 2 threats waiting to be triggered here.
Oh, and 2 threats. Yeah, 6. Okay.
And that is 6, and probably even more. Well, he's making it archery instead of threats, but turning 2 threats into 2 additional archery wounds.
That's 8. That should wipe the table.
Unless he's got a handful of intimidates, and nope, there he goes.
No.
Oh, the ring bearer can't take the wounds anyway, so now the ring bearer is just gonna have to fight all those guys.
Interesting.
That is a lot.
It's actually a point
I
in
don't
time
know.
where that marksman's ability caused more harm than it caused any good. But
I think he's fine though.
this seems like a likely overwhelm, unless we're missing something very important here. There we
Nope.
go. All right, so our Bronco. Nope. Yes, our Bronco taking round 2. I am going to make sure to record that properly, so I don't get it wrong again. And we'll go back to. All right, who's still playing? We had another game end that I missed. Our Bronco won. Basmelis won. And let's jump into Poek and Big Nine.
The other 2 look like they're still going. I don't think either of those ended.
No, there are 2 games still going here. BZ and Sempol, Poek and Big Nine, or Big N19 rather, are both playing hard here. Basmelis won his match, was the thing I was trying to record. That was the second game.
Yes.
I don't want to get it wrong again. That was, once is my bad.
They're both playing the archery pincushion ring. Albeit you got to take 2 burdens for each archery wound if that's the way you go.
Still better than nothing in the fellowship, though. To be fair, like
So
it's
true.
just a no-brainer to play that ring.
Yeah, there's not really any downside to playing that one in fellowship.
The only thing that's worth considering is if you expect to be taking burdens from the ring with some kind of healing going on, it can be a lot better to have 1 less vitality but fewer burdens to wipe off. The ruling ring is sometimes a consideration I have when running like a pipeweed deck, because pipe can peel off 5 burdens a turn, and if Frodo got stuck taking a bunch of hits, it's not a bad option.
Yeah, that's a good point on pipeweed with that just mega burden removal engine.
I don't always run it in pipeweed, so I don't think it's strictly better in that situation, but it is the kind of place where if you're not worried about archery or like Isengard Orc regroup wounding, it can be worthwhile for Frodo might need to skirmish the cave troll with a bounder on the table to keep him alive, and I want to be able to get rid of those rather than suddenly stacking up the burdens too quickly. Hospital is also a place where that's probably worthwhile if you're running a Hobbit hospital and keeping everybody well healed, where you have a handful of burden removal cards, but not enough to get rid of the double that you might experience from Isildur's Bane. I think it's pretty rare. I think Isildur's Bane is the go-to for good reason. All right, so we have
Too great, terrible.
Just cleaning my tabs. We've got Taya with 5 Twilight to use, but he's not overwhelming anybody in this setup.
Not Gimli, anyway.
Certainly not Gimli.
Nope.
Whether or not he will be threatening enough to be paired with a partner should Big Ed move again is a worthwhile question. You know, he's only ahead by a tiny bit. It's a understandable concern as to if a double move here would end the game or set you far enough ahead to feel comfortable.
And he reconciles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's a safe reconcile because like Pokek doesn't yet have Gandalf on the table, so and it's not a river, so there's no way Pokek can triple
Right.
unless he plays Gandalf and Gwei here right now. So you can aim for that like double from 7 to 9 rather than forcing it to 8.
Yeah, and facing off against Nazgul, you know you're not worried about the side 8 that spots 5 orcs to stop you in your tracks. I don't recall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's not going to be facing that, I don't think, so...
I mean, if he is, it's
And
only
even
because
if-
it has more Twilight than the other options. It won't be able to slow him down. So, that's a good
Yeah,
call.
and even if Pokek could triple, Nelson is definitely running that site himself and could drop 5 orcs. So even if you did have Gwei here, it just stops the move full stop.
Yep. That is all true. Pokek here going up to 6 companions. Putting himself in Nkea range, but also protecting against the swarm if Nkea is not on the table.
Yeah, I think that's fairly safe at this point. Like, in the game, you've got like Sam and Pippin out there are way better protection against a potential swarm than Nkea chipping Legolas. Although there's a case for like, do you actually exhaust Pippin
I wonder that
to
too.
prevent like infinite boundary instead of chipping Legolas? I'd say Legolas.
Yeah, Legolas' ability to pick off all of the small minions. I'm assuming this is a standard swarm, but we haven't seen a large hit of it yet. So if it is the tankier folk instead of a horde, Arwen may actually be a good choice.
Yeah, I think I saw him play Goblin Patrol Tube earlier. I think it's the Fellowship version of that deck. He just hasn't made it go boom yet, and has been getting like chipped away at by Secret Sentinels.
Yeah, that is fair.
But man, that's tough. Like Ranger in the North, Pippin, Sam. You've got to get so many minions out to have a meaningful swarm there.
That Pippin is really cool. Seems popular. It's one I haven't seen.
He is very good. He's good in the way where I'm not convinced he's too strong, but it does make me look at the other Pippins and go, I wish these guys were a little bit better. It's hard to for this one. Exhausting Aragorn.
Yeah, that's not a terrible move if he has no way. If he thinks he has no way of healing Aragorn, that's like Legolas can pick off a couple minions. Aragorn, you got 3 extra ones on him right there.
Yep, and we did just see him discard just the one. I thought it was 2 Aragorns to heal, but reducing the likelihood that he'll have more to peel those wounds off.
Someone in the chat mentioned the other game. It looks like they said Sempo took out BZ's Goblin Swarm. And this game is getting very...
Oh, that's the same one.
Oh yeah, we're at Site 9 now.
You got
BZ
Site
9.
Alright, let's see the end here. BZ did make it to Site 9.
And, oh wow.
Left on the table.
You got just a
Trail of
couple.
Isengard, wounding Slurman twice. He can't do it again.
Yeah, that's a concession.
Oh, yep. Simple.
Just looked like a tough draw, I guess, there with the. I mean, we didn't really. I wasn't paying attention to earlier in the game whether his hand was getting clogged or anything, but it's tough. Only have 2 minions there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no, for
Simple
sure.
was eliminated, unfortunately.
Simple is out
Well
for
played.
today.
But he is out.
Does not stop him from being one of the absolute best players there is, but today is all
Indeed.
about only the best players, so somebody had to drop. The loser of this game will go as well, and will face off against Easy, I think. I really need to keep track of that better. Where is my roster? I wish I had access to move these. It would make it much easier. Alright, so
Easy.
Easy is going to face off against the loser of Alright, so our Bronco beat. I need to do this right. Asby Axter. Our Bronco beat the Faker? No. I need some help on this one, guys. I'm losing track. I've not done as good a job as I need to here. Easy be simple. Yes, our Bronco must have faced off against the Faker.
Pretty good swarm starting to build up here.
He sure does.
Yeah, I've seen that. He got. So that's all. That's all his scimitars. 4 Twilight, yeah, left, and Mori Scout can't exert. So that was the nerf you said that Goblin Patrol Troop took. Was it making it a unique orc?
Unique orc or self, so it can't exert scout or flankers.
Okay, gotcha. Still pretty strong, but yeah, limiting your draw engine a little bit.
Yeah, it got a little bit ridiculous when given everyone was running at least an Elven ally. Moria Scout basically was a 1 vitality, 6 free cost, 6 strength, 1 vitality minion whose game text said draw a card. Was kind of
Yeah.
what he ended up being. So we felt like that was a good way to clip the GPT wings just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Did power according to his stature get changed?
Paths
Or is that
has
still
been
the same
unchanged.
card?
That's been the same, I believe.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, this is an interesting call. Big N19 looks like he's thinking about using an armory. No, he didn't.
Yeah, keeping
A lot to
those
consider
alive.
there.
Yeah, you gotta be holding. He must be holding on to the armories for like a double paths, I'd imagine.
But even
Yeah, if
he's
you're worried
not,
about that, you need him. Especially if you can't get Pippin. He exhausted Aragorn, which looks like that was right now. Looks like that wasn't a
Or
bad choice because
yeah,
yeah, both Legolas and Aragorn are only need to lose to be removed from the table, and Pippin will be
Mhm.
overwhelmed by anybody he faces off against. So he could be looking here not as trying to get the overwhelm on Frodo this turn, just in case of that paths,
Yep.
but just to clear this fellowship out, really stop him from having any chance at 9.
Sure, and then get something on, get some guys on swarms, which he was able to draw into.
Right. Yeah, that scout would lose against Arwen. I mean, he could also go for the kill on Frodo here, but 2 paths would keep him alive.
Mm.
No Boromir, no idea how much he's. Oh no, Pippin alone will
Pippin
keep him
can
alive.
help here.
Because Pippin will make Frodo a 5. And can't be overwhelmed.
who
against
isn't
this turn.
overwhelmed until 15? Yeah, so I mean, I think you go for killing Pippin or Aragorn and getting more of your runners stacked
Yeah,
and live to swarm another day.
Legolas is gonna die here. Do you kill? I think you kill Aragorn and stack the keyword in the runner. Pippin's gonna get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Arwen will win her skirmish. He could stop that, but then Aragorn wins his, and I don't think that's better for him. One less companion is better than the scout stacked, I think. Even if the scout is
I would
the
kill.
better minion.
Yeah, I would kill Aragorn. I mean, well, you get the scout stacked either way. I mean, I guess Frodo could kill. Oh, he's going for Pippin. Interesting. Take out the infobounder.
Yep. No, and that is fair because Pippin could use his ability on himself to keep him alive against just the.
Sure. You just do Legolas's skirmish last, and Pippin's able to keep himself alive there.
Right.
Oh, interesting. He did not.
I don't think you needed to do Legolas's skirmish last.
Oh wait,
Oh,
14. Yeah, actually, you're right. Pippin would have been just exhausted, but not. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I don't want to talk too much because I know the people could be actually listening to us while they're watching it.
They have been prohibited from doing so, but that doesn't, I guess, necessarily mean anything. But you're right, because if Pippin
they did state they're not supposed to. That was part of the rules.
Yep.
Okay, good.
But yeah, if Pippin had exerted himself twice there, is somebody damage +1 and we're missing it?
He wouldn't have got the strength bump because there was only 2 Frodo signets,
Right,
which is why it maybe would have been better to kill Legolas last.
Yeah,
that would work.
I fully missed that as we were watching it go, but I think you were right. Oh, Big N coming out strong with a few extra companions.
Yeah, that feels like he might make it to the end there.
Put him in a KO
He
to
might
lose
just
that
do that,
Gimli,
yeah.
but that probably doesn't matter against the shadow he's been facing. Boromir and Aragorn Ranger of the North is gonna really keep Frodo alive.
That Boromir is great.
Yeah, he's not the best Boromir for every deck, but I would wager he is the best, generally speaking, Boromir in the game. Has been since Sight 1. He is just so good at keeping, as long as the Ring Bearer is a hobbit, so good at keeping your Ring Bearer.
Yeah.
Right. He's great in sealed. He's really strong card. You always feel like in a lot of sealed games, I run a couple. I don't often run 2 copies of a companion, but if there's one you want a couple copies of, he's one that you could always play 2 of in sealed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Miss the ending. Or maybe I was just away from the table and didn't see the other end. Oh no, that was the BZ Simple IPL one. It was the Uruk.
Right. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Is he going to get big enough? If he can take out the Witch King here, that's probably guarantees him to double. Damage +4. Oh, man.
Dang.
That was big.
Putting his big boy pants.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to wound Cantea. He'd need a Serve in the Sacred Fire, though I think he's running them. Does not have one in hand, it seems. Letting Gandalf go.
Not a bad idea if that's what he does.
Yeah, it makes sure that Ankea can't come out and finish off Gimli or get rid of Boromir as he moves to Site 9. Interesting to see it's the tracker one. Was Poek running some throwaway trackers just for this? He was. I have seen that often with Moria Swarm decks. I have not seen that done alongside Nazgul. Interesting extra little bit of a threat there.
Yeah, I've seen this. This deck has been an interesting one. People have been sort of like rainbow Nazgul wounding. It's like wound.
Oh, there you go.
Hate.
That's what you use them for. That reminds me of like a Daisukman that he would always come up with some creative mashups in our fellowship constructed leagues. I haven't played them in a while, but that was one that I remember. I think it was him that he would do the Nazgul combo with those orc scouts using hate right at the end there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can build the hand for it, that sounds like it could be a really nice surprise.
Nice surprise.
Nice for you, I suppose. It'll be an unfortunate surprise. Poek conceding defeat here, accepting that he's not going to get anybody on Frodo before the end. So that will keep Big N19 alive in the bottom bracket. And unfortunately, Poek will be done for the day. I keep saying Poek. Is that Pokek?
Okay.
Pokek. All right. So with that round over, we will move into our round 3, which is bottom bracket only. Our remaining undefeated players, Basmelis and Axter, will get a reprieve. All right. So 10 minutes before round 3 starts. Round 3 is...
All right. I'm gonna keep following, but I'm gonna hop off from the commentating. It's been a lot of fun. These are fun to watch, and I'll keep my eyes peeled, but I gotta turn to on something else. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Maz.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Bye.
All right. So round 3 will start at 16:53, if I'm doing my time conversions right. Is that right, dstaley and Balrog? You guys are only an hour off. Though.
Yeah. 16:54.
All right.
Or 53. Mock, if you want to send me the bracket link, I can see if I can have a go at updating it in response to Chadwick's request.
Yeah, I would love to get the bracket. I'd really like to be using the bracket link rather than trying to type it all out myself, because that's what is making this hard for me. Let me...
Yeah.
I'll send that right over.
No guarantees. Anyone watching the stream, I may be inept at it, but I will give it a try.
Yeah, it looks like it requires a login to be able to actually update it. I can't, drag anything around, which makes sense. Since it's a preview and subject to change until the tournament has started, but I'm not familiar with this challenge.com website.
Oh, yeah.
And
I see that.
Kent didn't give me log on for this one.
Let me see if he will send. Oh, he may be out of it, but we'll see.
Sorry for the silence in the stream. Trying to just make sure everything's right here. I am just straight out going to post what I think is round 3 in chat here for those players to let me know if I've got something wrong. I'd far rather get called out before I've set the wrong table up. See if anybody says anything. We do have a few minutes here before the next round will start. dstaley, while you are looking at that, I am going to step away for all of 2 minutes. I apologize if that leads to some silence on the Twitch stream here, but we will be back and at it to watch the, what is this, quarterfinals of the Fellowship bracket at this point? So.
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna go mute as well while I try and figure out the bracket.
All right, good deal. We'll resume in about 5 minutes. Give ourselves 1 minute before the games are going to start back up, so I can get it all set and ready to go. Thanks all. Alright, so I am back, just trying to keep the air from being too dead here while we wait for the next round to start and see if dstaley is able to figure out our challenger bracket, which would be lovely but not required. Looks like there's been a little bit of chatter in the Twitch chat that I missed while we were trying to watch those last games, so some call-outs for Gimli absolutely destroying a troll. A little bit of sadness at Sempol being eliminated from today's event. Everybody but one is going to be at some point, so I hope it's not too harsh on any of our viewers, but that is the kind of game we're playing today. Most of our tournaments with the PC, we do host them kind of throughout the summer and early fall season, and I'm hoping that next year we will host more. Though that's a personal preference and not something the PC has largely committed to. But I think these events tend to be a lot of fun. You get some really good players bringing their favorite decks. And once the tournament circuit starts back up next year, we will start, likely, again, not sure exactly how this is going to work for next year, but based on this year, we'll be handing out invites to next year's big event, the group stage that we did last week, and eventually the top 8 like today. Those tournaments, as well as some leagues, are how we get people into these seats. It's how the top players are selected, or at least historically how that has been done. I keep going back on myself there just because I know that there's been some open discussion about a few potential changes for next year, and I have no idea what the actual changes, if any, will be. But these types of events are usually simply Swiss. We don't do double elimination except for this final 8. And so most of the time in a tournament event, we play. This year, it's been the minimum number of Swiss rounds based on player count. So 2 rounds for 4 players, 3 for 8, 4 for 16, 5 if you have more than 16. And I think one of the changes we've talked about for next year that we might consider is doing the minimum number plus 1. It gives players the possibility of kind of making a comeback if they have a misstep somewhere along the way. I know the group stage was like that. We played 10 rounds with 32 players, which is several more than absolutely necessary in order to get one undefeated champion at the end of the day. But it does lead for a very fun event, and it lets the top players all kind of face off in those last few rounds. Everyone has done very well, and you get several rounds where even if you lose, you may be top 8. In last week's event, to get the top 8 we have today, there was no player who went fully undefeated. Basanalis, who came in first, was in fact had dropped 1 game in the fellowship tables, I believe, against Big N19. But alright, so I'm going to get this next round of tables set up. Just doing some copy pasting over here. We are looking at. I don't know if the names I call these is actually meaningful, but I'm trying to stay consistent. So this is going to be round 3. It's going to be the lower bracket. Playing Fellowship, we're playing competitive, and players seem to have confirmed that I've got these tables correct. So we have BZ versus the Faker, and Axter versus Big N19. All right.
I think I've got a new bracket made, but I'll need you to quickly review with me live who won what in each game.
Absolutely. All right. So those tables have been added successfully while they get their preparation phases started. Let's go over what you've got. So, round 1, we had Basanalis and Sempo. Basanalis won.
Axter beat BZ.
Axter beat BZ.
Sports score, Axter.
Our Bronco.
Big N
lost. That
Bronco
was,
beat Big
I had recorded that wrong, but our Bronco won that game.
And then Faker beat Pokek.
Correct.
Then in the losers round 1, BZ beat Sempo.
In the losers bracket, BZ beat Sempo.
Yep. Cool. And Nelson beat Pokek.
Correct. And
then Basanalis beat Axter.
Correct. And our Bronco beat the Faker.
All right, we have a live bracket now, so you can use that
Amazing.
link, and I'll keep it going.
All right, let me find where you posted that to.
Just put it in GEMP chat.
Oh,
So
no.
anyone who's watching this who wants to follow along, the link to this is in GEMP chat.
They are playing Fellowship PC.
Oh, sorry, Players Council, mock.
Hold on. We've got people saying Big N says we should be playing Fellowship, not movie. Axter says movie we're playing, please fix. We have movie decks.
Yeah, they all should be playing Fellowship this round.
All right. Yeah, they should be playing Fellowship. They are Fellowship tables. Let's
move
that again. Tables say they're Fellowship, but clearly that's wrong. All right. Back to the drawing board for that one. And we will... I'm so sorry, guys. Trying very hard here, but I am failing to be Ketura.
Our fearless leader. Who would we be without him?
I know, right? Absolutely nowhere. I think I know what I did. I think even though I set the format right, I had the wrong tournament list. All right. So that was BZ versus our Bronco. Nope, BZ versus the Faker. Is that right? And
I do now have the bracket. Yeah, so Faker versus BZ, Axter versus Nelson.
all
Big
right.
N19.
We're at Fellowship for the decks. This is round 3. I don't know if that matters. Okay. All right, let's take 2.
Take 2. Hopefully we got the right tables this time.
Well, I got the right matchups at least.
Yeah, the matchups are right. Hopefully we just got the right they got the right decks this time around.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna pull this over onto the screen share while they're doing their preparation, and I will apologize in Gump chat. All right, so thank you so much for making this happen, dstaley. So yes, so
No worries.
our semifinals here in the undefeated bracket are sitting out this round. They are taking a break and some much needed rest while this bottom bracket round 2 is going on. Once this round is over, we will do the full semifinals up top, as well as the 4 games. Is that right? As I'm saying this, I'm wondering if I'm getting it wrong. Let me check the notes.
Yeah, that would be the semifinals. Yeah.
Yeah, so there will be a single table for both top and bottom going into the next round. Yes. So that'll be the semifinals.
Are we going to have the losers play out the consolation who got third game or no?
So the way that Ketura listed this for me, so round 4 is going to be Basmalis or Bronco, and then the winner of these 2 matches. Round 5 is going to be the loser of Basmalis and our Bronco, and the winner of this bottom bracket match that we don't know yet. So that will be
yes, because it's double elimination.
Right, as the winner of this match takes a break again. And then whoever has dropped a game but only won at the end of round 5 will face off in the finals.
Yes, that's correct.
Wins,
got it.
This one. The brackets are a little fuzzy. Ketura sent me an image that I don't know if there's a worthwhile place to post it. I don't think I can post images to Twitch chat, but maybe I can. Nope, it will not let me post that. But that is all right. So we have people. Big N already at site 3. Let's jump in and see what's going on there.
Let's watch the games.
Yeah, Frodo has already taken a beating here. He is at site 3. Oh, not waiting to assign. Having regrouped. He will not be able to heal up all of his wounds, but he is nicely ahead. If he can stop Axter here from doubling, he'll be in really good shape. But Axter has a very strong, very large fellowship setup here going on.
Oh, yeah, he's just going big, isn't he?
Yeah.
But Hop's having to exert. That's no fun.
But Frying Pans on Frodo and Sam is going to be very strong early tech against the swarm that Big N is hoping to put out.
Frying Pan is so good.
It really is.
I think in a lot of the decks last week in the group stage, almost everyone is running Frying Pan over Hobbit Sword and Movie. Which on the one hand is a testament to Frying Pan, on the other hand is a testament to how scared everyone was of the Movie version of this deck.
Right. Yeah, I think that is very fair. It is a a scary swarm, and movie where you tend to have more Twilight than in Fellowship, it can really go off.
Yeah. I do love though that the multi-path change we made sort of opened up some really fun stuff like that. Being able to do the like final last gasps Site 9 swarm with the few trackers thrown into the mix there.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to pull Fellowship sites for this swarm really gives it an edge that I think it didn't have when you were just using King sites. I think that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, even just if you're going for a Fellowship win, if you like time your movements right and or have like um Pathfinder or Speak Friend and Enter, just dropping that like you shall not pass, I have 5 orcs site can really be like a Fellowship strategy. I've won quite a few games doing that myself where it's just like I know I can't win with my shadow, but if I like time my free people's movements right, I can double bump past to 9.
Yep. Yeah, that makes
Which
a
you
lot
used
of
to be able
sense.
to be able to do in Fellowship, and now you can do it in movie as well.
I do love the variety that we get with the multipath. I think it adds so much
Yeah.
more than just the sites. You know, it really updates what strategies are effective.
Yeah, as like we saw with Broncos deck, like being a like I don't think you can run a like rainbow archery deck like that to as great a success without those sites.
True.
Where everyone got exerted at 7 because he didn't have a ranger, and then Brownlands
Yeah,
comes
I
in.
always like that Ranger site. It's such a good one to bring out of the Fellowship sort of environment and into something where people aren't running Rangers.
Yeah. Looks like Mock is responding to some folks on Gemp, but to your point, Balrog, yeah, there's also the Throne Room Theoden site that basically does the same thing. That if you're
Yeah.
if you're running the Towers path and you go through
That's
site
right.
7 without a Rohan companion, you get screwed. Which I think has given the like Towers path a bit of interesting play that it might not have otherwise.
Yeah, I think the other one from Tower's Path that becomes really scary if you see it as a starting is Site 3 that discards all of your weapons. It turns
Yeah,
an
that
early
one's
strong
nasty.
setup into just a disaster.
That
Yeah.
is a good one.
And I think that site says weapons, right? Not just possessions. So like if you teched out Aragorn and Elendil with an early save from the fire, you lose him.
I believe that is true, yeah. I don't have a good way of checking without losing our screen here. Ketura had some screen setup last stream where he could look those things up, but I don't know how that was done. So I do apologize.
I'll pull it up on my end.
I mean, I suppose I can always just take up slightly less of the screen here and then go to a deck builder on the other side.
Yeah.
That'll give us a similar effect, if not quite as fancy.
Yeah, it is weapons. The site does say weapons. So if you did get like Anduril or Narsil early on, or Aegilos, your possession weapons are not safe from that site.
Yep.
Sorry, your artifact
Your
weapons
possession
are not
artifacts.
safe.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the golden hole.
Ooh, Sleep Caradras.
Ooh, fully wiping out that setup there. We've got both of our games. I know we're watching at the moment Nelson and Axter, but both matches do have one player at Site 5 and one player at Site 3. The Faker has run ahead in his matchup. Nothing so exciting that I think I need to change the screen is there, but just for anyone who's not watching all the games at once and is only keeping up with the stream, a little bit of an update on how that's going.
You know, conversely, I think adding the Balrog site has not been very effective at all. Just having that as like a one-off thing, I don't think it makes much of a difference.
I've seen a few games. We're talking the Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
Yeah, having Bridge of Khazad-dûm in movie.
Yeah, I've seen it be able to pull the movie Belrog, the damage +2 one, which I think is neat, but because people seem
it's
to be
not
tech
clear.
for it, if you see an
And
armor
so
on
you-
the table, it's not doing much.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And with especially because the movie companions can get, well, they don't get stronger necessarily than the Fellowship ones, but you can have more of the stronger ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I've had Estelle or even a Sealder actually be able to take down a Balrog with a little bit of help from noble
Yeah.
leaders. Like,
I guess what I'm saying is the Balrog isn't that much of a threat in movie as it is in Fellowship.
I think that's true. Yeah, Fellowship very much. You need to have a solution for the Balrog, even if you don't face one in every match. Not having that available to you means you're probably losing 2 companions at Site 5. But in movie, because companions tend to be a bit stronger, a bit beefier, you're right. I think it's not as much of a threat.
Yeah, which is interesting. Because you have to run it if you choose a Fellowship side path. There's no way around it.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely guaranteed to hit Bridge of Khazad-dûm during Fellowship block.
Yep.
Alright, so Ketura has just posted the list of prize wheel stuff that we can put some names into. So we can try to get that set up for our next break period. I might do that if you guys don't mind taking over, or not taking over, but fully doing the commentary. See if I can't.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just flag you if I want you to change tabs. We've got both games up.
Awesome.
But yeah,
well,
I think what's interesting here is like Nelson's Fellowship is strong apart from at risk of being corrupted. So can Axter throw out three more burdens before Nelson gets to Site 9? Doesn't seem super likely at this point that Big N19 is going to get that shadow win. I mean, you've got Dwarf of Erebor, you got Sam, Pippin, Ranger in the North, Legolas. That's really hard, and 2 frying pans. It's really difficult to swarm down. The other game is both players at Site 5, so given this one's a little bit more advanced, we'll stay here for now. The drama of if Big N19 will be able to survive. Mortal Hunter, Pillager, but can you get the burdens? Putting back into his deck. He's got to be putting it once to be found back into his deck. It wants to be found and Ringwraith and Twilight back in the deck. We haven't been keeping good enough track, but...
Well, he's not got very many cards, so...
Yeah, and I can't really, for some reason, I can't see the full discard pile. So, I mean, the question here, if you're Big N19, is like, do you try and push through this? I mean, I think you do. He's just put another It Wants to Be Found back in the deck, and his Free Peoples is doing lots of cycling. So... So if it feels like by just not moving again, all you do is give him a chance to find the It Wants to Be Found that he put back in his deck. When there's, what's this?
Unless you have some burdens.
Ooh.
And that's game. Corruption.
Well, there you go.
Coming in with Gleaming in the Snow. Exert an orc and spot a Gondor companion to add a burden. Big in 19 is Corrupted, and unfortunately that is him eliminated from the tournament. Very creative corruption strategies that we're seeing. Interesting that Axter really was doubling down on that in Movie Block, going for the Lost of the Goblins version, and then here going for a blended Twilight Nazgul Sauron corruption strategy. Mock, if you can hear me, do you want to change the screen to the other game? Because this one has just ended. May ping you on Teams. I think you heard
I'm
me.
not at work. Teams?
Oh, yeah, not. I'm not at work. Discord, not Teams.
But yeah, that was a good corruption one.
Interesting seeing him use that Gimli Dwarf of Erebor as well, and some of those like card drawing, discarding things to set it up. Really just completely committed to the Shadow in there.
Seems to be a pretty good bet trying to win with a shadow in these high level games, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit all or nothing, although who did we have in the bracket? It really didn't go so well for Axter against Basmelis. That's what got him into the bottom bracket. He was one card off in his calculations.
And Basmelis was running to the end.
Oof. Anduin Confluence taking out all of BZ's allies. Makes...
Yeah, that's another cool addition. Not that this is a movie game, but to the movie site.
Yeah, there were some really great fellowship sites. I think the diversity has just generally helped overall with the movie PC format.
All right, I think I'm back. Did I hear that that first game ended with corruption? I'm gonna have to watch that one back. But who was the winner?
It was a Gleaming in the Snow plus hybrid like Sauron, Twilight Gull corruption. And interestingly, using Dwarf of Erebor again to set it up. So thematically, Axter there going with some like similar strategies in movie and fellowship, both corruption focused, both like let me put stuff on the bottom of my deck to set up perfect hand focused.
Yeah, Gleaming in the Snow. That's spot a Gondor companion to add a burden?
Yes, which to be fair is a pretty safe bet in movie unless you've killed Aragorn. Yeah, sorry, in Fellowship. Unless you've killed Aragorn, Aragorn's usually going to be there.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, he got 3 Gleaming in the Snow to end the game at side 8.
Oh, wow. He needed to keep 3 wounds on orcs to the regroup phase to pull that off, but that is that's an
Morgul
play.
Hunter and Pillager did that for him. Those guys are pretty beefy. Like with all the cards you throw on like Gimli or Aragorn, nobody can really touch Orc Pillager, and Morgul Hunter usually can keep some vitality as well.
Yep, no, that is fair. I'll definitely have to go back and rewatch that game. I love a good Red Orc corruption, and I was not paying proper attention to that match. But maybe I'll get a chance to watch them play again next round. Because it did win. So they'll be going off against the winner of this match.
Is this Faker's first move or second? Because BZ didn't get the requisite 5 orcs out. If this was his first move, he has the chance to move again. It was not. That was his second move. Alright, so BZ with a chance here to double jump to the end.
Well, he will need
unless,
to,
of course,
unless
Faker can play back.
He can drop enough of a swarm against Faker without a double.
Yeah.
He's decently set up with their coming in 2 armories, but his Goblin Swarm is empty.
Yeah.
Oh, and Fakers is playing Nazgul. I mean, those are some pretty mean Nazgul.
Yep. Throwing some
Although
moves
release
out. He's at a
release the
river.
Angry Flood. Dang.
Oh, not something you see very often just because it's so conditional. You know, it doesn't do a lot if you're not at a river. There's a second one.
Snap.
Oh!
And it has to be at a river, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't it wound the Witch King a second time? It doesn't have to be at a river. Release the Angry Flood is better at a river. So you can exert an
Oh, and then
movement.
he used.
Oops.
It didn't wound the Witch King a second time because he triggered My Heart Tells Me because he wanted to heal Legolas. Then the
Okay.
Witch King takes down
Well, the Witch King's
How
going
many
to take
Gandalf.
one
was that?
archery
Was that
from
3?
Greenleaf. That was an amazing play that you don't see very often.
Wow. Release the Angry Flood.
Yeah.
Who would have thunk it?
Holding 2 of them to be able to just double through. I believe every Site 8 in Fellowship Block is a river.
Yes.
That's clever. Yeah, you're right. Every Site 8 in Fellowship is a river. So if they come at you with Nazgul, 4 wounds on all the Nazgul for your double from 8 to 9.
Yeah, so we've got Anduin Banks as a river. River.
No, I think you're right.
Yep, they are
Yeah,
all
and there's
rivers. So,
There's not enough here. He's gonna survive.
yeah, if your opponent... That's really clever. I've never thought to put that together. But if your opponent doesn't have a way of preventing wounds, regular Nazgul, Twilight Nazgul can probably absorb them with
Yeah.
whatever that Twilight condition is called. Let me...
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So I know everyone's
I played
complaining
Opeton,
about
but,
LFL like making
yeah.
these random events interesting, but it is kind of actually cool to see play like that. Like, you might not run that event if Estelle can't turn it into a strength bump if you're not playing Nazgul, but that set up a really cool win that we don't kind of see that often.
Yeah, that was very cool.
That was impressive. No, absolutely. All right. So we do have some Raffle ability here, but let me get posted in GEMP before we get too far out of the way.
And let me update the live bracket. So that's
All right.
Axter 1. Is that correct?
Are we taking a lunch break today? I don't recall if there was a plan for that.
There is a plan for that before the final best of 3.
Okay, so we're not taking it yet?
Yeah, we'll take it before the final. The very last match, the head-to-head to determine the champion.
Okay.
We will take a lunch break there.
All right. Round 3 is over. Round 4 start at 17:30.
Yeah, 17:30. I've also updated the bracket for anyone following along on the brackets.
Thank you so very much for that. That's going to make it much easier for me as well. I'm going to fully steal this from my other monitor too, so I don't have to keep jumping back and forth between tabs. And I'm going to just post this in GEMP again, make sure everyone is aware of what's going on.
Good shout. Mark, I'm going to step away for a few minutes, but I'll be back for the next round. If you want to do a raffle draw in here, I'll let you run that. Otherwise, we can do more of them in the longer lunch break.
Yeah, we'll definitely get some for the longer lunch break. I will get those up here as well. I'm just consulting because I don't have any of these cards. I'm making sure I'm not missing anything from Ketura, who's sending a few messages to make sure we've got what we need. Amazing dedication to this game, even while he is feeling poorly enough that he can't be here. So, we've got quite a bit coming up. Let's move over to our Wheel of Prizes. So I am going to remove the Balrog Trio from this random list. That is going to be the last thing we hand out today. Can I get... just let everyone know what that is. So this is our Balrog Trio, designed by... I should know this, and I don't remember. One of our wonderful players and game participants here. But this will be the last thing we hand out. It is absolutely gorgeous full art 3-item design. But until then, we've got a handful of booster packs, and I believe these are all foils. The FA next to them, but I am not 100% sure on that. Ketura will be the one who is sending all of these out. He has them, but he's given me the list, so I am going to go ahead and randomize. We've got, what, round 4, 5, 6. So let's give out 3 of these, I think, and we'll do the rest between future rounds. Doing the Balrog after the finals as our one last thing to hopefully entice some folk to stick around and see if they can go home with it. So this is our list of prizes. I think I can just click here, click to spin. So we're going to give away Turn of the King. Nope. Mount Doom Booster Pack. All right. And everyone who has submitted their name is in here. I've just made sure it's up to date. For anyone else, nope, somebody, Kyle has joined. Let me put you in this list, Kyle. Don't want to leave anybody out who is trying to join. The link to this is in the Twitch chat. If you scroll up a little bit, it is the one large ugly link that I threw in there because I didn't think to format it beforehand. But for our, what did we just say? For our Mount Doom booster pack, let's see who's going to go home with that. Looks like Rutil. Congratulations. I wish I could display everything here. I know we know what a booster pack looks like, but still it would be nice. I have recorded you on our spreadsheet for that. And let's remove those from our list. Let's do 2 more, I think. Just giving one moment in case anybody's last minute filling out that form. I'm going to refresh the results so we can make sure that nothing is amiss. Looks like that is still correct. All right, so let's give away all right, so I was just looking at this one. I think that this is a Golem Darkest Darkness, but I am not positive on that. There are several items that DAD could potentially be. It could be Dread and Despair, but I think it's a Golem Darkest Darkness. I'm sorry if that is incorrect, unless you really wanted Dread and Despair, in which case hopefully whoever wins it gets the one they're looking for. But we're going to spin that wheel and see who's taking this one home. Madruz from the Twitch chat says that it's just a card representing somebody's dad. I would love that to be the case as well. But it looks like Uncle Earl J is taking home whatever the dad foil might just be. Gonna go ahead and remove those from our list. We've got a few minutes here. I'm just double checking Twitch chat that I haven't ignored anybody too much. But it looks like it's mostly just comments about the games that have been playing, how things are going. A few more people are sad that Sempol was knocked out of this event. Clearly he's got some fans going on in the Twitch today. All right, so let's do one more. giving away, Durin's Bane. Once again, I believe FA means foil here. And that is going to go to... Joshy Poo 92. Congratulations, Joshy. Joshy Poo 92. All right. Congratulations to everyone who's winning these. There will be several more items to give away between future rounds, as you can see on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 12 here. We've got round break between 4 and 5. Breaking between 5 and 6, where we'll give away most of the last bit. So we'll do 3 more between 4 and 5. We'll do 9 over our longer lunch break. And then at the very end, we will give away the Balrog trio to anyone who is lucky enough to still be around then. So thank you all, and congratulations to all of our winners. I think we are properly set there now. I'm going to start putting together our table here for round 3. Make sure I've got it up and running and double check myself before we go too far. It's been noted just now in the GEMP chat for folks who are not looking there as well that our final 4, we have 2 Czech players, 1 Dutch, and 1 Brazilian. So we are well spread out. Our larger event had kind of a worldwide presence. It was really nice to see. I don't have the image up for it, but... Alright, let's get... This is going to be a 2 table, as discussed before. We're going to have 1 upper bracket for everybody and 1 lower. Alright, let me... copy these things that we didn't know the first time around. Alright, so this is round 4 for the upper bracket. They are playing Movie PC. Their decks are coming from Movie PC. Excellent. And this is... double checking the challenge chart that dstaley put together for us. This will be Basmelis and our Bronco. I'm going to hold off the 1 minute here to get that table up, and then I will set up the other one. I don't want anyone to feel rushed from that break that we had supplied. So I'm just waiting for my clock to tick over to 30, bottom of the hour here. There we go. All right. So we're going to... I am just triple checking because I've made this mistake already that we did say 50... Yep, 1730. All right. I'm going to add them. Get our lower bracket here as well. Our fellowship folk. And BZ and Axter are our remaining players. Get those tables going too. I got successes on both. I keep copy-pasting these from different places. I'm just going to copy-paste them to myself real quick so I don't have to look in 2 locations. All right. Those are up. I'm going to post in GEMP chat. All right.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. We've just put up the tables.
Amazing.
2 matches going here. I am going to... I'm going to put both of these up side by side. We'll watch one to really look at and one to kind of have there. Makes it a little bit easier to get back and forth. We have Basmalis with, once again, his absolute flood of burdens, making him susceptible to Eularia and Kea here on site 2. He must have bid high and pulled Aragorn for a burden, and then 4 more for a pair of rings.
Yep. Interesting that NK is not going for the Legolas kill, just going for the chip down on Elrond.
Yeah, that Elrond is quite strong, and Vilya could be a problem. I don't know why I can't highlight Vilya. That's interesting.
Yeah, it must be to do with Vilya primarily, because... And Elrond can't take wounds off himself, right? Just other...
That's true. Elrond cannot heal himself.
Yeah, so knowing that Bronco's running this, wounding archery situation, I guess the, Vilya... Yeah, I guess with Vilya, he wants to prevent his conditions from getting bounced, and the wounds are a little more likely to stick on Elrond.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Wounds are more likely to stick. Basmalis sacrificing Frodo, as he did in the last game that we watched.
Yeah, big surprise there.
Yep, if you've got Sam ready to go and you want to put 10 burdens on the field before you move. Interestingly, he did not sacrifice Frodo. I suppose he didn't have the opportunity to in the match against the Tentacle Swarm that had Lost to the Goblins pouring out.
But to be fair, good shout he didn't. Sam would have been extremely lost to the Goblins.
That's true. Mozdrew in chat pointing out that Nenya could have saved Greenleaf. That's probably... nope, it's a different Nenya. This is the Fellowship Nenya there that allows you to cycle your hand more efficiently.
Yeah, it was Bronco who was running the Reflections Nenya.
But that is a good note, because we can't necessarily see it if I don't go and specifically pull up the card. On our lower bracket game, we've just watched Sam die. Orc Pillager, I think it was a hate play. Yep, wounded by hate. He must have peeled off some burdens quite early. And there is Axter starting to build them up with his Gleaming in the Snow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if who's playing, if BZ gets wise to it and kills Aragorn on purpose. Because if there's no Aragorn, there's no loss Gleaming in the Snow.
Though I don't know how well BZ's got burden removal in this deck. If he's not terribly concerned, that might not be the thing to worry about.
Well, he did just lose Sam.
He did. That's true. He can't pass the ring off. But if he can peel those burdens effectively, he might feel comfortable.
Nkea again!
In our upper bracket game, Nkea is out there one more time. This is Basmalis is Nkea, not...
Oh yeah, Basmalis is Nkea, yeah.
But looks like he is also not finishing anybody off. In this case, it is the Nenya that would be able to save him. So that is perhaps not surprising, but putting Lady Redeemed in range to be picked off by one more wound.
And Lady Redeemed unable to use Nenya without suiciding.
That is also correct. Yeah, cannot heal until that is taken care of. Allowing the archery fire to finish off Nkea is an interesting choice, as opposed to putting it on one of the orcs.
Not if you have a second Nkea in your hand and they double move.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, it was not a directed wound, so that was a tactical choice. Presumably for very good reason. Once again, as has been noted several times, this is Basmalis playing. He does not usually make mistakes, so one must think that he's got a good call for it. Using Ed and Moores to force some either exertions or losses, but nothing is...
Interestingly now, if he does double here and has another NK in hand, Aragorn is in NK danger zone as well.
Ooh, that is true. Lady Redeemed getting rid of his Relics of Moria and going for that double. Let's see if he does in fact have a second NK ready to go.
Or if he was just trying to bluff it. It'd be
Yeah,
quite the play if he had 2 NKs early in such a big deck.
it sure would be. I don't know what he's running today for sure, but oh no, and this is his movie deck. I didn't.
He
play
does!
Yep, second NK on the table.
Also, do you go for Lady Redeemed or you do take down Elistel?
Well, he's made that.
Using Nenya to heal Lady Redeemed and Elistel, taking Elistel out of range. I suspect that he's going to finish off Galadriel and put 2 wounds somewhere else. But maybe not.
Yeah, I think you
Go.
exhaust Legolas, kill Galadriel. Oh, just preemptively killing Galadriel in case there was some other healing shenanigans.
Well, Company of Archers taking his swarms off the table. Clearly, Basilisk is trying to protect his conditions.
Conditions,
They're
yeah.
so important for this deck. Does Arwen just win her skirmish?
Yeah, just barely. He must have put something... Branko must put something on top to make that forearm work.
Yep. Forearmed did kick off and give them enough. So Galadriel is down, and our Bronco is no longer in Kea range. Whether they will stay that way or not, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Frodo has to do without hope and is on the verge of being corrupted by...
Ooh.
Yeah, BZ's Frodo on the verge of being corrupted by Axter.
Yeah, Axter has put a lot of burdens out there. Did he just do 3 Must Do Without Hopes? Yep, he did.
2 or 3? Yeah.
I see that all the time, but every time I've tried to build a deck that does that with the Balrog, I have never been able to draw them correctly to get into the hand. It's
Yeah, I have a deck that does that just as sort of a gimmick for like shotgun Enquia and not easily destroyed, and it like works like 30% of the time.
Yep.
Really fun when it works, but like doesn't work much.
Yeah, if you can pull it off, it seems really, really strong. I've just never succeeded in doing so. But yeah, BZ sure is burdened up there. The Site 4 of Region Hills giving one more burden as well.
Would be interesting if Axter comes all the way back and gets a chance to rematch Basmelis. See if he can get the lost goblins to work again.
That's what we saw last year. Basmelis lost his very first round against, I believe it was the Faker. Only to then win everything else and come back to win it in the long run. I do love the comeback story. It'd be fun to see.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see if Basmelis plays any differently than with the like loss of the Goblins bomb. He'll know that's coming for sure in this speculative future match.
Right. Does he have a way to either get himself over 12 resistance or exhaust the Ring Bearer?
Yeah. Balrog just pointing out that the Balrog did come through here in movie.
And the other one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is our Broncos Balrog, staring down at the rather large fellowship Basmelis has. I wonder if, in running this Balrog, you run just the one, so that you can pull it at the bridge, or if it's in there specifically to try to put down those 3 wounds. It's a lot of Twilight, but if you're struggling with your archers, that might be a good way of killing or exhausting some companions.
To be fair, though, I don't know everything in his deck, but if he's running like Rainbow Archery, he might have some other Moria archers in there, so you could end up with that Balrog costing a mere 5 at Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
That's true.
Because it's cheaper if on the ground, and well, it's cheaper from the bridge and cheaper if you spot a minion. Yeah.
Yeah, our Bronco's really lining up those threats on Basmelis. He hasn't taken this down, but one kill is going to turn into a lot of wounds. The Rainbow Archery is going really well for him. I'm impressed. I've taken a try at that deck and not figured it out yet.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be the site that's like enabling it. That like without brown lands, and that like exert everyone if no ranger sight, like
It's really not as easy as it sounds.
yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's got far more rainbow than I've tried. Maybe I've been looking at the wrong set of cultures. And we've got a cave troll coming out, along with the hosts of Moria. Is he using the host to pull back his conditions? Nope. Pulling a hammer.
Oh, in this case, getting the hammer.
Making that cave troll absolutely terrifying. I'm surprised to not see the
And
relics pulled back, because they
sorry?
could fetch the hammer as well. He lost his relics
Yeah,
of Moria
I
earlier.
think, to be fair, having played a similar deck to Basmalis, the real key is they are coming. That's what you need on the table.
Say this, like last round. They are coming is probably more important than any of the other cards on the conditions on the Storm if you're going to play that stuff.
Yeah,
I think.
especially in the movie version.
With that guy,
yeah,
the Goblin Patrol Troop, you
Yep.
can draw a bunch of cards.
Yep.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, and there's a little like it'll be interesting to see if it plays out, but like having played a similar deck to Basmalis, you sometimes end up just using Goblin Patrol Troop and they are coming to just burn through as much of your deck as you can to like set up and look for the Free People's card that you need in the big deck.
We've got Modrus in Twitch chat pointing out that in the BZ Axeter game, it wasn't just 3 Must Do Without Hopes that got played that turn. He also dropped 3 It Wants to Be Found. We had missed
In the
that.
same turn.
That's what he's saying. We'd missed that portion of the play. I didn't see those pop up, but that does sound like he may have added 6 burdens right there at the Bridge of Khazad-dûm.
You can't do that in a Fellowship match because the Nazgul gets discarded by the maneuver phase. It must have been it could have been the same turn, but not at the same site.
Right, perhaps it was site 4.
Yeah.
He said in 1 turn, so yeah, you're right. It must have been 2 different sites.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless, well, it's been let's check Axeter's discard pile. It's possible that he was using Durin's Bane.
Sam getting the ring.
Oh, he did that very early on. Basmalis, just put bid high, used a bunch of burdens to get rings and Aragorn, then murdered Frodo as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, he was using the 12 resistance Frodo. He had 10 burdens on site too.
Wow.
And very quickly sacrificed Frodo.
Oh, what a well-timed Saruman's power to get rid of the host of the Last Alliance.
That was really strong.
So we've got 3 Estelles running in the last 4 players.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Yeah, Estelle's a strong card. I know it's being considered for looking at kind of a hopefully small tweak. I don't think he's crazy overpowered, but this event has shown us that he's maybe a bit further up there than we had thought.
Yeah, I mean, my view, granted I have played him, so to whomever it was that critiqued me for campaigning against errataing Estelle while being someone who plays him, fair point. That said, I think it's actually generally a really encouraging trend that like we've made a like V-card version of Aragorn that is like worth considering over some of the others. And I think like as we saw in that other game with releasing Angry Flood, it's interesting that it's also bringing some like lesser used Elven events like releasing Angry Flood, like Elf Song to having some value.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I do not think in any stretch that he should be kind of removed from the meta. But I do hear the kind of complaints that he might be just a touch too good. Whether his +2 becomes a skirmish, option instead of for the whole round maneuver phase, or if it gets limited to max +4 per turn. I don't know, but
another one worth considering is someone mentioned the like who you play from the deck, like being able to use him to like pull out Greenleaf is maybe a little bit too good. Maybe if it's just pulling out an ally instead.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I certainly hope that we figure out a way to keep him very relevant without making him maybe quite as dominant as he has been shown to be. But I really think whatever that change is, it should be small.
Yeah. Because, I mean, to be fair, like, if you do have the perfect hand, which I have had on occasion playing this deck with 8 Elven cards in hand, Aragorn can get, what's that, plus 16 if you discard them all?
Right.
I think I did that. And had Anduril and Last Alliance, so 13, let's see, 29 strength Aragorn, or something to that effect. That might be just a wee bit too much.
Yeah, just, casually overwhelming the Witch King.
Mm-hmm.
Sauron. Well, not overwhelming Sauron, but...
I have killed Sauron with Estelle before. It was very ideal circumstances, but it has been done.
It can happen.
See, I'd like to see a Frodo that can kill a Sauron now. That would be cool.
Have you played Expanded much?
No.
I think there's enough followers to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
I so don't play Expanded. I don't even know what those cards would look like. But I am sure there is nonsense that does something there.
Got a 50 strength Bilbo Ring Bearer because of followers.
Easy, only 3 burdens away from corruption, dropping a trio of Orc Pillagers at Site 7 here.
I mean, to be fair, he got Narya. That's a game that might just save his bacon.
Yeah, it's 1 per turn, but you only need to stay 1 ahead.
So how many Gleaming in the Snow does he have? Is the question here.
Well, he's played 1. So he could have 3, which would make this game, as long as he maintains enough.
Oh, interesting. If he's wise to it here, he might be trying to deplete the exertion ability.
Yep. If you exhaust, because Estell's going to win, and it's damage +1. Gandalf is going to lose.
Wait, Estelle lost. Because the Orc Pillager makes you weaker for the cards you have.
Oh, that's right. So Gandalf is going to win, but is still going to leave 3 vitality on the table there.
Yeah.
Which, if he's sitting on them, he's got 5 cards in hand. Could be game during the regroup phase, unless BZ's about to pull something out. He hasn't clicked pass on that skirmish. No, there it goes.
1?
2?
Oh.
And there it is.
3!
Oh my gosh.
After climbing back.
Yeah. Doing really well with this Twilight Nazgul, Durin's Bane, Lost No Hope, and Orc stack. It's a really interesting shadow. I like it a lot.
Oh, and back in Basmelis' game, there's the exert everyone from the site.
Yep.
Oh, and a well-timed NK.
Yeah, still not being a ranger is really important, I think, for...
That is a really good point that is often overlooked.
Absolutely.
He's not just, like, by and large, a perfect Aragorn.
Right.
Not being able to bear Flaming Grand, not having the keyword ranger, is a pretty significant detriment.
Yep, no, it absolutely is, especially in Fellowship Block, where there's a lot of sites and a lot of cards that play off of being a ranger.
And the popularity of Fellowship Block sites in movie PC, we're seeing that site, like that's what we're seeing right now, that site comes up.
I am almost surprised that Basmelis is running Echo of Luthien instead of a ranger version of Arwen, specifically to deal with some of the sites. Echo of Luthien,
I mean,
obviously a huge site.
I've thought about that. I've tried both in a similar deck. It's a catch-22 because like just being able to throw away cards for free is really helpful when you're running as big of a deck as he is.
Yep, no,
but
absolutely.
The Ranger version is really helpful. I was actually using the Ranger that's Chadwick's profile picture, the discard 3 cards to prevent a wound to the Ring Bearer, because then you sort of get the best of both worlds.
Yep.
Intentionally assign a wound to the Ring Bearer, burn 3 cards, but she's still a Ranger.
Absolutely. It looks like Nelson is waiting to join us in chat, and I have missed it. I'm sorry, Nelson. Let me figure out how to...
I'm in here now. Can you guys hear me?
Now.
Hey,
Wonderful.
Nelson, welcome.
Sorry, I've got too many tabs open. I don't have them all present. I'm short a monitor, so.
I was actually going to say, in terms of having a ranger, I was considering for my own deck putting the Faramir into that deck as well, because it's good against the site and it's also good against a Ninja Golem strategy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, my version of this deck is slightly more Gondor dominant, so I start with the Faramir, but my main hope is just get my site 3, get the move limit from that Faramir, rather than anything else. But yeah, the classic Faramir, I'm forgetting his name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The no skirmish event
Son of
storm or
Denethor, I think it is.
strong.
Yeah, Son of Denethor.
But even with an Arwen or Faramir Ranger, there's still only 3 vitality, so they're always going to be in danger of Enquire if that happens to occur, unless you have other cards built in, of course. So to the point that Estelle isn't a Ranger is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, not having him a ranger is very relevant.
Yeah, several good versions of Faramir that you could potentially include. But at the moment, Besmelis is dealing with having had his threats triggered.
Yeah.
Um,
Man, is he going to be able to survive the Brown Lands?
Did he not have threats? I would have sworn he just had. Maybe I was watching the other game too
Yeah.
closely.
Oh no, the threats haven't gone off.
But they are about to. No? What am I missing?
No, he just eked by. If he can win all these, but then will he survive Brownlands?
He's got to have some kind of big heal to be able to do it.
Well, he'll heal Sam 4 times, so that'll be really helpful.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
And if he puts on the ring during the maneuver phase, that might not make any difference at all.
Yeah, that's kind of potato, but you could just heal Sam once to be able to put on the ring and take 4 burdens instead of the 4 vitality if the other cards in your hand help you with something.
That's true. But he'll need to be able to heal elsewhere.
And a lot of it.
Yeah, a lot of it. He didn't get the Elrond triggers he needed. He has survived.
And he used the last alliance to keep Gilgalad alive, which removes its ability to reduce the archery total.
Oh yeah. Shadow Between was a single heal, but that's not going to be enough.
Do we know what version of Nenya he's playing? Is it the cycling one?
It's the
cycling version.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how that goes. But at the moment here, he's going to take his best shot at probably cycling as many shadow cards out as he possibly can, putting a swarm down on our Bronco.
Or try and get the win here.
Yeah.
Certainly
That
no reason to
little,
not go for it. He's
The
got a
little
good
goblin runner with the new artwork looks like a little toddler holding his sword.
I really love this artwork. I never play non-standard cards in my decks. I find them a bit distracting, but I think that Besmelis and Ketura did a really good job putting this one together for last year's World Championship.
No, I like it too. It feels like it's about to hit my knees.
And Besmelis being the only person in the world that even on Gemp has his say World Champion.
Oh yeah.
There's a World Challenger out there. I think it was the Faker last year, but I am not 100% sure.
Yeah, it was the Faker.
And
was the Faker.
Everyone who participated does have some Goblin Runners available. I can't show you because I've actually changed my Gemp account since last year, so they're not on this account. But everyone who played got a couple of those.
Yeah, we got some real copies sent to us over here, which was really nice.
Yeah, physical copies of those cards was really cool. Keya's going after Curidan and just putting the 1 wound on Greenleaf.
Yeah, seems like it.
Yeah, no threats to trigger on his side. Moria doesn't have any way of putting them out there.
Yeah, I mean, that's not enough for the kill. So, will he survive brown lands?
Yeah, I think the real question was, with those card draws, was he able to get what
Get what he
needs?
needed, yeah.
It's interesting he stayed at 6 companions too. I thought he might have wanted to dip under.
Well, if he dropped down,
Yeah.
he would have taken 6 threat wounds.
6 threat wounds.
Yeah.
Thanks for yeah.
And I think at this point he's just like, give me all the vitality. I'm gonna need to use it all against this like mega rainbow archery.
Interesting that there's a few rainbow decks that are doing quite well today.
Yeah.
I really like seeing it. Understandable why most of the time you play monoculture, especially in Shadow, but I think there's some really cool combinations and tricks that you can try to put together. That's just lovely to see.
Yeah, for sure.
So, full
Well,
healing
you called
Sam.
it, Nelson, with the heal Sam all the way.
Yeah, he'll heal him up, and then maybe he dug and found host of the not host, whatever the condition is that makes the archery total -1. That would be a big draw if he found any of
Oh, the vitality on Kirdane may save the day.
Yep.
that. That is massive.
Discarded the Gilgalad to heal, so he's got 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He can absorb 8 arrows.
Before the archery goes off, before the threats go off.
Oh,
9, make that 9.
Can you not put the ring on? That ring on?
You can, but with Sam only having 5 resistance, it's like 4 wounds, 4 burdens. It doesn't really make a difference.
And you can peel the burdens off by discarding, or the wounds off by discarding cards.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
he may still choose to, if he thinks he's going to have another go around and wants to keep that vitality and hold the hand. But an Achaea drop
Yeah,
here
this
is
feels-
still disastrous.
Bankea would be brutal. Yeah, I do feel like though this is probably the time to clear the threat. Well, the marksman might do it for you, but
Yeah.
You know, marksman will
Now,
never
this
do
would
it
be
for
a
you.
scenario where the other Southron that means the ring bearer can't take archery wounds
Yep,
would be interesting.
Yeah.
that would be
That
really
would be
powerful
massive.
here. Now, that doesn't stop the ring bearer from taking threats, so it might
True.
not. I mean, it would guarantee a kill, probably. Though, maybe not.
Yeah, but what you can do though is you end up in this weird double bind with that guy, right? Where you kill someone right away, and then you put the threats on everybody else, and then the ring bearer can't take the remaining archery wounds. This ring bearer won't survive the minions though. If you had like Tail of the Great Ring, that'd be one thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter. I think he's got enough archery here. So Brownlands is going to trigger fully with 4. He's going to
Yep.
get
So that's
another 4 or 3 from these guys,
correct.
and 2 more from the marksman. So that's 7, 8, 9, and then 2 from Desert Lord in total. It's 10, 11.
But then Desert Lord -1 because he takes away his own archery.
Right, yeah, so it'll be 11, not 12. He's doing something with Estiel.
I think he's just throwing away the cards because why not?
Yeah.
Make him stronger in case he survives.
I hate archery. It gives me anxiety.
Yeah, he's got to think long and hard here. Does he leave one wound available on Sam for him to lose a fight against that crossbowman? I don't know that it's going to
He's
matter.
going to have a choice, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there's just too much about to kick off.
He's still got, yeah.
He's got... Yep.
And there go the threats.
He didn't put the ring on, did he?
he needed the ring big time.
Well, it wouldn't, the
Yeah.
ring's a maneuver event. So if he put
Yeah.
it on ahead of time, it would have been 5 burdens instead of 5 wounds. Yeah, he'd be corrupted instead of dead.
Yeah,
But,
it's sort of
Yeah,
potato.
no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
If he still had Frodo out with his 12 burdens to go, absolutely, he should have put the ring on. But
Yeah.
all right,
Interesting. So Basmelis falls, but not without a chance of redemption.
so Basmelis and
That was a good game.
are going to be our next round single game. I'm gonna and
Can the players
our
the
Bronco
sound
gets a
with
break, including lunch, because we'll take lunch after the next round. So he
Yeah.
can step away and do what he needs. All right. I'm just gonna get this all typed up in chat. All right. Round.
Well, this will be a really interesting match, just for those on the stream while Mock is typing in the chat. Basmelis and Axter have already played each other now. So, what is Basmelis going to do differently? Oh, wait, they're in the loser's bracket, though, so it's not movie, right?
Yeah,
Am I right?
different decks. Yeah.
Different decks. Okay, so it's not going to be the loss to the Goblins. So, we'll see Basmelis' Fellowship deck for the first time.
That's interesting. Is it?
Last year. He won. It was a fellowship. The final of last year was a fellowship game.
Yeah, that's true. It was. Basmelis fell into the losers bracket and worked his way all the way up.
Yeah.
And then the Faker chose Fellowship, and Basmelis ultimately won with a Swarm in the Fellowship, which is why he chose the Goblin Runner as his promo card.
But he's out of the running for the top then?
No, he's only lost once, so he can still come back.
Oh.
So now him and Axter are, whichever one of them wins this game goes to the final against Bronco. You should be proud, Brazil making a strong showing.
Rick, are you listening?
Well, he better not be listening, because... But strong showing from Brazil. For those of you that don't know, Balrog is Brazilian and British, so she has a strong affinity for the Brazilian community.
I have to message him on the imp chat.
Yeah, he's got a really impressive deck there, and he's playing the strategy very well. He knows he can win with his Fellowship, but he also is, I think, assessing the situation quite well, and he knows that if they don't have that Ranger, he's in great shape with his Sight Path.
Yeah, exactly. Sight Path definitely does it for him. And most of the games we've seen of him, he's like hanging just enough behind that if they barely survive Brownlands, he can probably double jump past.
That's a good question in the chat, the Twitch chat.
Yep. So it says if a Bronco loses in the finals, they'll play another game. So the finals, which will be between our Bronco and the winner of this match between Basmelis and Axter, is a best of 3. So it will be a movie match for the first game, and then the loser of game 1 will decide if they want to go movie again, or if they want to bring them to a fellowship match. And if that game is won by the other person, then the loser of the second game will get that choice again to either go movie or fellowship for the last possible match of this series.
So there's a possibility of 2 finals.
The finals is a best of 3.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so our next round, which I should post, next round starts at, what is it right now? 14, 18, 12?
18, 15? 18, 12, yeah, we've been spitballing for 3 minutes. So yeah, 18, 12.
The note I had above it, I posted it at 1803, and it must have taken me a minute to write, so. 1812 is where we'll start the next one. Let's do, what did I say, 3 giveaways, 4 giveaways? To see who's still here. I'm going to check one more time, refresh our responses list. I don't see anything more.
Oh, you should have put your name in for the drawing.
Did I not?
You should be on it because all participants from the group stages were
Oh,
originally
nice.
on here.
Good to go.
Yeah, I'm currently wearing the Lord of the Rings t-shirt that I got last year, which is my favourite t-shirt in the entire world.
I don't see you on here though. Did you win something already, Barog?
I don't think so. I missed the last one though, so.
Oh, you may have done.
Let me check the raffle prizes because it should have everyone from before, though I don't see my name on here either, which is fine. I don't deserve to win these things. I'm hosting this, and that seems maybe
Yes,
that could
you
be
do.
biased. But yeah, I actually no Easy's there. I populated this list based on what Ketura gave me. I see from last
It's
week.
Hey, Mike, did you guys
think-
win something last week?
I came last in the group stage, so I should be punished.
You made it to the group stage. I don't think you have anything to be punished for. So I'm not sure. Ketura gave me the list. I'm going to assume he knows what he's talking about better than I know what he's talking about.
We should definitely assume that.
100%.
I think we should all assume Ketura is way more on top of it than any of us on this stream.
Absolutely.
Yep. No, I think absolutely right. I'm just double checking what he told me. So I need to put the list. Oh, no, I am wrong. He told me to add this list of names to what was on the other list. So here is the participants from last time, including the Balrog. Let's double check. There you are. Sorry about that.
Clear.
We should trust Ketura, but not ourselves.
Yes. He keeps this game going. I make 0 complaints. But, alright, before we run out of time here, let's give away 4 of these things. The first item we're going to give away is going to be Mines of Moria Booster Pack. Love for a little clapping every time that lands. And that's going to go to... Oh, Cause. All right, Cause, congratulations.
Cause.
Mines of Moria Booster Pack coming your way. All right, do a couple more here. Ooh, Twilight Witch King. Once again, I'm assuming FA is foil.
Full art, yeah.
Or full art.
That's actually a cool, yeah.
That's it.
Twilight Witch King full art.
This is maybe my favorite minion in the game. I did say that I shouldn't be allowed to win, but I will not complain if I got this one.
I love that guy.
I do love my Twilight Nazgul. This is going to Skulga. Congratulations, Skulga. I'm a little jealous.
Woo.
Yeah, Skugla?
Skugla?
Googler.
Skugla.
Skugla. I am struggling with
Skugla.
some pronunciation on names today. Sorry about that. Alright, let's do one more here. Fellowship of the Ring booster pack. Hopefully, happy winner is going to be Chase the Inferno.
Chase the Inferno. What a sick name. Very good.
Chase the Inferno. All right. Who apparently isn't here twice. We're gonna. All right. So we'll do the rest of these during our lunch break between the bottom bracket final game and the finals. We've got a much longer lunch break, so I want to give a good handful that can be handed out there. Some great stuff still in here. And just as a reminder, after the final game, we will hand out one final lucky winner for our full art Balrog trio. Absolutely gorgeous set of cards there.
And hopefully whomever wins will join us on the stream for some commentary.
So the winner of the tournament gets that?
No, that's the final giveaway.
Ah.
Yeah, there are quite a few prizes for the tournament players. I believe the winner is going to get a full booster box of... I should just pull it up instead of trying to guess.
I'm pretty sure top 2 both get a booster box, if I remember correctly.
I think that is correct.
One's definitely a Mount Doom one. That sticks in my head for some reason. The other one... maybe a fellowship box.
I believe the other one is Fellowship, because I remember thinking, hey, I almost want to come in second if I can make it to the top 8. All right, here's the prizes. Let me pull these over really quick. So our top players, there's a lot of things that are being given away here. If I can find...
Pins are cool.
No, these are classic pins given away during the Decipher days. So the top 8 will receive a plaque plus a sealed product to award for their skill. The product received by each top contender will be a collection of 6 booster packs from a variety of sets. You can see some of those here. They also receive choice of pins. It's been a long time, but I had a couple of these in my bag back in the day. It was always a sign for a very few particular tournaments that you were able to get those from. They were very cool.
Yeah, those are cool.
And then booster boxes for our top players. And of course, the winner will get to design a brand new card. Not new text, but new picture. They'll select their card of choice, like Basmalis did the Goblin Runner last year. And
if Basmalis wins again, does he pick Moria Scout this time or something?
Any picks that are coming.
It's gotta be Goblin Control Troop if he wins this time.
That's entirely a guess.
Yeah, well, can we do a full art card of a card that has been errated multiple times?
That's Ketura's punishment for not running the event. Is he has to figure out the code to make that work.
Wait, is that not his?
All right, so we're going into round 5, lower bracket only. Make sure I've got the right deck list, right block, and this is Basmalis and Axter. Basmalis. The capitalization here is important. I keep being unsure if I've got them right, but Baz doesn't have any capitals in his name on GEMP. So we're going to put these up. I'm going to just quickly make sure nobody said anything in GEMP chat before I click go. All right, so yeah, let's get that one table up and going, and we will have a single match to watch this time around. I am going to quickly go on mute for just a moment while they're getting their setup. If you guys would be kind enough to carry on, I'll be back in
No
just a
problem.
minute.
Just throw the table up.
So we don't know what Basmalis is playing yet for Fellowship. I would assume it's going to be Moria anyway, though.
Oh, is that a 66 card deck for Basmalis? That that's surprising. Makes
Maybe
Moria
he's
seem
playing. I do know that he enjoys playing Urukai in Fellowship Block, and I should also say Fellowship PC. So it's quite possible.
Yeah.
Bidding 0 or bidding 1 and having that burden peeled by Pippin will certainly help, though.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. And like, he hasn't played Sam yet, so ostensibly Sam is somewhere in his deck remaining, so can hopefully probably peel some burdens with that later.
Yeah.
Oh
Very
wow,
interesting.
there's nothing played at all at Site 2 by Axter. Very interesting.
All right, Basmalis started Hobbits and Greenleaf. It's got some kind of
Yeah, Hobbit and Greenleaf and pulled Elistelle. Got one of those 2 Elven allies from Estelle, the other from hand, and Elrond from hand.
All
So
right.
Axter probably had a really good Fellowship draw setup, is my guess, if he didn't have any combination of burden adding cards for turn 1.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Basmalis going Nazgul. Classic.
Oh. He's not. I just assumed he was playing Moria.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all thought that until we saw a 66 card deck.
Okay, yeah, good. Good catch. He did. The one game he dropped last week was to Nelson. I don't know if Nelson, if you're still here, but perhaps he's taken some inspiration from
Well,
the deck that beat him.
I don't know if he takes inspiration from me. That would be a stretch, I think. I think he probably came up with his own strategy, but I know that I took inspiration from him and took a lot of the concepts for his movie block deck and incorporated them into my deck with some Nelson flair, as I would call it. But yeah, Basmelis, in my opinion, is just a master deck builder, so I wouldn't want to say that I had any influence on that.
Well, you've done very well yourself. I wouldn't discount yourself too much there. Though, as we've said several times throughout this, our former world champion is very much one of the best players, if not the best player in the game. Whether he wins today or not, I would not make any assumptions about his abilities here.
Is actually
it's incredibly
confused because he's messed up the math? Am I crazy, or can Atea get to 18?
I don't know.
I think he can get to 18, but then he's got Mary to save him anyway.
Oh,
so maybe
Mary.
the plan
Okay.
is
Yeah,
sack
fair
some of them. Yeah.
That's still a hefty cost to pay at site, too.
Yeah. Is that the Fierce Skirmish already, or is this still the original?
No, this first round.
Oh, wow.
So he's going to have to...
He won't be able to pump himself again, so he will be able to fight Aragorn.
That's as far as Atea goes, though.
Yep.
But now someone's going to have to die to Atea.
This is when
Aragorn
those
can survive.
Nazgul event strength pump cards will come in really handy because you never see them coming. You never expect a Nazgul deck to run them.
Yeah, they're very
It's true.
between.
It's tough to play more than one copy, though.
And so many of them, they're that classic style of events that are stronger under certain circumstances, but most of them are hard to pull off. So
they're hard, but when they work.
+5 if the ring bearer wears the wrong ring, but Nazgul have a hard time forcing that in most Nazgul decks.
Yeah, but even the +2 there would have overwhelmed Gorn.
That's true. Yeah, the +2 would have been enough by itself.
That's a lot of wounds out on your Fellowship at site, too, from 2 Nazgul, so well played.
It's a very hard hit.
Yeah, he's all right though, because he's not trying. He's just trying to get the burden kill, most likely. Although if it does
now Sam.
Oh wow! He's got his
does he have 2 copies of Hate? That would be massive if he does here.
Yeah, early Hate would be massive.
If
he's gotten a lot of legs taking out the Sams with an early Hate so far.
Yeah, if he doesn't have it, and Basmelis can keep Sam rolling.
It'd be interesting to see, this is the test of, how good is Basmelis at reading other people. If Basmelis, sees what's happening, he blitzes through here before Axter has the chance to get Must Do Without Hope.
Yep. Yeah, he's got.
Yeah, you definitely want to be sprinting to 5.
Did he make Aragorn damage +1 or just strength bonus?
I think he'd strength bonus him twice so that he could beat the Orc Pillager. But I don't know, did he have enough in his hand to do both?
He did boost him twice. Oh, but he boosted him to finish off.
Yeah, strength +2 twice.
Oh, he's got the frying pan. He's going.
Ah, nice.
He's got to take out the Pillager. Yeah, so if he doubles for the Belrog and hopes to get there before Must Do Without Hope, he's sitting on 4 burdens. He can peel 1 off with Sam next turn, and he's going.
And he's got 2 he can peel 1 off with Sam. He's got 2 disposable guys. Mary and/or Pippin could die at this point. Right. He does run. There's the Balrog. How many Must Do Without Hope?
Just 1. That's got to be unfortunate for Axter.
That's huge. That pushing into site 5 there.
What's quite interesting is it's not unreasonable for him to kill Aragorn and Boromir here.
I was wondering if he might.
Yeah,
that's not the.
But he doesn't know. He doesn't know the deck. They haven't played before.
True.
But the fact that he did exhaust Mary to like get that guy does make me wonder if he had an idea if Must Do Without Hope was, or sorry, the Snow card was in the work.
Gleaming in the snow, yeah. My guess, though, at least he knows he can move that frying pan around. And he does have his Legolas open, so maybe he's just confident enough in being able to take their vitality down in the future and heal at Site 6.
That could be.
Yeah, exactly. Like, pass the frying pan to Frodo here.
Yeah,
I mean, the real question...
He used Elrond to heal Sam, but without another Hobbit ally, Sam still can only peel one burden, so I'm wondering why... Unless he's running 4 copies of Sam and just plans to finish healing him that way. But I'm curious.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. Like, why do you heal Sam there? Like, surely you should heal him once in your next fellow. You should just... Because if he has 1 vitality and you heal him once every time, that's the most efficient use of Sam's vitality when you have to exert him a second time.
Yeah. No, he could be running additional allies. He's got Bounder out, so 1 more ally stops Sam from needing the second exertion each use.
Oh man, if he loses Gimli here...
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. If he knows to take out Gimli, he really takes away a lot of cycling ability.
Doesn't seem like he does.
No.
Thing.
Yeah. Killed off Aragorn using Gandalf hate. What's it called?
Yeah. Well, that's the information asymmetry that we have, that we know he should kill Gimli, but he doesn't know he should kill Gimli.
Right. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Katea's going to throw out 2 more wounds here, leaving this fellowship in really rough shape, but sitting at the sanctuary.
Very rough shape.
Yeah, Basinalis is so far ahead, though. I mean, he knows that he doesn't need to double jump through the next site, so if he's going to start peeling off those burdens, if he can manage 2 somehow with Sam next turn, I'm not sure how that would work unless I...
Well, even if you just take 1 off with Sam now and then you use the Sanctuary later, like...
Yeah,
he'll have to get... And you can always... If Sam stays alive and Sam doesn't get hated...
He's just revealed his hand. He is stacking...
Oh, that's smart.
Hunter, Skulker, he's got a hate. 2 Gleamings. Yeah. That was a good choice by Basinalis.
But my bet is that he doesn't exert Sam here because he knows that there's a hate on the table.
Yep.
And he can get 2 burdens off the next site.
Ooh, second Bounder. He could peel 2, accepting that Sam will die.
2 bounders equal 2 allies.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. He can peel 2, except if he accepts Sam will die from hate. Or just once with Sam, which I think is what he'll do.
He's also...
Oh, no, he's going for
here. He might be prepping to kill off his Godward companions as well. Yeah,
He's going to move the frying pan. Yep, moves the frying pan to Frodo.
Be interested to see
I'm surprised that he put Sam into a danger position. Or did they have... Oh, he did have Skulker, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's surprising to me. I would have thought he would have tried to keep both of them alive, but maybe he's got other plans here.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got a Gandalf in that deck, but if he lets Aragorn and Boromir both die here, if Gandalf can come out and help carry, he could walk pretty comfortably 1 at a time. But if he doesn't, that's...
Well, weirdly, it's going to be hard to kill off Aragorn. I don't think he can now that the Balrog's already been played.
Not quickly, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, not without... well, I was going to say without Sam's exertions, but... Well, the stage is set there. You need 7 burdens. I'm assuming there's no other burden technology going on in that deck.
Yeah, I would guess there's not as well. Sam's usually it. He does.
Unless he's running Elf Song.
He could be running Elf Song, yeah. He's got... Estiel lets you use some of those less used events just as kind of a cycle fodder. Frying pan coming out for Pippin.
Very helpful.
I think one of the most surprising things is that there's only 3 card difference in their draw decks, and Axter's deck is designed for cycling.
Oh, yeah. yeah.
So that's pretty
Yeah.
impressive that Asmelis has moved that quick as well.
There goes Gandalf.
Yeah. 3 2 Great and Terribles. All Blades Perish. To
Interesting.
Keep Tildea healthy. That might have just been to cycle the card out.
It's interesting how many events he's playing, though. You know, it's hard to find a build that has room for All Blades Perish.
It's true.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the second All Bloods Perish we've seen.
I wonder if there
Yeah.
was something specific he saw in groups that he was nervous about. Axter keeping his fellowship alive.
That Pippin really is a goat.
He's so good.
It is nice having a useful Pippin, finally.
It is. It is. So does he... Okay, he's just giving up on killing the Gondor companions. It seems.
Yep.
Last Alliance. Classic.
I mean, Frying Pan's going to help a lot with... He knows the trick, right? You know, he knows what's going on. He's got a damage +1 Aragorn.
Yeah, he's got damage +1 on Aragorn already, so I suppose you can just, like...
You know, Aragorn
Yeah.
can even become damage +2 with a... who's the 4 Vitality?
Oh, and you got Rumil. Oh, yeah. Oh, and he does have Gandalf. Damn.
Okay.
Frying Pan on Mary. Nice. But you've got... What's his name? Oh, well, the archery phase is going to be skipped here, but you've got... Is it Rumil?
Yeah.
Rumil
Yeah.
and Caliglin for the regroup phase.
Yeah, they can both really help.
Yup.
Man.
Yeah, Caligan in the regroup phase goes a long way.
This is pretty big, though. With no archery phase, this is pretty big having 2 hunters out.
Yeah, and the Frying Pan went on Merry instead of Frodo, which surprises me.
I still think you go 1, 2, 3 on one of the hunters and just let him die.
Yeah, I would agree.
If he's
And then Gandalf can beat the Skulker, and if you have a couple elf cards in hand, Aragorn can whack down the other hunter.
If you have 2 elf cards...
Right.
If you have 3 elf cards in hand, Aragorn can whack down the other hunter at damage +2. But,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, even 2 cards, or I guess, yeah. Well, you need 2 pumps and then at least a damage +1, and then you can shoot him with the Caliglin in the regroup if you need to.
Yeah, you got Caligan in the regroup, that's true.
We're also 7 burdens away from corruption, so if he can't get it perfect, it doesn't mean that he can't.
True. I think there's a decent chance that Axter puts at least 1 on here, but I would be surprised if it's more than 1. Although, if he's only running 1 copy of Frying Pan, it would be a big loss for Merry to lose the skirmish and die.
It would be. I'm really surprised that went on Merry and not Frodo. Although Merry could do...
Yeah.
Nope. Bounder's not going to put him in range to survive.
Yeah, I mean, Frodo could have just taken down one of those guys all on his own.
Yeah, but if you put Boromir on Merry plus the Frying Pan, he might be able to transfer his strength onto someone else to win. I don't know. Maybe.
True that Boromir does make things even more complicated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that is it. You could also just exert Merry twice and then pump with Boromir twice to keep Merry alive, and then use Caliglin to do an extra wound on the remaining one.
Also true.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. Besmels is clearly thinking through them as well. He's taking his time here in the maneuver phase, deciding if he's going to, or what he's going to do with Estelle. Discarding Fell.
Yeah, my guess is that he must not have 3 Elven cards, is my guess, or else it's an easy... Okay, he just had the 1, it looked like.
Yep, he went for the damage bonus, so he might be using Merry to boost Aragorn to
That's interesting.
take one of these orcs out.
Yeah.
I don't know what he does with the other hunter.
This is quite the interesting sequence. There's just so many different opportunities.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here. I don't think that's what I would have done, but like I'm not Basmelis, so I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, I was gonna say
just
we
clever
didn't quite
this really
make it
is.
this year or last mock. We were just on the edge, outside looking in.
Yo. If we were watching a random game, I would feel like I'd be able to look at that and be like, I don't know if that was the right choice. Not knowing what's in the hand, but with a player, with two players like this, I mean, they're both better than I am. I shouldn't be judging how well they're doing. Yeah, so take the one wound there. It leaves that Morgul Hunter with full health, but
That's an interesting choice. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So
He's
Okay, so
only
he
going
went
to
there.
get one though because of the back and forth timing of Caliglin.
right, he'll only
It's
get the one.
Caliglin, Gleaming in the Snow, Caliglin. He'll only get one this time.
Yeah,
So clearly, Basmelis is just smarter than all of us.
clearly.
Yep. That seems to be the case.
I feel like we knew that. Yeah, he's stopping here. No reason to risk anything. Transfer the frying pan to
especially
Frodo.
His Nazgul are beating up pretty good anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 burdens still keeps him safe from Nkeo, even assuming he can't get rid of any more. 12 cards left in Basmelis' deck. 17 in Axers. These guys are quite possibly running out before we see the end of Site 9.
Yeah, that's actually wild to see Basmelis 5 cards lower than Axter.
Yeah, he has been cycling really strongly. So
That's some mean Nazgul against those hurting companions.
Yeah, both fierce. That might be for... Oh, we've got some stealths coming out. We are still at Site 5.
Ah, yes. Gotta love the stealth. Does he have 4 stealth, though?
Oh, probably not, but Axter was never counting to win this game with his fellowship. He just needs to be able to keep walking.
Yeah.
Basmelis got ahead.
Yeah, he's really not in much danger moving into Site 6 either. That'll be his last move, and he'll give 6 Twilight. You're fine there.
Yeah, Baz got ahead so quickly, so early. I think Axter's been assuming this is a shadow win or lose game.
What did Olarin take into his hand?
Olarin brought Secret Sentinels.
Right, so just generic pump Aragorn up.
Yep, probably doesn't matter. He just needs to have that.
Yeah, give me a card that can boost Aragorn further.
Yep. It's a great combination. As long as Gandalf doesn't absolutely need to keep his vitality, it lets you do a lot of work there. All right, so we got a ring from Twilight. We could see quite a few. I'm drawing a blank. He cycled them all back into his deck. The Spotted Twilight Nazgul out of burden. He potentially wants to be found. Thank you. Yeah, he potentially has 4 of those left.
I always wonder about the cost versus efficacy of those.
Oh, they're so
2
good.
Twilight and 4 card spaces for 1 burden. Well, I guess it's 4 burdens total, but
Yeah.
Yeah, if you figure, even if your opponent has standard burden removal, Samson Handfist is going to pull off, let's say, 3 or 4 throughout the game. Using the Skulker, and it wants to be found, lets you cycle through potentially 8 burdens for 16.
yeah, the cycling really big. Yeah,
It can go a long way, and there's no exertion cost there, so you only need the 1 Twilight Nazgul to play all of them. He doesn't have them, though. He did not leave himself the points to play any maneuver events here. To play It Wants to Be Found as a maneuver event here.
Yeah. So Aragorn
quite
gets one here probably, right? To take out one of the pillagers, Frodo takes out the other pillager?
Yeah, Aragorn doesn't need to go damage +1. He just needs to be big enough, because he's damage +1 already with the sword. He doesn't need to kill them, just exhaust them. But he did
yeah, he's going big enough. Yeah, because the pillager makes him -3.
Yeah. He did go the extra damage +1, though. He's going to shoot down... Oh, interesting.
Oh, he's going to save Frodo's frying pan-ness for later.
Maybe use it 1 time here to finish off that pillager.
I don't think you need to finish him off. Like, if he can't exert in the regroup phase, who cares about him?
Well, I suppose it's a question of whether or not he plans to double. Yeah, if he's not doubling, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think he's doubling.
Mary dies.
That's fine.
He's got no concerns. The Ring Wraiths will both deal a wound, and one of them will die to Aragorn
Yep.
in the fierce skirmish, because he did not exert Frodo to prevent that. I think correctly. Keep the vitality.
Yeah,
from
save the
trying.
vitality to whack down a hunter at site 9.
Absolutely.
So who do you use Elrond to heal here?
Looks like Greenleaf, which makes sense.
Greenleaf.
Keeping as many wounds as you can. Ooh, he might be doubling here. I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it's
Vitality
possible he doesn't want to let him refill his hand.
No, no.
Ah, okay.
No.
I'm not sure. Is there?
I think I agree with that. You want to refill your own hand so you can pump Estelle. And like,
Yeah, I agree
there's a
with that too.
chance that he kills him here anyways. Like, a couple Nazgul could do it.
Yeah, I wonder if he was worried about Feel Its Power. It's the only thing I can think of as to why he would bother with that extra exertion rather than saving it for Site 9. Because there is a limited phase at Site 9. This is a PC event.
Yeah, true.
So maybe he was worried about the burden add there. I don't know. Site 6 coming through with these Fierce guys. Probably.
Someone's gonna die, right?
He's chucking Gimli. He's done his job. He won't see another Fellowship phase to cycle another card. Keeping the 3 alive that he needs to make sure that Frodo doesn't die in the event that he somehow had another move, but he's not gonna. Basmelis is trotting in here, healing Legolas instead of Callaghan. Probably the better.
I can get down with that. That makes sense. Like, Aragorn's bow. Shit, that's probably game.
That feels like it's game.
Yeah.
Using Galadriel
Between
to
Aragorn
his
and Legolas,
own
yeah.
Site 9 instead of what was it that Basmelis tried to play, or Axter tried to play Summon of Amahan, which would have let him draw 4.
Yeah, he would have drawn 4 cards. Yeah.
Here goes Aragorn being strong enough to take down the hunter.
And Axter has conceded. Oh,
yeah.
What a very, very good game, though.
Man, well played by Basmelis. That's why he is better than the rest of us mere mortals.
So good. I don't.
Played with Galadriel too. That's really impressive.
Wow, yeah. We're talking a lot about Basmelis because he won last year, but Axter is just a phenomenal player. I might go steal his deck and play around with that for a bit. It looks like fun.
I think something interesting about Axter's deck too is that he didn't play any copies of Helpless, but he instead decided to use Hate instead, because he knew when someone plays Sam, you're going to peel off the burdens, but then he'll be exhausted and you can just shoot him down with one of the Hates. Whereas if you use Helpless, you still have to wait for Sam to be played in order to play it, so he's still going to rip the burdens, and then there's the risk of having the condition removed.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just, going for Sam that way. Hadn't really thought of that before.
Yeah, I haven't either, and I was very impressed with that. I assume he didn't include it in his deck. I haven't seen it. So, yeah, with him having gone through most of his whole deck out, I assume we would have at least noticed it at some point if it was in there.
All right.
With Basmelis, one of the really impressive things is that none of his decks feel like NPEs. Like, they don't feel annoying. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think that's very true. Help me out here. We're taking a lunch break, right? I need to post the time. I'm sorry, Belrog. So we're going to resume at half
1940.
past...
19... Yeah, 19... Yeah, 1930, 19... That's 1940.
1940.
Server time. 1940 server time.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So yeah, please, Belrog, please continue. I'm sorry, I was just trying to get that message out, and I'm very confused. But we have daylight savings here this Sunday, and I'm not sure if I'm 4 or 5 hours off UTC these days.
No. I was just trying to say he lets you down easy. You don't feel terrible after losing to him.
Yep, that is true. All right, looks like we've got our roster fully updated for our Bronco versus Basmelis.
Yep.
It should be, hopefully just a phenomenal best of 3 here. I'm very excited to see how this goes.
Yeah.
We've got an hour break before that starts. So I guess we've got to fill the air for an hour, guys.
We do. I'm tempted to just do a random exhibition match against you on the test server, Mock.
Oh, I don't have any decks ready to go on the test server. I built a bunch of them early on. But yeah, I think it's probably worth talking a little bit about what we've got coming up in the works here. I know Ketura talked about it last week, but
Yeah.
I don't know how much we've got an overlap here between the viewers from week to week. So after this event, this is the last part of our tournament circuit for 2024. We have an entire set of V2 cards coming out that have been worked on very hard by, I think Ferrofin's been spearheading that.
Finarfin? Yeah, I think he has.
I'm sure there are others involved, and I am sorry that I'm not giving proper credit. I'm not part of that group, so I don't really know the details, but those should be coming out in the next weeks, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, without Ket on the stream, I'm not sure how confident we're feeling that they're ready for prime time, but like imminently. I think on the last stream, Ketura said either within the coming weeks here, or we might like make that our Yuletide event where we like release them into the like playtest version for Yuletide, and everyone does them for our Yuletide event.
Right. So certainly sometime between tomorrow and the end of the year.
Correct.
They're not ages and ages out anymore. They are coming soon. Those focus heavily on Towers block. That's kind of what they're designed for, even though there isn't technically a PC Twin Towers, the two towers, available on the server. But they'll be used for movie block games and hopefully give a little bit of a boost to some cultures that are needing something. I don't know its current state, but the original version of Aragorn being released let you spot one fewer cultures, so I am hoping that's persisted, and I'm very excited to be able to play Pipewade and movie without worrying about Grima.
Yeah, there's also, if memory serves, some really fun buffs to Rohan generally, focused around the Valiant theme. There's some buffs around the like Nath elves who are kind of just meh, all getting the Valiant keyword so that there can be some like multicultural Battle of Helm's Deep defense elves plus Rohan men happening. A few bumps to wargs generally to try and make them a little bit more competitive. And a couple little Dunlin tweaks to take advantage of initiative. If memory serves, I think those are the main themes of V2.
I believe there's also quite a few cards looking at dual culture trackers, a combination of Urix and Sauron trackers to kind of give you that feel for the beginning of the two towers where...
Yeah, that whole meets back on the menu vibe.
Right, exactly. I don't know that that's a card name in particular, but it won't surprise me if it is.
Yeah, I feel like it might be. If it's not, we really missed one not calling a card meets back on the menu.
Well, we'll have to do it for the next round.
Indeed.
Once those cards are out and we move into the new year, there will be, I'm sure, a round of erratas as we figure out what got missed during the playtesting period on those. Yep. There will also be I think it's going to come out with Yuletide, but a round of erratas for older cards, existing cards. A few have been identified as potentially problematic based on the tournament circuit over the last couple of months. And there is certainly the opportunity to identify others that people think are either a problem or could use just a small little boost. I know those aren't set in stone yet, so I encourage...
Yeah, it's very open-ended what we're trying to work on there with... I mean, the good news is we now do have a balanced council that is semi-formal and focused on looking at just this, so it's no longer the blood, sweat, and tears of one man trying to balance the game. There's a collection of us, myself, Mock, Tunadan, a couple others, who are looking at this and trying to philosophically take a look at a kind of like broad level of like which like themes, which cultures, which strategies, which archetypes were particularly too weak, too strong, rather than just like fixating on like a particular card and looking at like, right, maybe Gondor is really dominant, and like how do we address Gondor and make that a little more balanced and give other free people strategies a seat at the table. So we're hoping to do a lot more with that in the coming months as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I've some time ago kind of put together a little bit of a script that just looks at various win and loss rates. It's not super sophisticated, but I'm hoping to identify a handful of cards to bring up as a proposal for things that need just like a really small boost. They're almost there, but not quite. Because I do think we so often tend to focus on the problem children and knocking them down a notch. That I think it would be a good idea, and whether or not we can figure out a good list, because I'm not convinced my strategy to identify these is the right one. But if we can find a good handful that could use that just small little bump to get them more into the scene, get more diverse cards or more diverse strategies.
Yep.
I think that's a good thing for us to be looking at here, and I'm hoping we can make that happen. For anyone who's not part of these conversations right now but wants to be, the Players Council is fully a volunteer effort. People are more than welcome to join it officially or to jump into GEMP and talk in the Players Council GEMP channel, which is open to everyone, whether you want to formally join or just make a couple of comments here and there, have your voice heard. And the playtest server, which is where we've been testing all of the V2 stuff over the last months, is open for sign-up. We do request that you sign up, and I'm sure there is a form somewhere I will try to find before the end of the stream. But the sign-up will get you access to it, but more importantly, we do give out rewards to our playtesters in the form of the PC cards. They're all available in GEMP. The thing that you need to give as a sign-up is what your normal GEMP username is, so that you can be properly lined up. And I don't know exactly what those look like, because I have not been part of that playtest group. I don't know if you're getting various packs to select the promo cards, or if it's particular ones each month. Do any of you know the details on that?
I have not been as active in the playtest server as I would like to be, so I also do not have the answer.
Totally fair. But there is a bribe there in place for anybody, or a reward, I suppose.
Yes, very strong, but if you want your deck to be as blinged out as Basmalvis's deck with all of the foils and alternate artwork cards, then the playtest server is the place for you.
Oh, I have just realized I'm the one screen sharing here. All of these games, I have my foil setting turned off because I find them very distracting. But I apologize for people on stream who do prefer to see those, and they haven't been available because it didn't even occur to me to turn that back on before this. I don't know if people are interested, but if you sound off in the chat and let us know if you want it on for the finals or if you want to make sure it stays off, I'll happily do either.
Oh, Botnik chimed in the Twitch chat. You get art packs with alternate arts and some reward boosters.
Nice. Yeah, for anyone who's never done any of the alternate art stuff, show a little bit of what that looks like. Let me make this my full screen for a moment. So in your My Cards section, you have... Probably don't want my filters on. But you have all the cards that you've gotten, either from tournament events or from leagues. I don't tend to do anything in here. Apparently I've got 6 full art legless Greenleafs from something or other. But the most common thing you get is these kind of packs. So these are all selections. I'll open one here. This is an alt art image promo selection. So I get to choose one of these. You open it up and I can pick any one that I like, and once I've added it to my collection, I can play it if I so choose. These span, it seems, all the way through the expanded cards. I'm seeing a bunch of Nazgul here that I do not recognize. But these are various promos that have been available. I believe the promo ones are all from Decipher's Day. So you can see and of how they've come through. Mount Doom release cards here with Sauron. But lots of them are also, masterworks as provided by the Players Council. Pick anyone you like. These are... I don't know if it's exclusively Ketura who has done these, but I know he tends to be the one to do them. These have been created specifically for various leagues and events over the last however many years this has been going on for. I only found GIMP last year, so I don't know how long it's been around. But these are...
Yeah, I only found it about a year ago myself as well.
I think we've been doing full art stuff for close to 2 years now. Maybe not quite, but close to.
But these tend to be, just absolutely gorgeous. The various masterworks. And I think I've got a full art pack here I can show off as well.
Yeah, the PC promo selection pack.
There we go.
Yeah, that one has the full arts.
So, some of these are just beautiful, beautiful cards. Whether you play with them or go for the default is 100% up to you. They don't replace your normal cards. When deck building, you do have to change into your My Cards section to select these if they're what you want. So you get a lot of control over that. And this is, I believe it's these packs that we, Botanic said we give away. There's a link to the blog posts about joining PC at V2. Botanic, can you tell me where to find that link or post it in the chat? I just see stars in the Twitch chat rather than any actual link. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not. For players who like foils, you can also get your foils in your various collections here. I don't think they show up when you... Oh, yeah. I have very few to show off here because I don't collect them. But you'll notice as you play, if you don't have foil turned off, many players get really excited to have full foil decks or otherwise kind of bling out their favorite cards. And so those are all available on GIMP. You should have discard. Thank you, thank you. All right. So here's our Join the Beta Test Initiative. I'll put the link in the Twitch chat as well for anybody who would like to do so. But this will talk through, we need playtesters kind of all skill sets. We do have some example decks. I think originally we were handing out the ones that I made early on but never played. I hope there are better ones available now. But you do get PC promo selection, which is that last set of just wonderful full art PC cards that you get for playing. In addition to event award boosters and high place boosters, depending on how many games you're going to be playing in those playtests. The feedback we get for those is super valuable for tweaking just how good cards are or what combinations the initial writers of those cards may not have thought about that are either very, very strong or very unfortunate, depending on how they're set up. So anyone who is interested, this is absolutely available to sign up for now. And we usually have something going on in that server. V2 is the biggest thing that's been there in a long time, but it's an easy place for us to playtest even some of the suggestions that are made internally as we're putzing with how a card might change. So the more feedback we get, the better. Going through, I feel like we're forgetting something here.
The rest of the giveaways, yeah?
Yeah. We've got about 45 minutes before we start up. Let's do 3 or 4 of these. And we'll do a few more before the beginning of the next round. Let me get the CSV. All right. Let's give away... It's going to go over. Return of the King booster pack. Our lucky winner is Crush a Dupe. All right, congratulations. Return to the King booster pack will be coming your way. For anyone who is not in this, I do see one new name. I'm going to add Diego to our list of potential winners. There is a link kind of further up in chat towards the beginning for where you can sign up to be part of this raffle. The important thing is that we get an address for you so we can ship the cards out. They do ship worldwide. I don't know that there is any limitation, but don't quote me on that because I'm just filling in here. But I know they ship certainly to Europe and South America, and I assume all, if not, I assume everywhere else. I don't know that there's any reason why we wouldn't be able to send them to different places. Let's do another. Now that I've got Diego properly in our recipients list. I see you. I'm trying to remember what this card is.
That was a pretty good looking full art, to be fair.
So this is a full art, but this is one of our V1 cards. I don't think I have this full art, but was it available in that list if I go check it out? I need to make that wider. Show it off before we figure out who's going to claim it. No! I am looking for it. I don't see it.
I haven't done that yet, and it was supposed to be probably a way bigger reveal. Sorry, Ketura, for us doing a very anticlimactic reveal to that one.
Oh,
I'm
right
sure.
Here we go.
Oh, wait.
It is gorgeous. It is just not, because it's full art, it didn't have the word I was looking for.
Sorry.
So I see you as one of our V1 cards created by the Players' Council. I don't know how long ago, before I was involved. But the site number for each minion is -1, or is -1 for each burden you can spot. And each minion with a site number of 1 or less, these are Sauron minions, of course, is strength +1. Really nice way to get your Sauron minions out a little bit earlier, and maybe even have them be a little bit stronger. But if the ring bearer puts on and then takes off the 1 ring, this condition is discarded. So, in Fellowship block, that would require that the ring bearer is taking at least a wound to be able to put the ring on, but in movie there are several other ways to pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the card we're looking at. Let's find out who gets it. Alright, just going to the spreadsheet, making sure I record all of these. I don't want anyone to win something and my failure to write it down stop them from getting to you. Crystalline 1, 2, 3.
Congrats, Crystalline.
That was weird. Congratulations, Crystalline. For some reason, when I pasted you into the spreadsheet, it was wrong. But I've got you corrected. You will see that card coming when the prizes go out. I'm not super sure when they are, but they will go out at some point. I spun by accident, but whoever this is going to get what we roll next on that chart.
Oh, it's kind of more fun knowing who the winner is and then finding out what you get. I kind of like that, actually.
All right, Lemon Dude. I don't yet know what you're going to win. Lemon Dude, you are the proud new owner of a Frecka Full Art. Congratulations, Lemon Dude.
That Frecka Full Art is pretty sick as well. Another really good one.
Yeah, let's take a look. And of course, I keep making this screen small so I can do the other stuff. Oh, Frecka, where are you? Or is it
Bottom row.
There we go. Oh, looks angry. Yeah, all of these full arts are just phenomenal. I don't know how the full arts are printed by, I assume Ketura is doing them again. He just kind of runs everything, or knows how to do everything anyway. But they all look so good. I mean, even something as simple as just looking at the fens, like that is just a gorgeous card.
Really is.
But all right. Making sure I've recorded that. Wreck of full art. And we got I see you. All right. Just making sure. There is a question in the Twitch chat asking if there's a bracket somewhere. There is. dstaley has put this together for us today, and I will post the link for you if you would like to keep it yourself. We are, the follow-up there is, I'm not sure where you're at in the tournament. We are at our lunch break before the final set of 3 playoff. Our Bronco and Basmelis are our 2 final players. Our Bronco is undefeated, having made it all the way through the upper bracket playing movie PC. And Basmelis did drop a game to our Bronco in the semifinals, and then defeated Axter to come back up to make his way into the finals. And that will be starting in about, what did we say, 30 minutes? 40 minutes. I've forgotten what time I posted in GEMP chat. In about 40 minutes, or giving the players a chance to get something to eat and take a break that they likely need. I know I am starting to get a little tired and a little hungry, and I've just been talking. I haven't been playing at all. So they're going to need it more than us.
It's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if Branko can pull this off. You know, it's a tall task to try and win 3 games against Basmelis since he already beat him once, but you know, still starting a new best of 3 puts it in a tough position, and it'll also be interesting to see how Basmelis might try to play the matchup a bit differently now.
Absolutely. Really excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the 4 of us who are on the stream while we have some time to kill, I feel like we should each give our predictions of who's going to take the crown.
Yeah, I'm game.
All right, let's start with you. Who do you think emerges victorious in this battle of 2 great players?
I think I have to go with probably Basmelis, only because he's the world champion from last year and still also finished first in the group stage this year, so it's hard to bet against him.
Yeah, they played each other earlier. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm actually going to go... I'm going to go with Bronco. I think that, like, in the move... Like, obviously we don't know what Bronco's playing in Fellowship yet, which that's a little bit of an ace up his sleeve, depending on how things go. But I think that the way he's put together that rainbow archery brown lens thing is just very, very difficult to counter. That even with Basmelis now knowing it's coming, I'm not quite sure how he's able to outrun that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Maybe Basmelis' whole strategy has been to get ahead as quickly as possible, and that brown lens really is just brutal if you let it happen to you. So, I mean, it's hard to ever doubt the guy because he's incredible, but I don't know, Branko has a pretty good chance, if anything.
Yeah.
If I could guess on a strategy, I think Basmelis might try to play second, and that would allow him to control the site path and get a free stop with his orcs at site 8, and then potentially double 7-9.
Could definitely see
Interesting.
That. Having
Definitely see
whatever
that.
his 7 is as well would stop a lot of exertions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So but Branko, 1 for Basmelis. Mock, what's your pick?
So coming into today, I think Basmelis was absolutely the favorite. You know, if I had to pick between the top 8 before they played, I would have said I think he's the most likely to make it, make it out on top. I don't know if I think our Bronco is likely to win or if I'm just kind of rooting for him, but I love seeing such an interesting and different shadow strategy. No shade against the goblins that Basmalis is running, but I adore seeing, new stuff that's just not all over the place, and I kind of hoping that he can make that really pay off.
Yeah. But I think it's interesting as well that they have played each other. So I think, like, as you were pointing out, Nelson, like, a lot of it will come down to, like, how do they try and, like, tweak and tailor their strategies to each other. Like, we've seen so far, like, Basmalis go all out and add, like, 8 to 10 burdens at site 1 every game. Like, does he try and change that, or does he try and, like, use that high bid to his advantage to go second and play with the site path? Very interesting to see how this plays out.
If he doesn't
He's got a
throw
really-
away his Frodo,
Sorry, go ahead.
his ring goes on during the maneuver phase with an exertion. If he holds
Oh,
on to Frodo, even if he loses him later to pass the ring on, if he doesn't go 10 burdens early in Swamp, he's potentially got 11 extra wounds at the cost of 1 exertion each time he's going to start putting a set of wounds there.
Yeah, I
That
think
could be really
this
valuable.
is something where this Elven deck will really shine in that it can function without Aragorn if he chooses to go that route. If he bids 0 and doesn't end up going first and isn't able to pull Prancing Pony on site 1, he can still start Legolas, Arwen, and Galadriel, and he still has that discard engine with Arwen in place to make the deck function, perhaps not at 100%, but at least at, 85, 90.
Yeah.
That is really interesting that he could completely change up his starting fellowship as well. I hadn't thought about that. Which you make a great point. And then, like, Sam comes around when he comes around, Aragorn comes around when he comes around. But just using that, like, resistance Frodo has to soak up the archery.
You might
Could be
need
interesting.
to be careful about cycling too much with Arwen. If he's not going to tutor Aragorn, he's probably only running 1 copy. And losing a unknown card from the bottom of deck could be disastrous.
Reminder, what has he been bidding?
5, I think.
Yeah, like 5.
Okay.
I think he usually bids 5 and then adds 1 to get Aragorn, and then adds 2 to get Vilya and 2 to get Nenya, and ends up with 10 burdens at site 2.
Yeah, so he gets Elrond with Aragorn.
No, I think he gets. I'm not sure. He's been getting Elrond a lot very early, which is interesting because Estelle can't get Elrond because
That's
Elrond costs
true.
4.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I do think he had Elrond early on in all the games. He may just be running 4 copies.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, we've got a vote in the Twitch chat. Dylan Polk saying that they think Basmalis will win, and asking if there's any news on Ketura. I don't know, Dylan. I'm not sure what's going on. I just know he's not doing well today, so asked that we take over. And CRISPR Tot asked if we could put this on live YouTube as well, and I have no idea. I found out that I was hosting this stream half an hour before it started and frantically downloaded what I've got here to make it go. I do believe it is recording. The software that I downloaded says it is, and I'm sure it will be uploaded to YouTube. I will figure that out, but I'm afraid I don't know how to do a YouTube Live in conjunction with Twitch. Sounds like something we should definitely do in the future, but it's not there
But
today.
Chris, in the meantime, send the link around to all your friends so all of Brazil can cheer on Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Broncos, Brazil, Basmalis is Dutch, right?
Yeah.
Got intercontinental finals.
Yeah.
America's in shambles.
Yeah, we were always going to be.
USA really had a poor showing in this, I have to say.
So there was actually 5 American citizens in the finals, and at least 2 refused to rep the United States. That was when they were asked what country they wanted to be associated with. Yeah, I don't know where the image that Ketura put together, but there was 3 American flags on it. But there was 5 U.S. addresses. So maybe I'm wrong about citizens, but U.S. residents.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, I put a UK address. I am technically an American citizen, although an expat living in England. So I suppose, yeah, all right. So maybe the American showing wasn't so poor. We've all just refused to identify with America and or left the country.
It was asked on the sign-up form. It asked it asked for our address and then it asked what country did we want to represent. I know
That is true.
when I filled it out, I just wrote the question: can I represent just Maine? And apparently the answer was no. It wasn't allowed. But
I think to be fair, we both put in Margate, United Kingdom, because we wanted to specifically rep our like small seaside town and not just England as a whole.
right.
But I think it's got put down as England.
Yeah, I suppose I have no idea if one of those flags was supposed to be for me or if I was one of the people who he said refused. Because I didn't specifically say no, I just had requested that I rep my state, if that was allowed.
I mean, to be fair, Maine's a pretty great state as U.S. states go, so I can understand it.
It sure is. I like it here. It's a good place. Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm just looking up what the flag of Maine looks like right now.
So it is
pretty
actually
nice.
something we are voting on next week, or 2 weeks from now, as to whether or not it will change.
Oh.
Oh no, I have to look at it now myself.
Yep. The current flag is the state seal, and the proposed new flag, which is also the old flag from before it was the state seal, is a pine tree and a blue star. So
The pine tree is awesome.
I'm voting for it. Whether or not it will pass, I don't know. I haven't seen any polling to suggest how likely that is. But we will find out maybe as early as November 6th whether or not we're going to have a new flag.
So why are you guys voting again? Are people unhappy?
Well, we're voting because it's election day for lots of things. We have a presidential election and all the local government elections. But it has been put on our ballot this year. It was a citizens' initiative, which just means some folk who had an idea went out and got enough votes to get it put on the ballot. Which is how a lot of things end up on the ballot in Maine, to whether or not we wanted to change it. And our old one is fine, but it's very busy and hard to see details at distance.
Yeah,
very busy.
I do like the new one. I do have to say, though, it feels like exactly like the type of thing that people that, like, brew craft beers in Maine would be like, let's go for a minimalist flag with, like, a pine tree. I'm not opposed to it, but it does feel like that, like, IPA drinking crowd may have put this on the ballot.
That's perfect.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as a regular consumer of IPAs at those local breweries, you're not wrong.
Absolutely perfect.
But yeah, I have no idea whether or not it's likely to pass, but we will see. I would have loved to see that on our World Championship map, though.
That would have been great. I'm not even sure Margate has a flag, to be fair.
Mm-mm.
Oh, but maybe next year. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if I'm playing next year. I might be doing this next year. But if I'm playing and I make it, maybe I can convince Ketura to let us put the state flags up instead.
Well, if you're playing and you make it and you're running the tournament, then you can put state flags up.
I'm fairly sure if I'm the one running it, I'm not allowed to play, at least in the final part. Maybe I can, be a participant
that's a good point.
Qualifiers just to be playing, but I think it would be, while I would not attempt to do anything untoward, it would have that potential for appearance, and there's just no reason to involve that.
Yeah.
I'm a middle of the pack for these things anyway, so it's not like I'm, maybe I'll win it next year if I just, making four groups is probably my best hope, and I can sit those out to do some commentary.
Commentary has been good fun.
It's a blast. Like, I would love for us to do more tournaments that have streams and commentary, in part because I like playing in tournaments. I struggle to get the games in from the leagues, when I'm available, whether or not other people in leagues are there. is harder.
Yeah.
But
I feel that the leagues are a bit of a hustle, but the tournaments are fun. It's like you show up or you don't show up.
right.
It happens then.
Yeah, it's 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday, and depending on if we do a UK or it's not UK time zone, but the EU time zone tournaments or the US time zone tournaments, they're always pretty convenient for me. The UK or the EU ones are 7 a.m. and the US ones are 1 p.m. It's 7 a.m. My kids are still asleep, and every couple of weeks my partner will happily let me disappear for a Saturday afternoon to play an event or commentate one. I'd be happy to do that too.
So I'm kicking around an idea right now of potentially, I don't want to promise anything because this would be a big undertaking, and I frankly don't know if I have the time to do it, but I'm considering doing a sealed world championship sometime in the future. And I haven't totally fleshed out all the options of how that would work, but it could potentially be 8 players qualifying for the final bracket based off winning some of the sealed gala events, or it could be, if we didn't want to do it attached to the galas, it could be 8 specific sealed tournaments, and the winner from each of those gets a spot in the final 8 for the final sealed tournament. So it's an idea I've been kicking around. I have been creating a number of custom sealed leagues. So it would be stuff that's completely brand new, decks that are brand new that people have never seen. Also, either brand new or we've maybe won it once as a gala before, but something that people have very limited experience with, so that everyone's kind of on a level playing field. And it truly would be, let's test everyone's chops at sealed and see who can really adapt on the fly and make things work for them.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool. As I mentioned, I really struggle to play the leagues. Just I often can only get a couple of games in, and I sit around not playing a PC Fellowship game, for example, waiting in the hopes of a league game. So I've kind of given up on them a little bit. But if you did tournaments for these, I've really enjoyed the sealed tournaments, both in last week's group stage for the first 2 rounds and the 2 we did during walk-on qualifiers. I had a blast playing in those. I would definitely be a willing participant if you were going to run more.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's pros and cons to each of them. If we do it as a league, then you probably get more people involved because you can accommodate more schedules. But then there's also the risk of someone going 10-0 with like a 30% opponent percentage, and everyone else goes 9-1, and so you didn't have to beat the best players to get in. Whereas if you do it as a tournament, you potentially cut down on the number of available participants, but you really do have that Swiss format where the top players are going to be playing against each other, and that's how you'd have to qualify. So it would make it more competitive at that sense. Although, even if you're playing a low opponent win percentage in a league setup, it's still pretty difficult to go 10-0. So it's not like any slouch is just going to qualify for this thing just based off either of the formats.
Oh yeah, definitely no shade on the concept of league. I just have a hard time getting those games in. That's entirely a personal schedule thing. When I play, I tend to get a couple games a week after I've got my kids to bed, before I need to go to bed to wake up early in the morning, and I just want to get a game in. If there's a league going on, I often end up not getting a game because I'm hoping for a league game instead of starting something else.
Right.
But for players who are who don't have my scheduled restrictions, the leagues are awesome. They're a really cool thing to do. I'm definitely not trying to cast shade on those being a big part of what you're doing here.
And there's also like a really big bonus to playing one game after the other with a sealed league. Speaking as someone who is not a very good player or very experienced or knows very much, it's very fun to be able to build a deck and then play 4 games in a row with it. It was super fun last week, and I was very nervous about it. But when it's drawn out over a month, you kind of forget what's in your deck, and all that stuff sort of happens. So I absolutely agree, that would be really cool.
Yeah, you make a good point with that. And I will say you did a great job with the sealed portion of the World Championship here. I did watch the stream back afterwards, and I saw the Bred for Battle counter of the tail condition, which I can't think of the name of right now, but that was an excellent play. So yeah, you did very well. And yeah, I think you make a good point about if the league is too spaced out, you run into the problem of forgetting and not knowing exactly what's in your deck and maybe forgetting some of your strategy as you play, the difference between your first game to your 10th game of the league. So yeah, I think I'm considering asking Ketura to put information on whether people would be interested in a sealed world championship into our Yuletide survey that we usually send out. And maybe it might be worth having people also vote on whether they prefer qualification if we do end up doing a world championship for sealed, whether they'd want it to be tournament style or league style. And then we can work with those results and see what works best for people.
Yeah, or maybe you could do a mix, right? If we're talking about like 8 players in the finals, you could do like 4 tournaments to qualify, 4 leagues to qualify, to kind of cater to both the people who are like in it for the like, I'm going to invest a whole Saturday in this, or I've got like a few hours here and there over the course of a month in the case of leagues. But I think generally it's a great idea. I like, as much as I love like scheming like decks for constructed, I think there is something really fun about just the various kind of like configurations of sealed and playing with that. That was sort of like one of the things first sort of like really got us in. We found GEMP because like my cousin found it years ago and is like, you guys should play this. And I tried playing with Balrog and like teaching her with a couple old decks I have. But then we just didn't really like, it was hard to like, we didn't have very many leftover cards. Physical cards. So then we started playing online a couple Christmases ago, and then it really like clicked for her, and we both really got into the game afresh. But the thing that kind of like moved us like to be more in depth with the community was the like sealed galas and just the kind of like themes of that. So definitely we think we should do more of that.
It'd be amazing.
Yeah, I have to say I have some really interesting thematic leagues that I have created, and I just need to have the time to enter them into GEMP itself to make that possible for us to play them. But I have all the... basically, I probably have 5 new leagues already planned out and the decks created for them just saved on my GEMP profile. And like I said, I just need the time to put I don't know if you call it coding, it's not really difficult coding, but to get them into the system itself.
Yeah, no, that's super exciting. I'd love to see it. I do want to jump in just very briefly because Balrog's big play from last week was mentioned, and I want to make sure everyone who's watching is aware that you can find that replay in its entirety, all 10 hours of it, available on YouTube, on the Players Council YouTube channel. I think Balrog's big play was game 1, and it was a really fun thing to watch, but all the way through is just a lot of really good games. And Ketura has been kind enough to put timestamps in there so you can jump from round to round rather than needing to sit through him talking if you don't want to for all of the various breaks. And just making sure I didn't forget that. Right back to you, Nelson.
Sure. Well, I think I'm just going to bring the conversation back to sealed because everyone knows that that's really what my passion is. I find for myself, at least, that sealed to me feels like what trading card games were when I got into them as a kid, because when you have a small budget as a kid, you don't have the money to buy all these different cards, and so that's really where I ended up falling in love with the game. So I find it keeps things constantly fresh when you're faced with new ideas for new builds and different combinations of cards that you would never use otherwise. So I would definitely consider myself a sealed enthusiast, despite the fact that the World Championship here is primarily constructed.
No, I think that as someone who is like a new player who never got into any of this other than like maybe a year and a half ago, it's very daunting because you are up against players who know what every card means just by looking at the picture and don't have to like read what they actually say. But once you do get the hang of it and sort of go by chance, it's actually really exhilarating and fun. And I really, really, really enjoyed it last week. And I would love to see things that happen a bit more quickly in that sort of format.
Totally.
Yeah, it's really nice that Ketura has created the ability for us to do tournaments like that now. So that's definitely a functionality that we have available that can aid us in the future.
Very cool.
Yeah, we've got Botanics mentioning in chat here. He says sealed, aka who comes in second after Commandant 89, who has been absolutely dominating those events lately.
The Spanish legend who did just go 28-0 in the last King Block Sealed, which is unbelievably impressive. And then he followed it up with a 10-0 in the most recent gala as well. So it looks like he's on at least a 38-game Sealed win streak. So highly, highly impressive.
Sounds about.
I'm trying to come for him on at least this Fellowship Sealed Gala. I'm doing pretty well so far. If I can, I was late to the game, but if I can manage to fit the last 5 games in, I might match that 10-0 in the Fellowship Sealed Gala we've got here.
Nice.
Interesting. That's awesome, man.
I mean, to be fair, I got like extremely good rares. I got like Ranger in the North. I got the like good Arwen and Legolas Greenleaf and the Witch King and Last Alliance. So it's a pretty good pull for a Fellowship booster box. But 10-0 is still nothing to scoff at, which I probably won't make.
Yep, there's absolutely
Hey, you
nothing
never
to
know.
you don't need to justify a 10-0. If you go that far, you've done real well regardless. Yeah, Nelson, is there any concept of making sealed work as a PC option, or is it kind of gonna remain Decipher Classic for the foreseeable future?
There's some talk of it. It's quite complicated with the coding. I know when we first released V1, which I don't know if that was like about 2 years ago or whenever, I made a sealed V1 gala event, and we had that ready to go for quite a while, but the coding was really complicated for Ketura to solve. So eventually he was able to get that figured out and make it so that if you opened packs, they and you opened a card that had an errata, it would automatically update in your sealed pool. But it was quite complicated, and we weren't at a point where we were able to open up PC packs. So we actually had to set it up where you opened up, I don't know how many it was, let's say 6 Fellowship block packs, and then you opened up 4 cards, 4 common PC cards, 3 uncommon PC cards, and 2 rare PC cards.
Okay.
So we didn't know how to integrate them into the pack at that point, and it's something that's potentially we could work on again. But yeah, it's really depending on if Ketura wants to prioritize in that space or not, or when that comes about. I think eventually we will. But it's, yeah, currently we're not in a place where we can offer it as your opening PC packs. But hopefully we get there.
Yep. That'd be really cool. Well, so we've got about 10 minutes left here before we start our final round. Let's give away the rest of what we've got. There's 6 items left. The only one that I feel like we should be holding on until after the finals is going to be our Balrog trio. I don't believe, though please correct me, that we're taking 10-minute breaks in between the best of 3 rounds. I think they're just going to be back-to-back. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're back-to-back unless someone requests to have a quick break.
Sure. If somebody wants to...
I mean, I think we should give them like a couple minutes to like decide which they want to be the next format. But yeah, I don't think we need the full-on 10-minute breaks. They've had an hour to prepare, so...
Yeah, so if we're not doing 10-minute breaks, I'm going to spin this wheel 6 times. But I think it was mentioned last time that it was more fun to see who was going to win before you knew what they were going to win. So let me check again, make sure there's nobody new on our list. Nobody new has signed up since we last spun. So here we go. All right, Solaris 21. You will be taking home. I say taking home. We're gonna ship these. 2 Towers booster pack. Congratulations. We've got Axer. He was one of our top players today, as anyone who's just joining us might not yet be aware. Want to say
third place.
overall he's third, right? With the way the brackets work.
Yeah.
So Axter, whether you're watching right now or not, congratulations. You both did amazing in these events, and you are taking home our. Is that Serving the Sacred Fire? I think that's a Serving of Sacred Fire full art. One of the most kind of quintessential buffs in the game. I just like showing these off. I'm going to pull it up real quick before we spin again. Right here. Another one of these. I mean, they're all gorgeous, but it's so good. So congratulations to you. Rendon. Oops. Rendon taking home our Greenleaf full art. I can't drag it when it's too big. Once again, just going to open this up so that we can take a look. There's our masterwork. Where's the full art? I don't see the full art. Perhaps it's not in this pack. Is this the one that... Oh, I've got way more here than I thought I did. There we go. Here's the Greenleaf full art. Get a printed copy of this coming your way. I don't know why it's not in that pack, or maybe I just am blind and didn't catch it. 3 more of these. Kamasan? I apologize to anyone whose name I am butchering here. Alright. Looks like you're taking home our Shotgun Unkea. We got a booster pack left and a Captured by the Ring full art. Gonna spin those while we've got the moment, and I'll check back in on Gemp Chat to make sure that our Bronco is good to go. Annalyn was one of our competitors. They did not make it to the top 8, but they performed quite well last week in the group stage. And they are going to bring home... There's only 2 items here. Looks like the Captured by the Ring full art. So I can't spin the name first this time around. There's only one item left, but our last booster pack here. What is BOHD? What set is that? Oh, Battle of Helm's Deep. Our Battle of Helm's Deep booster pack is going to go out to Gary Gelly. I recognize that name. Was Gary Gelly in the group stage last week?
Yeah, he was in group stage.
Awesome. I don't think I went up against him, but definitely played against them on Gamp in the past. Awesome. So we will do one last spin after the finals for our full art Balrog trio. But otherwise, that is the last of what we have to spin for today. We've got 3 minutes before we're ready to go. Our Bronco says that they are ready. So I'm going to get this set up. All right. Select those now. So doing the right thing. All right. So round one is kind of definitionally going to be movie block. And after that, as mentioned before, but in case anybody new has joined, after that it will be the choice of the loser. And I know it was mentioned, yeah, top 2 championship expanded is what Ketura said. So not that anybody has timed out this event, but there will be an additional 5 minutes. Smells. All right. Let's get that one up there. Both running Path to the Fellowship. We know this already. We've watched a number of these games, but
the bidding's going to be quite interesting, I think, to see what everyone's plan is.
I bet Basmel's bid 0. But
it really is just that question of, does he think he needs to pull Aragorn?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't remember.
And how does he think that resistance is to soaking up the archery?
Yeah. Basmel's bid 1 to our Bronco 0. Did our Bronco
so that's interesting. He hedged his bet there. He played it safe, but he still said, "Hey, if you're going to bid 0, I'm still going to take my my Aragorn off the bat."
Yep, I'm going to get my setup. If you're not going to go overboard here, Basmel's playing Warrior Swarm in movie here. I'm surprised that our Bronco didn't bid at least a few. Other than the Nkea, drop that he's got, I don't think he's got anything that plays off of burdens. But it's also entirely possible that they're both running Prancing Pony. It might not have mattered.
That's a good point.
The site goes.
Yeah, sure.
I don't have access to their decks, I don't think, but that'll be an interesting thing to check.
Yeah, Branko is probably pretty confident that he wants his sites anyway.
That's true. He really wants at least site 7 and 8. I don't know how much the rest matter. Moving to Edinmore's, he did pull Nenya with the ring for those burdens. So he's got.
But this is the first time he didn't get Elrond.
Yeah. No Elrond. Who did he? Oh, he pulled Arwen with Aragorn. Okay, because he started Sam this time around. I don't think he started Sam last game, did he? He started Arwen and Greenleaf?
No, No, he started Sam both times. I think this time he probably started Sam, Galadriel, and Arwen, and then pulled Aragorn. I'm not sure what he pulled with it, but if it was a companion, he chose not to go over 6.
Yeah, which I understand. Like, I've played a similar deck, and sometimes you just want to hold that pull with Estelle until you get to site 3, not get ruined by a early NKO.
So he did pull Greenleaf.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
he
hold
might
on.
just
Our
be
Bronco-
playing the strategy where he's just going to stick to 5, and every time he kills someone off, he'll just replace it with a new, fresh body.
Yep. Despite our Bronco having a variety of archers, he did not seem to be running the Orc Bowman, so there's not a lot that Galadriel probably has to be doing here, other than absorbing those wounds and potentially dying when the time is right. But Basmel's making it all the way to 3 without anything played against him. And our Bronco absolutely...
There's something to be said for that, though. If you're running an archery deck, like, why waste your shots before the Sanctuary?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Our Bronco also had a really strong start hand here. He tutored Aragorn, played Cyrodiil and Gil-galad from hand. Rumil was his tutored ally. He knows Basmelis is playing orcs, it's a good call. And then he grabbed, then yeah, he is playing the healing version of that ring.
Yeah, and that healing ring is very important as protection. I know in my matchup against him, I didn't realize it was the healing ring. I thought it was the discarding ring, and then he prevented me from killing his Greenleaf. So it's already worked once in his favor.
Yep. Yeah, exhausting Galadriel rather than killing one of the 3 Vitality companions there. This looks very similar to what we saw in the last round, but she removed there are 2 layer comings out. That probably recognizes that he's unlikely to get them both quickly, removing the armory instead. And moving straight along, Basmel's pulling the armory back with Foul Things. That always feels expensive, but you gotta protect those conditions to get the swarm really going. Playing his second Unkea of the turn almost certainly will finish off Galadriel Lady Redeemed.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive change.
Yep.
That's going to be a very different Fellowship experience for our Bronco here. A lot of Twilight on the field still. Whether Basmelis didn't think he'd get anything meaningful out, or just has 5 Fellowship cards in hand ready to keep moving. I know. So last year, just a fun fact, Basmelis ran a single copy of Unkea in his Moria Swarm deck. And I knew that in our group stage game, where I gambled that he wouldn't have drawn it, but this year, at least in group stages, he was running 3. So, a small change that can make a big difference on how effective your draw chances are. I wonder if he's running 4 this time, because that's the second time we've seen him get 2 of them very early and still have at least 1 more for later.
Did anyone see how big his deck was at the start of the game? It seems like it might be a little bit smaller than what he ran in the group stage.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was only around like 100, where in the group stage it was nearly 200.
So,
Yeah, it's
18
interesting.
discard pile, 86 between the deck and the field. So 104 looks like, if
Okay.
I'm doing my math right.
Interesting seeing those Grimas in there as well.
They paid off really heavily in his early round there.
It did.
Oh, okay.
I don't think
Interesting.
they're going to matter against our Bronco. He's playing a pretty standard Elves man. I don't think he has a splash from any other cultures. Though he might have Gandalf in there.
Yeah, I was splashing Gandalf in my Estelle and Elves deck, so it's interesting to know that he probably would have blown me up with Grima had I faced him.
Oh, there goes Frodo. He died 2 sites later than last time, but I'm surprised he went down so fast. He was pretty well exhausted there by archery fire. Took 2 archery wounds, he exerted for the site. It's possible that Vesmel was planning to kill him here, knowing that he was... Oh no, it's Gimli or 2 companions must exert. It's not Frodo, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
More reliable against movie block decks, I'm sure.
You got to wonder if his hand is getting too full of companions potentially, that he feels the need to get one down on the board at least.
Maybe. Yeah, he's definitely playing a much slower, more methodical game there.
Yeah, not running ahead like he has in the past.
Yeah, he was
earlier
at site 6 with our Bronco, I think still at 3 last game. So he's definitely taking it kind of slow and steady. Let's see if that'll pay off for him.
I think something that's interesting to point out too is just how successful getting shadow kills has been. Because generally the stereotype is that, or at least the common belief is that the Fellowship usually wins more often than not. But you look at Axter's deck, which was completely built off getting a shadow corruption, and our Branko has been getting a lot of archery wins. So it's interesting to see if there's more of a balance in that.
That's true.
Yeah. And we've got the 3rd MK out.
It's very fast to see all 3 of them in such a large deck. I would guess he goes for Greenleaf here, already having taken care of Galadriel.
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Yep, Greenleaf.
That's what I would do. But
our Bronco did discard for Aragorn, made him an archer. So there will be... Well, with Greenleaf off the table, there will be only 1 arrow coming, but there would have been 2 should he have kept it around. Galadriel is not his only condition discard. He is getting rid of both the air comings with companies of archers.
oh, that's big.
That is...
Yeah, the interesting thing with Moria is with the errata to foul things and with Host of Moria, there's just so many tools to bring things back from the discard pile.
Yep.
Yeah. It'd also be really interesting to see if Branko tries to push ahead and like go for a Fellowship win for the first time. Because it's almost like Besmel baiting him to do that and like give up the site path.
It does seem that way.
It's tough to double on this board though, because you're going into Khazad Doom and you know you're going to be facing probably a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Be very surprised if Besmelis wasn't running. Is it Flame of Udun? The Balrog? That works well with Moria?
Yeah, I would assume it's in his
Flame
deck
of
most
Udun.
likely.
Yeah, gotta think that that's sitting in the repertoire.
Either that or the maybe the damage +2 one. The nice thing about the damage +2 is you can play it for -6 on the site, but it also gets the -3. There it is from spotting. Well, he didn't even spot a Moria minion, but you can play it for 5.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. It doesn't enable a swarm if you've got a flooded pool the same way Flame of Udun does. And with a Moria Swarm deck, I feel like that's really useful. But
yeah, you're right there. I also just realized I assumed that this was Basmelis playing the Balrog, but that's actually Branko's Balrog.
Yep, this is Bronco's Balrog. He is prepared to deal as much damage as he can. Damage +2 Balrog is not fierce, but doesn't get discarded when you leave the bridge, so you can't quickly double the 6 this way either.
Interesting to see Saruman's power used so early when Besmelis only had 1 Host of the Last Alliance out.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, he doesn't really deal direct archery wounds until Site 8. Most of his guys exert instead of being normal archers. So
True.
The host might be more about just trying to get rid of the wound prevention of discarding it. You know, if you don't
Yeah, but -4 at Brownland's still a pretty big deal
For sure.
if you manage to get them out and keep them.
He has a good selection.
Yeah,
of
you've got to
creatures
think.
in this deck.
You've got to think he's got another copy in there.
Yeah, I would bet he's running at least 2.
I think he got 4. We saw him play 3 in one other game. I think he's got all 4.
Oh, okay.
4, interesting. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, forcing his own site 6, but still stopping. Not sure that it matters that it was the regroup phase versus the next fellowship, but perhaps to try to bait out any additional regroup events that our Bronco might have had. Gilgalad gets his ring. Guess Elrond's not allowed to have it in this deck. They are coming back on the table. Played for hand. That's his 3rd one so far. With half his deck left, I think he's drawn pretty well to get those. The thing that always surprises me with Best Analysis Swarms is he doesn't play sneaks. So he's not cycling anything back into the deck. Once it's gone, it comes back out with Foul Things or Host of Moria, but it doesn't come back around again if he gets through the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, does he even have that many orcs in the discard pile at this point? I don't think he's played very many.
Oh, he is dropping the Terror of Flame and Shadow. You were correct. Going for that damage +2 instead of the one I expected.
Pretty impressive to be able to play both of those minions for 8 Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, there was very little out there after they are coming, but he does have a handful of things in his discard pile. 2 Hosts of Morias are there already, Patrol Troop, and a Keyword, along with 1 red tracker that he's discarded along the way for Site 9.
Mm-hmm.
Balrog beats up Gilgalad, but cannot finish him off. And our Bronco with Balrog out there, probably very safely deciding to stay.
Yeah.
Risking another round.
And Bronco wants his sights as well, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a feel for when he's stopping because it's the right move to make his shadow play off, and when he's stopping because it's the right move for his fellowship. In that case, I think it was probably both.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got a free move to Site 6. Elrond coming out and no shadow played. No. Why did I think it was a free move to Site 6? Guess Malice did something with Nenya. Oh
Yeah,
no,
just
it was.
the side move.
Yep, free move to Site 6. Our Bronco played nothing and moved. That's why it looked to me like maybe I was wrong based on the chat. I saw that it was the start of the shadow phase and got confused, but that is just me being confused.
That's a big draw, getting his relics finally.
Yeah.
Dropping the runner at Dimmeldale, unless you have no other option, always seems like you're missing out on a point. But I've seen him do this several times now, so I wonder if I'm missing something, or perhaps he just doesn't have another minion in hand and he wants to get those card draw going before he decides what he's going to tutor. Patrol Troop from hand, though. Another runner. He's got a good amount of Twilight here. I wonder if this is a real contested site here. No green.
This is going to be interesting. Does he have more scimitars in his discard pile, or did he only have the 2?
I'm going to guess it was only the 2. And yeah, I don't see any others here. But he's drawing cards quickly with that Patrol Troop. Exerted the Keyword twice. Scout for free. The 4th runner comes out. That was played from hand. Swarms, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point. He doesn't have enough cards to use They Are Coming again. This might be the end of... Oh, Rumil coming through strong. This is Site 6 as well. Rumil's going to be able to fight somebody off as well. That's Miles deciding if he wants to use the armory.
And then die. So does he use his armories here or not is a question.
Yeah, he's got 8 minions out, 5 companions, and 1 ally. I mean, unless Rumil's got a Paths or I think he probably uses the armories here. This could be game. Our Bronco's got 8 cards still in hand, so maybe there's a trick we haven't seen. Yep. Keeping him alive.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, there you go. I would expect him to use him here, especially because I don't think he's played many foul things yet. So he knows that he's got the capability to bring it back, and Branko has very limited discard condition effects left.
Yeah, he's already gone through 2 Company of Archers, and Galadriel is gone. So that's probably a good call. So, after deliberating on the first choice, he makes it again in a heartbeat. There is going to be 1 archery that goes on the Pursuer. And now our Bronco has to figure out if he's got some way of keeping Frodo alive here.
Yeah, Besmelis might get the Shadow when it's 6.
It's an impressive swarm for a 0 Fellowship Twilight Blade move.
Yeah.
Yeah, moving into Site 6 as well. That's not often the bomb site.
Right, but I suspect he's going to have 16 on Frodo here. You know, if Frodo's holding the paths or something, it could... Well, he'd need 2. So there's still 1 Goblin Armory on the table. That's it? Oh, wow. Besmelis takes game 1.
Wow.
Woo!
That's a deadly swarm. He is the swarm master. There's no doubt about that.
Commits to the Shadow.
Yeah, he played that really, really nicely. Not going over 5 companions and then not double moving.
Just asking them if they want a short break before table 2.
Yeah, and does Bronco want Fellowship or movie?
Yeah. Bronco says, let's go. Someone else hasn't said one way or the other. He's good to play through. All right.
Now, do we see the Fellowship deck for the first time from Branko?
I'm really interested to see what he's playing.
I am too. Just for the sake of curiosity, I hope we get to see it.
Well, and his shadow in the movie deck is so interesting. Oh, he's going movie again though.
Okay.
Besmelis is on to him though.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he changes up his strategy. Does he try to stay under 5 companions to protect Galadriel more this time, or is it just keep putting everything out there because you need to protect against the swarm? It's also interesting to wonder what he has in there for ring bearer protection, or if it is just sort of archery effects.
I thought I saw a Tale of the Great Ring when he played one other game. In which case, if Besmelis is playing a similar build to what he did in movie, Besmelis can only get that at Site 9 with the tracker that gets rid of the condition.
Right, yeah.
Hey, thanks, Mock.
Yeah, no problem.
Back
Sorry,
for...
I didn't see your message until just now. I have no idea how long you were waiting there.
Oh no, that's all right. I just jumped back on partly into the this game that just went down. Ooh, yeah, not often you see. I mean, Site 6 can be swarm. He had the right stuff in play, and he had 3 armories. I think even two minions would have been enough there on Frodo, right? It looks like he didn't have anything.
2 paths or a path and a boost of some
Yeah.
kind. Getting into the next one.
What's the bid?
Right, it's the big question. Besmelis got it again with 1.
Here we go. For all the potatoes, unless Branko wins and we go to 3.
Right, yeah. This could be the last game of this year's World Championship events. But our Broncos, I mean, they're 1-1 so far in movie.
Yeah.
Smells changed up his strategy a lot to deal with what our Bronco was bringing, but this I think could be anybody's game. I think what he did was really smart.
A win might be what decides this.
I mean, it's such a strong thing to be able to change your strategy that well to deal with an opponent like that.
Oh, but he's going back to the flood. I wonder if this is just based on what he drew.
Yeah, it must be. I can see that because you drew. Oh, and there is NK.
NK is out. Desert Lord's there, but thankfully for the smallest, they go in the wrong order for it to let him take out Galadriel or Aragorn.
Who does he kill?
I don't think he's killing. I think he's going for an exhausted Aragorn.
Exhausted Aragorn.
I mean, really, his deck doesn't care about how many companions you are, and I think it actually prefers you to have too many companions.
More,
so you can add 3 more wounds.
And more companions can add more threats.
Oh.
So, like, exhausted companions and adding more threats is a good shout.
Release the flood, exhausted in a KO before he can exert his 3rd time.
Ooh, already up to 4 threats with War Towers.
Our Bronco using War Towers for, what is this, add a threat, and then, 1 addition for each companion over 4.
Well, maybe that's why he played so many in the first place, because he had that card in hand.
Yeah.
Project Manquare.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Oh, yeah, Billy standing with Frog would save you from Enquia.
Yeah.
And potentially did.
Yeah.
Save someone from Enquia.
Yeah, Desert Lord probably going to lose his skirmish in his last vitality to Aragorn here. But as Smells is thinking about it, I wonder if he's contemplating triggering those threats now and reducing his fellowship.
Yeah, that's interesting. Or are you worried that, like... Well, Red Wrath wouldn't do it, but, like, Whirling Strike...
I don't think he's playing those cards, though. We haven't seen them yet, anyway. I wonder if he's debating whether or not he sacrifices Frodo here, or he saves those remaining 7 burdens as potential archery wounds for later.
That feels early for Frodo. I'm also wondering if not easily destroyed would be a kind of a niche card. The meta here seems like it's still evolving. There's a lot of opportunity for different types of decks. And if you've got not easily destroyed, since Sam is such a key companion here, could potentially take out Sam early.
That's true.
And then they're essentially trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it not easily destroyed yet, but that would make a lot of sense.
I played 2 copies of Not Easily Destroyed in my deck today. I just never drew either of them.
Didn't show up when you need them.
Yeah, I think it was maybe Dimaz. You were commenting that it was early to sacrifice Frodo. I don't know how many of Best Melson's other games you've seen, but that last game is the first time he didn't sacrifice Frodo at Site 2. His strategy,
the early one, he was killing him off quickly, but he knows this archery is... He needs to absorb as much as he can.
Yep, no, absolutely.
That's a lot of threats.
Yep. Oh man, it sure is.
You never really see people rocking that add 3 to remove a threat, Frodo, do you?
I've seen it lately with some Gondor Wraiths. But I don't think we saw Wraiths in any of the World Championship events. They're still not there.
Yeah. Oh, there's TOTGR.
Yep. It's going to prevent that overwhelm. I don't think that's Malice is running a single event in this deck. Skirmish event. It's not really Moria's thing.
I mean, it didn't work great, so I gave up on it. But in my Goblin Patrol troop deck, I had the Initiative Golem and the Hobbits Are Dead.
Yeah, I can see
so that if they gave... If you play Gollum, Gollum can soak up some archery, and then play the Hobbits Are Dead just to negate Tail of the Great Ring. But I gave up on it. Oh, another... Man, they're both just hitting all their Enquayas early.
Yeah. I assume he's going to go for Galadriel again. Obviously can't kill her this turn, but that may have been a choice last time because he had the second one in hand already, too. Nope, he's going for the same.
Yeah.
It's such a key thing for him to hit. She is just a disaster for Moria if she can stay on the table and get rid of, especially in a slow walk game. It's potentially 8 conditions over the course of it.
Now the question is, do you kill off like Arwen or something like that to try to protect Galadriel a little longer?
Looks like the answer might be yes. And if you don't have 6 companions, then can't finish her off.
And even if he stacks him, he might have. Oh, he's not stacking him. See, he might assume that Galadriel's just going to be used, right?
She goes for the armories instead.
Well, that's what got him last time, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the Free Peoples, and just from observing like PC, it's the Free Peoples are pretty strong. Feel like there's a lot of strong options to avoid shadow kills outside of like something creative or out of left field that's gonna corrupt Frodo.
Got a good set of archers on the field. Alerts is likely to win 2 skirmishes here.
Well, I don't know. It depends on how many cards he has for Aragorn here.
That's fair. With me seeing the maneuver phase pause at the beginning here, I think Bethmelis is sitting there doing some math, trying to figure out what he can toss and what he might need.
Don't you guys just love the thought of a hobbit whacking a Yokai on the head with a frying pan?
Oh, if only it worked.
He can still exert if he wants, just to no effect.
Yeah, right. He can do the exertion, but there will be no wound going out for
Yeah.
Alerts become.
So did he make Elstell an archer?
What was that?
Did he make Elstell an archer?
He did. He made Estelle an archer.
Interesting.
I think the play right now, which maybe this is, maybe this isn't, would be to put the ring on, kill off Galadriel, put all the threat wounds as burdens, and then have Lurtz kill Frodo in the fierce skirmish with an overwhelm.
Yeah, well, he didn't put the ring on. And Frodo is now exhausted and unable to.
I'll say that I think that would have been a great shout, Nelson. Like, yeah, that's a great way to deal with the threats.
He's just going to kill Frodo.
Yeah, he's going to kill Frodo here.
But as you said, he could have reset the threats there. That's interesting. Wonder if that comes back to bite him. Because now he's just soaking up all the threats, like...
Well, maybe he wanted to kill some people.
True. But you could have put all the threats on Frodo as burdens. And then killed Frodo in an overwhelm.
That's true.
Yeah, that was an opportunity. Sam picks up a vitality, though, grabbing the ring.
He could have killed Arwen, seeing as though she was going to die anyway.
Well, I do wonder if he was intentionally getting down to 5.
Yeah, might have done.
But he still could have done the Arwen thing.
And he still could have, like, soaked up all the threats on Frodo and had no wounds on Sam and Gil-galad.
Yeah, that's the real difference there, is he could have made it so he doesn't have to pitch cards to heal Sam, and he can save those cards for Estelle for later.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly. That's fair. Sam will heal back up pretty easily, but Gil-galad is down a wound, and there's plenty of walking to do.
See, I never realised how things could play conditions. I just always defaulted to orcs.
It can do
That's
with
right.
Yeah,
The
in,
errata. Oh, okay.
in Decipher, I think it played a minion. It would let you play like the cave troll later on. But PC
Right.
strategy.
Yeah, I think it's just minion. So you did have that option to pull any kind of Moria culture minion. Yeah, it just felt like a difficult card to be useful in its original form. It was, too Twilight. It's costly.
It was basically play the troll.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. There was the like host of thousands that would get an orc, so like
Mhm.
Right.
For free.
Yeah, it is interesting. It shows how good that the change has been because he's not playing any Host of Thousands.
Yeah, he's using those foul things to get his conditions back, and presumably he'd use them to play an orc if he was getting the swarm out without the need.
Yeah, and for only 2 more cards, you have They Are Coming, which is just you can drop it. It doesn't have any spotting requirements. You can get it down early game, and it's just such a strong condition. So, I mean, between that and Foul Things, looks like he's got enough to get the job done.
Yeah, I think he's in pretty good shape for what he's doing. I mean, clearly he's made it this far without too much trouble.
It'll be interesting to see here if he uses that Elven condition to prevent a wound now, knowing that in the past they've all just been discarded from the event that I can't think of the name of.
Saruman's power, but he's already played Saruman's power. So, do you think Branko has more than one Saruman's power?
I
Right,
would
that's the
think
question, yeah.
He does, but
I'd think 2 maybe but
well, and most of his archers can exert instead of being archers, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not inherently a bad thing for him to kind of sit on it to prevent, in the hopes of preventing more than the 1 wound you get from discarding.
Well, because
Yeah, I guess
will come if you get that far without killing him.
Losing
I don't know. I
Raven.
still think the Balrog in movie, this specific Balrog with the damage +2 one, is not as scary as it seems at first. The fact that it's not fierce.
But the
He's
Fellowship
discarded.
Balrog would be discarded if you double moved here. So this is a big detriment to double moving.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, he's the only one that sticks around if you're not underground.
Yeah. Man, this is interesting.
Nuances to it. You can't assign it to like a useless ally like Orphan, or if there was a 3 strength ally he just wanted to pitch, you can't do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm surprised at just how much of Sam Resolute Halfling we're seeing. I really love this card, but I don't play against it very often. But he's been in both of these top decks, and I think he was in one other today as well.
Yeah, the ability for healing is just really strong with that Sam.
Yeah, it really kind of kicks Twilight Nazgul in the teeth.
Yeah, the
It's like, oh, fine, you went 8. And that, like, there's also been that, like, Return to its Master deck that no one was playing now, but, like, in some competitive tournaments that Return to its Master deck was running around. And if you can keep the Ring Bearer with not exhausted and then, by extension, not putting on the 1 wound, the 1 ring, that deck does nothing.
That's true.
Yeah, and good against Morgul Orcs as well.
Yeah, exactly. With the combination of like Morgul Orcs, Twilight Nazgul, Return to its Master, like I can see the popularity of the Sam in the meta right now.
It's really good.
Yeah,
at
it's
cycling
a
as well.
versatile card. Any kind of discarding card that allows you to openly discard, without necessarily forcing some other requirement. Even if you didn't need to heal him, you could just pitch cards if you're like, hey, I want to cycle. I've got a big deck. I want to get rid of some stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's one of those things that you kind of learn as you play. When you start playing, you're like, oh man, this cost of discarding things, whether it's Sam or Gwemagil or any number of other options, that at some point you're like, that's actually a bonus. Like the fact that I can pitch 2 cards to make R1 strength +1, whether she needs to be or not, is really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you all been playing for a very long time then?
I don't know about for a really long time. I played when the game was new, back during the actual movie.
Did any of you pick it up just like recently, or have you all known it from its beginning?
Right from the start for me. Physical cards I played right through up to about King Block, and then got back into it when I moved to Brazil, like in 2012. So I've got a handful of physical cards, but I found this site in 2013, and I've been pretty much only playing on the site since then.
Wait, so you lived in Brazil as well? This like Brazil connection is really interesting.
Yeah. My wife's Brazilian. My kids are dual citizen. We're always talking about going back there. If I do, I am going to bring all of my sealed stuff I still have and throw some kind of sealed event in Sao Paulo. I think that'd be a hoot. Seems like there's a lot of people in that area.
That'd be a lot of
Yeah, I
fun.
think Bronco was up for it. We might fly over.
Yeah, fly on down.
Is your way from São Paulo then?
No, we're from south of Brazil. But we do have family. I think almost everyone has family in Sao Paulo, so it's like we could stay.
Sick. Cool. Sorry to.
No,
digress.
it's
No.
great having a
Did
nationalist,
you play
community.
physical cards back in the day?
I did, but I introduced Balrog to it about like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I had no idea this existed.
We've both been like big fans of like the Tolkien like lore. But the card game I just recently introduced her to.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's so fun. I've been loving it so much.
I'm so happy that this game is still going through this. It's a game that deserves to keep being played. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
Wow,
and it's just cool seeing the 5K troll.
And his shadow side, like he could have easily like at least matched pace there.
Yeah, I'm kind of stunned he didn't double.
Yeah, you're gonna have to, I think, at some point. But I don't know. He's comfortable with the way he plays. But if you know you're not going to be able to pull it off, it's better to risk it and hope that you're even doubling to 6. I think was it last game where it might have turned out bad for him because a single to 6 killed him anyway. But I was kind of thinking in the back of my mind maybe you double to 6 here just because then you force a 5 to 7 from Basmales, who would then be exerting.
Yeah,
a lot of exerting if he does that double.
Yeah, he just must be confident in his shadow here. Oh, so yeah, he played nothing.
Yeah,
he's gonna let Basmales hit the sights and see if he dies. All right, I respect the commitment to your shadow side.
Yeah, see, here's where I think, my opinion would be to double, but I
would think so as well.
He's also got Sam down, and what has he got? That condition, Tail of the Great Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frodo will survive a swarm here because of Tail of the Great Ring.
But, I wonder who you go for. I know who I'd go for here.
I'm curious if it's the same.
Actually, Sam. 100% Sam. If you're trying to swarm, kill Sam.
100, yep.
That's what I was going to say as well. Aragorn and Círdan are both really tempting targets, but...
Okay, yeah, kill Sam. That's only one Ringberry you have to overwhelm that, too.
And how often is a Sam that heals as easily as Resolute Halfling going to be sitting in one wound right there? Like, that's just a golden opportunity.
Yeah, that was tough.
Using Nenya to keep him alive. That would have been true against any potential target. Not a misplay from Basmales that we also missed, but just a really good truth of how that card works. Our Bronco included it for a reason, and it's paid off.
Yeah, that Nenya is real good.
Now, this is odd. Unless he wants to move with 5 companions. I honestly would have kept NK alive, because I don't think past
Yeah.
most. But like if you want to double here,
Well, was that
you're
the
going to take a lot of wounds, but you can pitch people later.
No, that was only the
Yeah,
second one.
I mean, we've all done the thing where we're like, leave an exhausted NK alive and triple move on it, right?
Uh-huh.
So that it
It's really interesting that there's no armor card for elves, right?
There's no armor for elves, but Aragorn could wear armor in this deck if Bronco thought it was important enough.
Is elves the only culture that doesn't have an armor card, really? That defends
I
against.
have to think about that. They wouldn't be light-footed if they were all bogged down with all their armor.
They might
Maybe
be
they've
the
got
only
leather
one
armor.
that doesn't have a single armored class possession, but they're not the only one that doesn't have a card
damage
armor.
plus.
Yeah, that negates damage
Oh,
plus.
that's an interesting choice. Add the burdens to get Vilya, give up 2 burdens, add 1 vitality.
Yep.
All right, Bronco, this is your moment. How good is your shadow?
Oh,
Boom.
there's another servant's power.
Oh, there go the conditions.
That was
Doesn't
2.
feel good. Was that so? That's 2 of the 4. Let me go to Discord.
And it's 3 gone now because he's Saruman powered twice.
Yeah, that was the second Saruman's power, is what I.
Did I see another one? His discard? Oh, it's not showing the whole discard pile. I'm on for some reason. I'm not seeing the whole
3 hosts
discard.
the last alliance in his discard pile, if I count correctly.
I mean, if Bronco pulls this off with, like, when Basmelis knew it was coming, hats off.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm certainly not going to complain about seeing the third game in a best of 3. Especially if I really want to see our Broncos Fellowship deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you feel like if Basmelis loses here, he's probably going to choose Fellowship, right?
What? I've got to think so. I mean, he doesn't know what our Broncos playing, but he knows.
But he knows what he's playing.
Well, and our Broncos got to assume that he's playing the Moria Swarm, but he's not. He's playing Nazgul Beatdown.
Yeah,
He
true.
can really throw him early by just having the wrong deck.
That's actually a pretty good mind game to play. Because Moria Swamp.
Oh, he didn't get the healing from Elrond. That's a bummer.
That is unfortunate.
Ketura
Ketura reducing alerts to 0.
Yeah, but the exertion is a cost in itself, right?
Right, but it's way better than losing to alerts twice. He was fierce.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he's needed to do that. No elf flesh for alerts.
He's in a better position than he was last time he walked into Brownlands by a long switch. He's got 2, 4, 6, 9, and then Sam will have 4 available.
I mean, yeah, that's just the thing, is just Sam being able to just dump cards and 4 heal with no Twilight.
He might do the thing he did before where he plays that Southron that, like, oh, by the way, the Ringbearer can't take archery wounds, and then I killed Ringbearer.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, you could, as long as he has enough threats, because, like, Sam will then absorb 3 anyway, unless he wants to keep 1 for exert. Well, I guess he'd have to, because if Sam takes a hit in a skirmish and he doesn't have a way to exert to take a burden, but that 5 resistance might catch up with him if it's a tight sight 8.
Yeah, the ring he's wearing is a maneuver put on. That exert has to be before the archery phase.
That's right.
So he does need to decide if he's doing burdens or wounds before the total, swarm of arrows comes down.
Well, unless he has, like, 2 Elf Song in his hand, it's obviously wounds.
Right, yeah, because he can heal them up so fast, and he's got more of them, or at least he will once he discards 2 more cards, I assume. But even if that gets played, the last time he lost to Site 8 to that setup, he had, like, I think we looked at 8 total wounds was going to completely kill him, and he's got on the table right here.
The last host.
Yeah, last host. Shadow
All right, what you got?
Heal.
He's got a lot of vitality. There's so much ways to add vitality with these with this free people side he's got. It's difficult when you've Got so many boosts. What's he showing for Unbound companions? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
So
8,
you've
9,
got
10.
3 wounds from
10
the
available.
board, 2 from the bowman.
He didn't give him much twilight either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think falling that far behind on the site path is just too detrimental at this point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have 8 total wounds/exertions here, but he can absorb that, especially because he didn't get the Easterling or the Southern Elm that prevents Sam from taking those. So if Sam takes 4, there's not that many more.
Yeah, you really needed that Southern, right? Just because Sam will take all of these because it's a free cycle next fellowship phase for him to just dump all those and heal up Sam again. If he was able to have that Southern down now, you just go in with exhausted companions to Site 9, hoping you get that Southern again, I guess.
Yeah.
Southern Commander, is that it?
Is he going to lose Kieran, though?
You can't exert him, but he could have Sam. Nope, Sam can't fight. He's got the last alliance. The host of the last alliance will.
He didn't get to beat the weak one.
Yeah,
yeah, that's right. There's a 6 strength up
there. Yeah, he kept those guys at 8.
Does he get the heal? Nope.
Nope.
Goes to Moria.
Nope.
I'm surprised he didn't use Host of the Last Alliance there.
No, you save Host of the Last Alliance until it's like a life or death situation. Otherwise, you take the -1 archery and then use it in the final archery phase.
Yeah, I suppose it's just a question of how many Swordman's Powers is he running. How likely is he to see the last one?
Yeah, I think that 2 Twilight is going to be huge if he has any shot at Site 9. I shouldn't say wasted on a Saruman's Power, but he's probably, if he's got something up his sleeve, he's going to want every piece of Twilight he can muster to get more archery.
That's true. Yeah, Basmalis is in healthy state to be able to do that walk. I think it's pretty unlikely that our Bronco's going to be able to get enough archery out.
Unless he's going to surprise us all with the last throw and just triple move to the end.
Oh man, that would be amazing.
You need 2 Gondor companions for that?
Don't you need another Gondor companion?
Oh, alright, fine.
Yeah, no Boromir.
That would be kind of sweet.
I would respect the hustle if he pulled that off.
I know, right?
That has to be one of the more annoying cards in existence, because you can't see it coming.
Yeah.
There's
very
few... when they change multiple last throw from Denethor or whatever.
Right, yeah, you make your opponent draw a ton, you play nothing, and just hold Elendil and 3 last throws to go from 4 to 9.
Yeah, and it feels like it's such an easy move limit +1 when up until, I would say that card, or Radagast even, adding to the move limit was very costly, or at least felt like you had to coordinate things to work it out that way, and then when you would add to the move limit with Rohan, it just, in Tower's block, it seemed even more costly than just 3 Twilight.
It's so difficult to pull off. Like, okay, fine, I start from Site 6, and it has to be my Site 6, so I needed the right card to line up my Site 6, and it has to be the River Site 6 that I'm playing.
Right, and there's only one River Site 6, and it's not the one that's good for my fellowship if I don't get the triple out of it. Yeah, Radagast has been errated by the PC, so he is not so simple a... There he is.
At which point,
I think that was a good change. It was reasonable team.
Yeah, he always had the downside of your opponent getting those cards when you move during the regroup phase, but now it's even if he moves during the fellowship phase, and his move limit +1 disappears when he dies. So there is no more sacrificing him after the first move while maintaining the benefit.
But I think I can preemptively say that we're about something like 80% certain that we're just going to change the rule on move limits so that when the card goes out of play, the effect stops. I think we relatively reached a consensus with that in the balance council that oh, you discarded the numbers must be few, but it doesn't matter because it's still like in effect until the end of the turn. I think we've relatively reached a consensus that like when move limit cards go out of play, their effects immediately stop. So that unnecessarily long, awkward text we have in Radagast is unnecessary.
Yeah.
Not unnecessary. You know, that's a good idea. I feel like it kind of it's an intuitive change because when the card's not on the table, it's like there's kind of this invisible counter that you have to be keeping track of, the whole move limit thing. If the cards that are affecting it are there on the table in front of you and you can see them and interact with them, then I'd say sure. But yeah, discard the number must be few, and then you can go for it, because that's also a very strong card as well, to just dump on your opponent and then they have no way of. I guess it's supposed to be strong. Sometimes 7 companions, as we're seeing in games like this, you can just steamroll your opponent in certain scenarios, but seems like a good choice.
Yeah, the exception, of course, being for events, during Society or the Golem event that lets you murder yourself to get a move limit bonus.
Right.
Don't become conditions, I don't think. But we are at Site 9. This is quite possibly the very end of this World Championship. Using the site's ability here to pull 2 trackers, up to 3, but he didn't have the Twilight.
Doesn't seem like it's enough.
No.
So the Ring Bearer cannot take wounds. Haradra Marksman is out there. Sam can't absorb anything. But
He can get those guys to become an archer by exerting Elrond, it looks like. Or does that go into the archery phase? That's one I'm not sure on. This is you exhaust and now you calculate archery.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
They're archers now.
Yep, they are now archers. So it's going to be 3 arrows.
Oh, it is.
But he can absorb 3 arrows without Sam getting in the way.
Yeah, I think he made it.
1, 2.
Golem did not exert here. Potentially in the hopes of getting a regroup exert if Sam somehow did get flooded with wounds. This ring again cannot convert burdens or wounds to burdens if it's not been put on, and it was not. Though it doesn't look like it's
He'll
gonna
do it
matter.
just in
He
case.
is removing Golem from the game. Sam's going to take the 1 wound here, and nobody is fierce. Only 1 exhausted companion, so that ambush troop's not going to get big enough to pull an overwhelm, and
Elrond hit
pulled
1.
the heal.
Whack him in the head.
Yep, use that frying pan. Golem's not on the table to have any concern during the regroup phase. Nobody's fierce. Remove the rest of them for good measure.
Well, yeah.
2 years in a row, Basmalis is our world champion. With our Bronco being, I believe Ketura has been calling it the world challenger.
Word challenger, yeah.
Yeah, well-deserved back-to-back winner.
I think they may both join us here on the stream in a second. So let's see if either of them jump on. And we can discuss their winnings.
Alright, I think I need to invite them to come in. We've got a couple people in the audience here at Discord. Diego and Botanic are listening in there instead of... Oh, there's Baz.
Oh, there's Basmalis. Yeah, invite him in.
Yep. And I don't know if Bronco's going to join, but... Basmalis, I've invited you to join us. I don't know from your side how that works to join, but here you are.
No, I accepted, so I joined. Hello
2 years
there.
in a row.
2 years in a row, mate.
Yeah.
Very well done. Amazing plays. Oh.
Thank you.
We loved watching you switch up your strategy in the first game there against our Bronco as you adjusted from what you'd been doing everywhere else. Do you have any kind of... I know it must be an exhausting long day, but any big thoughts or reflections on how it's all gone?
It went perfectly well. Didn't expect to win 2 times in a row, so yeah, the strategies both worked out. I think mostly the movie block deck. I did think that I shouldn't have won the game against the loss to the Goblins deck.
That was very close.
Yeah, you got lucky there, mate. Have to admit, you got very lucky there. That he was 1 card off in what he stacked on the bottom of his deck.
Luck is
Yeah.
a part of the game. It's about the draw. You can't control everything.
True.
Yeah, he did his best, and you also you had Elf Songs. You were prepared to have a versatile deck that dealt with, as we're seeing, archery, dealt with corruption. You had the right tools in your toolbox to get it done, and that one of those it was just a matter of coming down to one of those Elf Songs that saved you in that game. So congrats on that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this Elven deck, all the events are interchangeable. So depending on what I thought was going to be in the metagame, I switched it up. There were no Sauron decks to be found, so I did not play any. What's the card?
Standing
Against darkness.
Yeah,
And
also a strong card, but yeah, I didn't see
played
any.
4 times the card that liberated the site and healed a companion, but nobody was playing. There was only one Dunland player, so I switched those out for Release the Angry Flood.
Yeah, that was amazing. That you really used that at the right time.
Was it your match where you played 2 of them at site 8 so you could double safely? Or was that somebody else?
No, I did not play any. I played, I think, a total of 1.
Okay, yeah.
That was in the last game to save one guy.
They're blending together a little bit over the course of the whole day watching so many games, but somebody doubled up on them for site 8. Eliminated the Witch King and I want to say a Cantea before doubling to site 9 with nothing still out.
I'm curious about the decision of switching to Nazgul for your Fellowship block deck. What made you make that decision?
Well, when I looked at all the decks that the opponents were playing, 3 of them were playing Gandalf with Sleep Caratras, and most of them also played a lot of power according to his stature. So I did not think that my Moria strategy would be good. And also most of the players played Frying Pan, which is very good against the Moria deck. So I decided to if everyone is trying to play Gandalf, I'll just play the card that kills Gandalf, which is too great and terrible, because that card is just stupid.
I'm with you there.
So what you're saying is we need to errata that again, or shouldn't have rolled back that errata?
I mean, I don't think that Gandalf is, as a strategy, is playable in the Fellowship block, because, well, I expect half the people to play Nazgul with 4 times too great and terrible. So any deck that relies on Gandalf is just it just loses probably. So I made the decision last time as well. I thought if Gandalf is actually unplayable, then nobody will play Gandalf and Sleep Caratras, so Moria should be good. But that didn't go, and then I lost the second movie block to the Troll Swarm on side 2 last year. Yep. And then I played against 3 Gandalf decks in a row. So I guess that people don't really care about their Gandalf getting killed. So I thought I'd switch it up. And also, because everybody was playing power according to their stature, I played 3 All Blades Perish to see if I can snipe a win there.
Yeah, we were watching those plays. We thought that was a curious choice.
We were wondering why you had so many All Blades Perish. That was interesting.
And I could show you the deck maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm able to do that. I can put a picture in the chat maybe, or...
Yeah, if you want to post a picture, I'll put it over so that the folk watching on Twitch can see it as well.
Let's see how I can do this.
Yeah, All Blades Perish, good card. I mean, you can almost always, just watching these games, there's almost always an opportunity to use it too, so it's not going to necessarily clog your hand in any given shadow phase if you don't need to save it.
Yeah, most of the events I played, I could just play them away, so you don't... sometimes the Nazgul decks have trouble with playing out their cards, but I played a lot of events to try to mitigate that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's interesting that you touched on the All Blades Perish strategy. I figured, well, my question at the time when I was watching was why play that card over the one that wounds the archers? But yeah, it seems quite reasonable when you explain your logic.
Yeah, it sounds like you spent a lot of time going over the decks that were used in groups for these top 8 players and kind of tailoring what you were doing for that. That's super impressive.
Yeah, I also the first matchup was against Sample PL, and I tried a few games against that deck, and I didn't really like the matchup that much. My Shadow was just getting killed by his winning strategy, but he plays way too much culture, so it's almost no cost to play a couple of Grimas and just host the deck if he still plays the deck. And also one of the next opponents was playing Frodo with Gandalf and Rohan, and also had an Aragorn in their deck. So they also should probably have 4 cultures at the ready. So I thought, well, let's just play a bunch of cards to just at least win the first matchup.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you did.
Yeah, that Greyfall win was pretty epic when you bounced Eowyn and Gandalf back to their hand, and then they played them again, and then you had the second Grima ready to go, and that's what got your swarm going. That was a pretty great win.
It feels a bit like cheating because, I play a card that is specifically good against that deck. But on the other hand, they could have also switched decks as well and made my card useless, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have their decks from the group stage up to really pay attention to how many of them were at least pretty close. But I suspect it was most.
So I'm almost there. So I should put it in the which chat?
Oh, any channel on Discord, and I can grab it and put it over on the Twitch stream, wherever you wanna. There is a chat associated with the voice channel, I think.
I'll put it in the GAMP chat.
Perfect.
Basmelis, do you prefer the nickname Bally or Mel?
Basmelis is my real name, so it's pronounced Basmelis. Most English pronunciations get the malice wrong, but that's all right. And if you call my name in English, it's Bas. So that could also be the nickname.
Boss.
Boss.
Oh,
Yeah. That's good. Boss is good. I
Nice.
like that. Yeah.
Like that.
Excellent.
Yeah. So here's Boss's deck. Very few card varieties on the shadow side there. 4 Too Great and Terrible, 4 Marco Gates, 4 Voices Call, Witch King, Matea, Cantea. Really, really focused, but it did a great job. I know you didn't play a ton of Fellowship games with it today, but we were all really surprised when you sat down and didn't have a 100-card deck.
I really want to ask, because normally I remember back in the early days in 2001-2 timeframe when everyone was playing, people wanted to make, this is with the physical cards, people wanted to make Nazgul work, but you ended up having kind of minion light decks. And it just seemed like any deck with less than, 18 minions in it was also so draw dependent that you could end up drawing a lot of those events as opposed to getting the minion that you needed to use it. So I just want to pick your brain. Did you ever find yourself, since we couldn't see your hand at any given point in time, did you ever find yourself in a situation where you were just short on a minion and you had to figure out a way to cycle to get there?
Yeah, certainly. Not on this game that I played, but In the last week, I played a lot of games against myself, playing against all the decks that were in the top 8, to see what kind of deck I would like to play. And but when playing my Nazgul deck against another Nazgul deck, like that one from Pokach or the Faker or Exeter, I think that they all played Nazgul decks in the first in the group stage. Yeah, certainly. Sometimes you just don't draw any Nazgul, and then you can't play anything. That's true. So what I wanted to do with this was I'm used to playing blade tips and black breaths, but without playing any conditions. All the condition removal is empty. Also, I saw some of the strategies of the other guys. They played fellowships without allies or without conditions, and maybe without Gandalf even, just to mitigate all the cards to make all the cards of the opponents useless.
Yeah,
Certainly.
paid off.
But I tried to build a deck like that as well without Elven allies, but I couldn't make it work against Uruk-hai, which I also expected some of. And if you play Fall Creation, then that makes it a lot easier to match up.
Yeah, agree. And you get the free peek at the hand, even if you don't have a Isengard minion to discard. So it's true. Really good call.
You want to go to 6 or 7 companions, and then Fall Creation also helps as well.
Mm.
Oh, and one other thing that's pretty funny is that you can play Trugate 2 Great and Terrible if there's no Gandalf, but you can also play Fell Voices Call if there's no item to get.
So you can just cycle them out regardless of need.
Yeah, you just play all the events all the time.
Yeah, All Blades Perish still requires that wound, but you're running 3 of them instead of 4 of the others, so it's easier to ditch out.
Yeah, I switched one of my 2 fears to 1 All Blades Perish in the end, because there's more times that there's a Legolas or an Arrogance Bow on the table than that there's an ally, and also you need to exert for fear, which is not always useful to do.
Right. Yeah.
But the Fell Voices Call getting the Pill Blade on the Witch King multiple times is pretty fun.
Yeah, damage.
Yeah, I was impressed by how quickly your Nazgul deck was able to cycle. I remember watching your game against Axter with it, and I was, his deck was completely set up to cycle to find all the burden-adding cards, and somehow your deck was down to like 17 cards or something, and he was still in the 20s, and I was amazed that a Nazgul deck could cycle as quickly as yours, which was really cool.
Yeah, also 4 Morgul Gates helps with that as well. If you have 2 Nazgul, say Akantia and then Atia, then you need 11 Twilight. But with 2 Morgul Gates, you need 7 Twilight, which is very manageable.
Yeah, much easier to pull off. And with so many Ateas, the Morgul Gates gives you the extra Twilight, even if you only need it for his potential boost.
Yeah, that's true. And I really do like Aragon Astel, and I think he's too good, but that's the reason why
he's being
every single deck that I tried has had him.
Yeah, he's definitely on the block to get some kind of tweak. I'm hoping it's not going to be too substantial, but I think he's definitely getting touched in the next round here.
Nah, I don't think that maybe he doesn't need to find an elf or have him strength up +2 for the whole combat, for the whole skirmish is a bit much.
Those are both items that we've looked at, maybe removing the tutor or making the tutor only work on allies, making the strength bonus either smaller or a skirmish action. I don't think there's any decisions made at this point in time, but you're highlighting the areas that we're looking at. I really like what he's doing, and I don't want to see him leave the meta just because he gets hit too hard. But
yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's still been a decent amount of variety. I think that, like Basmo said, that it is a strong card. You see it being played in these 2 final decks here. Maybe, but the meta is still fluid, I think. And, I'll let any of the other players that have played, also you as well, Nelson, you can feel free to chime in. I think that there's still room for growth without necessarily nerfing or changing anything yet. But, happy to hear other opinions.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how things develop if everyone starts, basically only playing Estelle decks and seeing what the counters would be, because there's certainly options out there that just haven't been explored yet.
Yeah, I think that's
it's also less good against some type of decks. I mean, it's less good against Moria than the Ranger of the North. Also against a Tentacle deck, it doesn't really do anything. So there are matchups where it doesn't shine, and also it's not a Ranger, and well, that
Yep.
it gives some wounds on the side 7 sometimes.
If you decide that
that site 7 hurts a lot. It almost makes an argument to play the Ranger Arwen instead of the discarding Arwen.
Yeah, that's true, but there are a lot. You need to ways to discard cards, and the movie block deck is it's a hell of a deck, though. I love these kinds of strategies where you just play 100 cards and give them a 100 Twilight at the start of the Paladin phase, and see where it gets you.
Sometimes it works really well, and sometimes you get overwhelmed at site 2, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
Oh, so I'm not in any way trying to get anybody to leave, but we are just kind of chatting at the end here, so I want to do our final giveaway for the folks who were here to watch the matches and want to see what's going on. So our last giveaway today is our Balrog Full Art Trio, designed by... Does anybody know? I know it was put together by somebody on the team, or donated by somebody on the team, but I don't know who it was. Oops. But this is our very last wheel to spin. So I'm going to roll this and see who gets it.
I think it's from Foe of Night.
From Foe of Night. Well, it is gorgeous, and I am very happy that somebody gets to experience it with such joy. Almost me, but it is Megion. Congratulations, Megion. You are the winner of our Balrog Trio set.
Cool.
All right. Please jump back in and continue. I just wanted to make sure nobody was hanging around waiting specifically for that, but was not interested in the post discussions.
Thanks. I'm going to jump off, but congrats again, Basmalis. And, I know we didn't get our Bronco here, but Branco, parabéns, amigo. Bem jogado. Thanks, everyone. This was a lot of fun.
Hey, thank you for joining us. And thank you, everyone who's been watching or been contributing to this stream. This has been an absolute blast. It's been wonderful to watch all of these great games. Basmalis, we watched several of yours. We watched 7 other great players here today. It's been wonderful. I don't know.
We expect you to go for the 3-peat.
Yeah.
If I'm allowed.
Yeah, of course, mate.
I think it fully depends on how much we appreciate what card you pick this year. Do you have any idea what it might be?
Estelle?
Aragon Estelle is a fun one, but last year Ketura told me that I shouldn't pick any cards that are being changed, because that might hinder the process.
No, that's
I'm not really sure yet. I mean, I played Moria last year. I played Moria this year. A bit. I could just do something stupid like the Moria Scout, or maybe Goblin Scimitar.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe They Are Coming was the next one in line.
Yeah, They Are Coming. Yeah, in the movie block deck, They Are Coming is, I think, by far the most important one.
Yeah, I agree. It was fun watching other games and seeing people discard other conditions, and I'm like, that's the wrong one, mate. You got to go for They're Coming.
Yeah, but in the movie block you have Host of Moria, and you have Paul things to get it back. So it's, but you need to draw it though. And in
Yeah.
a 110 card deck, sometimes you don't.
Yep.
So maybe it's a Moria card, but maybe it's an Elven card. I did play Elf in both Fellowship and Shadow. So maybe a card like Last Blind,
Yeah.
which is in both decks.
There are certainly
Yeah.
no wrong answers here. You know? And you don't need to decide today. You know, work with Ketura for whatever you want. I don't know what his timetable is as far as if there's a unveiling date he's looking for, but it's not tomorrow. You don't need to have that decision made ahead of time.
Oh no, that's all right. So I'll have to think about it.
Oh.
Yeah, I announced that I asked that if someone was interested in a full write-up of all the tournaments. So I think I'm going to do that.
Yeah, that would be
That'd be brilliant.
awesome.
We'd love to see it.
100% want to see that.
Tournament report, and I'm thinking about how I address the group stage, also the sealed deck portion. I actually during my holidays, I played a lot of sealed deck tourneys, leagues, events. Some of them were really fun.
Yeah, Nelson was talking earlier about wanting to do a bunch more tournaments for sealed next year. He's going to try to make that happen, or definitely going to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm considering setting up a sealed world championship where we'd have 8 qualifying tournaments and then the final 8 in their own tournament at the end. So either tournaments or leagues for qualification. It's certainly nothing set in stone at this point, but yeah, hopefully we can make something happen like that.
Yeah, I really like these tournaments. It brings a lot of people together. Try to win in a competitive environment.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sealed or constructed. I'm hoping we've got even more next year. These are always a blast.
Although, please, not again a 10-hour long, a 10-round long group stage. It was.
Yep.
It was like 2:00 p.m. 2 a.m. When I needed to go to bed.
Even for those of us in the Americas, where it was a lot earlier in the day, 10 hours was entirely too long. I autopiloted my last couple of games. There was several moments that I watched on the playback later when I watched my own replays, just being like, what was I thinking? Like, I was just clicking cards in my hand, wasn't I? Entirely too long a day. I'm sure that it will not be that next year. I don't know exactly what it will be, but it won't be that.
We'll see. Whatever you come up with, I'm game. So.
Well, I'm glad that you will be part of the future events. I'm glad that you did such a great job today. It's always a pleasure to watch you play. I would encourage you to watch the stream back. We talked about you a great deal as the favorite today, and hopefully you'll be purely pleased by the nice things we were discussing.
I'll look into it. Yeah, it's useful to look at the games and then your commentary and see what you would have thought. And I definitely made some mistakes, especially against the 2 corruption strategies. I wasn't really sure what was going on there, so sometimes, yeah. I just thought that I got lucky there.
Yeah.
I played a file creation, and then I saw a card that I've never seen before. That you had to exert a Sauron Orc in the regroup phase to add a burden.
Yep. Clean snow.
So well, it's just thankfully I saw that card, so I could play around it. But you also need to see a Gondor companion, and since in hindsight, maybe it was better to kill off both the Gondor companions against the deck.
We did speculate if you might do exactly that after you played the Foul Creation to reveal his hand.
Yeah. But I did think it's moving fast towards side 5 to have him give him the least time to draw that Balrog at adding burden card.
Yep.
That should be good. And also, I think I had him kill Sam with a hate, which I shouldn't have done. So, still, mistakes all around.
But you made it through.
But I made it here, so that's fine. Also, it's also really fun with the movie deck. All those elven cards and goblin cards. I mean. Most of them, you don't care if they got tossed away. You'll draw new cards anyway. So,
right, just able to kind of rocket through all of them. That's the movie deck you said. You posted that as well. Let me put that on screen for anybody who's wanting to follow along. Much larger than the Fellowship one there.
Yeah, it looks like it's a large deck, but it's still smaller than what you played in the group stage, if I remember correctly.
A total of 2 cards.
Oh, okay.
I think I played about the same deck. I did not play Grima. I played the 4th Goblin Patrol Troop and the 4th Swarms and the 3rd Troll's Keyword, I think. Okay. Something like that.
Yeah, but
maybe I even played 4 Ankias, I don't know. Or 4 Foul Things. I mean, in Mood Block, people tend to go to a lot of companions, so Ankia is very good in Mood Block.
You were playing 3 in your Fellowship block on the group stage. I know. I shared it earlier, but I knew that last year you only had 1, and I was counting on that against you.
Last year I played Dunland, and I actually didn't want to play 1 at all, because it doesn't improve the Dunland strategy at all. So.
Yep.
But Dunland was completely out of the question, because half of the decks that were popular played Gondor and Save from the Fire to find Elendil. So that it makes the deck quite unplayable.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And then I don't know if anyone played it in this tournament, but.
No, we didn't have any Dunland today.
There was also a Gandalf Rowan deck that had a condition that when you lose initiative, you free a side.
There was 2 of that deck today,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, that deck is interesting because it's just so good at cycling through your free people's cards with Save from the Fire and then Symbol Mine, pulling stuff from your draw deck, and then you're left with just so much shadow to play with.
Yeah, that's a great strategy to use in general.
Yeah, the more you can tutor out, the more reliable your draw becomes for the stuff you can't.
Yeah. This multi-block deck for a 110 card deck, it's quite resilient. I do play a lot of multiple companions. I'd like Gil-galad and Elrond to come out fast. Especially Elrond to get Vilya. If someone is playing Greed, you need to get that off the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually in my planning for what deck to play. I was considering Uruks, and for that reason I didn't want to, because I figured you'd need to play 2 Greeds at the same time to even have a shot of making a dent with it.
Yeah, in general, I think Greed is not really good, but it has its moments to shine.
Yeah, when it works well, it works really well. But it's also easily removed sometimes before it actually got to do anything if you draw it too early. I do
think so. There's a deck out there, especially with Lurtz's sword. If Estelle gets nerfed and isn't able to as easily climb up above 16 strength, or whatever, might it be 15 or 16, whatever it would be if Lurtz has his sword. I think there's some damage that can be put on by that deck in the future.
Yeah, Lurtz being damage +2 is big. I played around with it a little bit before the group stages. I ended up going with the News from Mordor deck, but I went the other direction. But if you do News from Mordor damage +1 with the Fierce Witch King and his sword, you can get a Fierce damage +2 Strength 17 character out there that can be really terrifying. The problem is armor.
Yeah, but it's in multi-block, it doesn't really get played that much.
Yeah, that's true. I was working on it as a Fellowship deck. I wonder if it's actually better in movie.
Yeah, and in Fellowship, it's I wouldn't advise playing too much cards that rely on damage plus 1. When I played the last Fellowship block with Moria, I did not play any Cave Troll's Hammers because it just gets neutered by 1 armor. But in Mood block, I'm playing 2 of those because, well, it just kills companions sometimes.
Yeah, definitely makes sense to me. I play so much less movie than Fellowship. I don't have a great concept of the difference in metas there, but I love hearing about these. I'm really excited to read the write-up you're talking about. I think there's going to be a lot to learn from that.
It'd be really interesting to see your thought process through each game, or at least through the majority of the games that you write about. So I'm looking forward to reading that.
Well, I could do something additional to that. I could do a write-up, but also maybe do a stream where I go through the motions of the tournaments.
Yeah, stream would be really cool, and if we could upload it onto YouTube afterwards, that'd be really, really accessible for a lot more people too.
I'm confident if that was a thing you wanted to do, the Players Council would be very happy to put it on our site, on our YouTube channel, if you were okay with that, and if you don't have your own Twitch set up to stream it through here, you'd be more than welcome. I'm speaking for Ketura,
No, that's,
but I can't imagine he would.
I don't have any Twitch setup or streaming. I used to be I used to play Magic the Gathering a lot when I some time ago. I played Lord of the Rings before that, which because Lord of the Rings is way more fun, and also great. It's such a great game. It's thematically very fulfilling. But I played Magic the Gathering on high level, playing I think to 7 or 8 Pro Tours, and also a World Championship once. So I am a bit. I'm accustomed to playing at a high level, but I never. When I won my national championship once, I got invited to write some coverage for a site once. So, well, maybe streaming this could be fun to see if maybe. Get the perspective of a competitive player in the scene.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do that next year as a how do you say it? If I would be streaming my own games, maybe that gives other people a better chance to. Probably because I am talking during the stream and then timing out every time.
We could certainly all use the extra help against you.
Though I do think that most of just having a very good deck that is and knowing all the opponent's decks well and knowing how to play your deck well is more important than people knowing about what you're doing at that time.
Yeah, if you're willing to put that together, I know I would love to see it. And if it's something that you want to hand with, I'm sure that I would volunteer. I'm sure the Players Council would be very happy to give any support that you needed to make that as possible for you, or as easy for you as possible.
Yeah, I'm up for it. Though this is not my biggest hobby, so I don't have infinite amount of time. But I could see myself spending one evening per 2 weeks or so or something streaming.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
But I'll look into that. I'll write up a tournament report first and set up a stream where I play through the decks at the tournament, and we'll see where it gets from there.
I cannot wait.
That'd be really great.
To that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, shall we? shall we wrap up the stream here? Is there anything else that anybody wants to dive into? I don't want to cut us early, but I also feel like we're, at this point, just thanking Basmalis and saying how much we would love to hear more from you.
Yeah, I got nothing more. I gotta take off pretty quick here, so that would work.
All right.
I'm fine with that. So
Boss, amazing job. 2 years in a row. Absolutely incredible.
Congratulations again. Well done.
Huge
yeah, thank you.
Huge way to make this happen. Thank you to everybody who was part of the stream today. Nelson, dstaley, Balrog, DMS. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. But it's huge to have so many people as part of this, and thank you to everybody who's been watching. I have no idea how to tell what our total viewers were, but it was over 20 at several points along the way. So this was super exciting to see so many people interested in watching these matches. Thank you all.
All right, see you next time.
Hey, see you next time, boss. Thank you again. All right, then hopefully Ketura cuts this part out because I don't know how to stop a stream. Stop streaming.